Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discourse.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Good morning and welcome. It's a brand new day. Baraka de Salah. Yes. Thursday. And this is VOP This Morning. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, we'll be talking about issues affecting us both home and abroad. And let me quickly take you through the conversation for this morning. Victims, survivors set to expose Nigerian government's complicity as United States Congress holds briefing to map out action against Christian genocide. IPOB Take It Back movement stage protest in United Kingdom amid President Tinubu's visit. Serap urges human rights probe. A role of National Orientation Agency in political education and sensitization ahead of 2027 election. Now, those are the conversations on our table this morning. We'd like for you to come along with us as we delve into all of them. Welcome once again.
All right, good morning and thanks for joining us. Baraka de Salah to our Muslim brothers and sisters. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us on this show.
Good morning and thank you so much for joining us. Baraka de Salah, as they say. I'm Jane Ogoye, and let's just dive into the first banter of the day. Nigeria's Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, is on his way out of President Bola Tinubu's government without achieving the 6,000 megawatts electricity supply target. President Tinubu had ordered all his ministers, aides, and political appointees seeking elective positions in the 2027 general election to tender their resignation by March 31st, 2026. Adelabu has publicly declared his intention to vie for the governorship position in Oyo State. Adelabu would exit Tinubu's presidency without achieving his self-imposed 6,000 megawatts of electricity supply target. Electricity supply from the national grid allocated to discourse as of Tuesday stood at 3,331 megawatts. Meanwhile, Ikeja Electric has warned residents of Amuwo Dofi in Lagos State to prepare for a prolonged power outage as maintenance works are set to begin in the area. The outage follows a joint rehabilitation project by the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, and Ikeja Electric on the 132 kilowatt kV gas insulated substation, GIS, located at the Amuwo transmission station. According to a statement issued by the Ikeja Electric's management, the planned outage will commence on Wednesday, March 18, 2026 at 10 a.m. and is expected to last until Thursday, July 30th, 2026. The company explained that the temporary blackout is necessary to carry out critical upgrades aimed at strengthening the local power infrastructure and improving the reliability and efficiency of electricity supply in the affected areas. When we hear news like this, sometimes we just wonder if the government officials are more interested in their political ambitions than the job, the work they are saddled with. I mean, constitutionally. Now, for me, I don't care about his political ambition. What I'm thinking about is how people are going to manage outage that will span 4 months, roughly 3 months, and these are areas that typically don't even enjoy regular power supply. You understand? And then they are saying that because they need to just carry out some maintenance, and I'm like, even on days when they are not even carrying out maintenance, there's no lights.
Yeah, so that's why it shouldn't bother you.
Well, it should bother
That's
me
why
because
the planned outage shouldn't bother you because
but you get what I
there are
mean.
already outages.
They are all already out, so that's just more hardship. And fuel is expensive now. You know, these days, I don't even turn on my gen at night. I just manage. Then imagine how much people are going to, spend on generators. I'm deliberately not speaking about his political ambition because, I mean, it makes no difference for me because a lot of them are just there to enrich their pockets and just make sure that they, recoup all of the monies they had spent or whatever.
Right.
I don't know. I'm just.
Well,
I'm just pissed.
speaking about his political ambition.
Doesn't matter.
It's the people that he is looking to
govern.
that will make that decision. I'm sure they are in Nigeria. I'm sure they know what has been going on. I'm sure they've followed his
Trajectory.
ministerial accomplishments. Let me put it that way, because he promised 6,000 kilowatts. How much of that has been achieved? Now, Nigerians were divided into bands.
Yes.
How successful has that been? That in itself made life unbearable for some Nigerians. In fact, those that the ordinary Nigerian will look up to and say, oh, these are the big men in society, have come to complain that, 20,000 naira can only last, 20,000 naira unit of electricity can only last less than 24 hours. And you start to wonder, what then is the essence of individuals not running industries placed into bands? You have band A, band B, band C. In fact, I know a few people in a community, and they were told that they will be upgraded from band D, which approximately should have less than 12 hours of electricity a day, to band A, and they rejected it. They rejected it
Because of the cost.
because of the cost. They said, no, we don't want band A. We are okay. If we have less than 12 hours, it is fine. We will structure our lives accordingly. But to pay that exorbitant amount, and then you say you provide electricity, and you see those in band A still don't have 24 hours electricity anyway.
Moses, I don't think those band things still exist because we were put in band A and we've not had light. We didn't even have
You are still in band
straight
A.
on. We didn't even have.
They exist in the cost parameters, in the cost
Yes.
template.
But
That's
not
what
the
they-
reality per se.
No, what I mean by the exist in the
cost-
cost template is that whenever you have light, you are still going to
You are
pay
Pay,
charged
okay,
the
higher.
same
Okay.
tariff.
the same tariff. You know.
So, and then you now look at this individual, Adelabu. How has he fared in public service? And now, the Holy Book say, when you're faithful in little, much will be given. Has he been faithful in the little? I mean, I'm not judging, the man, but,
No, but even if you
it's
judge
a question that is out there.
Judge him, he's a public servant. You can judge him.
It's a
We
question
can
that is
judge
out
him.
there. How faithful has he been in the little that he's been given? And then he's thinking about taking on administration of an entire state. He was given a sector in the nation, and with people ordinarily that are experienced working under him. And we've seen, in fact, monies were asked to be returned to people who were arbitrarily charged under this band thing. So if he hasn't been faithful in little, should the people give him much? That's up to the people to decide. Now, talking about that's about his political ambition. Talking about the people who will be cut off from power for the next about 3 months or thereabouts. What sort of maintenance do we intend to carry out? Are they changing the entire line from 20-something kilometers? I don't get it. That's a long time for people to be without electricity. Well, it's a good thing that they're being, their minds are prepared for it. But it's embarrassing that at this time in Nigeria, people in urban areas, I'm not talking about rural areas now, people in urban areas are cut off from electricity. I keep saying this, there's a street not too far away from where we are that they've not had electricity for years. That street has not had electricity for years. If you walk past that street at night, all you see are lamps, and it's a highbrow area, very close to the international airport, and I stress that intentionally. Very close to the international airport, the gateway into the nation. And you start to wonder, what exactly is government doing? What exactly is government doing? Well, Nigerians should hold their leaders accountable. That's what I would say. And look at the activity of individuals before you vote them into power.
All right, Nigerians should hold their leaders accountable. I want to talk about Adelabu within the context of politicians being public servants. I've always made this argument. At this stage of our political development, what we need in offices as operators are not politicians. We need technocrats, who don't harbor any ambition to either become senator or to become governor. What they just want to do is render public service and go back to where they came from, probably from the banking sector, from academia, or from where, Because when you mix politics with service, there's always these, back and forth. There's always these hiccups, roadblocks and all of that, because you need to go back and forth. You need to maintain relevance in your constituency. You need to maintain your political structure in your constituency. And in all of this, what gets wasted is the executive time that you should have been required or that you should have used, to improve the services of the people that you are serving, or to improve services in the ministry or sector that you are serving. We don't see all of that. For the how many years that Adelabu has been in office, he's been making efforts, to govern Oyo State, and finally he is going to do that. Now, I'm talking about his promise of 6,000 megawatts. To be very fair to him, I also understand that we might not have achieved that target, that threshold. We still hover in terms of what we use between 3,000 and 3,500. But I also understand that it is under his watch that Nigeria's installed capacity improves up to 13,000 megawatts, or it's just that the 13,000 that is hovering there, we cannot deploy it to the national grid. So that is the high side, high point of his administration. Now, I'm talking about unfulfilled promises. If we are talking about Adelabu as a politician who said 6,000 megawatts and he has not achieved that, I think he was even modest in his promise. How about the president that promised us 247, 24/7 power supply? And if I don't get that to you people, please don't return me to office. Less than a year and 2 months now, his tenure will expire. And except within the way Nigeria works, it will become magical, for the president to fulfill half or even 1/3 of that his promise. If I don't give you steady power supply, don't return me to office. So, Nigerians, it's up to you, to assess the president's promise. How has he achieved, the promise that he made to us in 2022? No, that said, I want to come back to the issue of phased and the planned outage, in Ikeja and all of that. Moses asked the question, what kind of maintenance are you doing? Are you doing a new grid or what? Are you doing a new line or what? But like I said, when Jen was speaking, I am not bothered because we already have steady outage, all the time. So it doesn't make any difference to me. It's like people that are complaining, oh, the president has traveled again to London when Nigerians are killed and all of that.
Matter.
And it doesn't matter because I'm used to his absence. He's always not there. And that even when he's here, it doesn't make any difference. So, but it's a good thing that they are taking some kind of responsibility and even becoming responsive to the extent that they will inform people. In the next 3 months, you are not going to have steady power supply. At least for the little. If you used to get 6 or 10 hours, out of those 6 hours, probably will get like 3 hours now. So that people will get ready. You need to save money to buy fuel or diesel for your generators and all of that. That is where we roll as a people. And talking about accountability, until we begin to take our leaders to account, we'll just be doing a circus show, which is more like what you have done in the past 65 years. In fact, by October 1 will be 66 of our national life, we are talking about 3,500. A small country, well, not small, but maybe by population. Vietnam is doing how many now? And they weren't there like 7, 8 years ago. South Africa is doing about in excess of 50,000. Egypt, Mauritius, small countries. And Ghana is even telling us that they need, Togo is telling us that they need more from us.
But we give them already.
And we give them. And because their own line, their transmissional line is strong and stable, they are able to take off whatever we give them. But they are the producers, we are in darkness and all of that. So that is, Adelabu, I wish you well. The people of Oyo State will decide whether you are fit for purpose, whether you are fit to become their governor or not. It is not, I don't even vote for Oyo State. In Oyo State, I'm not from there. I don't have a PVC for that. So it's the people of Oyo State that will determine who their governor should be from 2027. Anyway, let's move away from that and get into, you wanted to say something again?
No.
Okay, let's move into another also interesting story, talking about the lives of Nigerians and the free space that we have. A federal high court in Delta State has ruled that Nigerians can record police officers engaging in stop and search operations in public spaces. Well, Justice Hedzira Nganjiwa, that name sounds like Kenyan or Malawian and all of that. Nganjiwa, where the presiding judge on Tuesday, the day before yesterday, made a ruling following an enforcement of the fundamental rights suit filed by Maxwell Nosakere Wifo, a lawyer, where the lawyer also sought judicial pronouncement on the constitutionality of police officers conducting stop and search operations without visible name tags and false numbers and the right of citizens to record them. Other defendants are the Inspector General of Police, the Nigerian Police Force, Police Service Commission, and the Attorney General of the Federation. In a statement sent to journalists, Wifo said the judge made far-reaching pronouncements on police accountability and citizens' constitutional rights. The lawyer said the judge ruled that anonymous policing is unconstitutional. He also said, he told the court that he filed the suit because of his encounter with police officers along the Sapele roundabout as he journeyed from Benin to Warri on May 10, 2025. But the lawyer also said the operatives flagged him down and began to question him in an aggressive manner. Wifo said when he noticed the behavior of the officers, which evinced extortion or harassment, he brought out his phone to record. Well, he alleged that the police officers did not wear identifiable name tags and refused to name themselves. He also claimed he was afraid for his life throughout the whole encounter. Yes, he needs to be afraid of his life throughout the whole encounter because we see these things every day. We see plainclothes policemen wielding assault rifles, barricade the road and all of that, and they start flagging vehicles down. And in such situations, people have been kidnapped because you don't even know who is who, especially when they are not uniformed. They don't wear name tags, they don't wear their police numbers and all of that. And so you see some people are bold enough and brave enough to say, oh, okay, let me park, and they zoom off. Better put their lives in harm's way because people have also been killed trying to evade police stop and search and all of that. So in all of this, what we need is, I think we need adequate policing, just like in every sector of our national life. There are gaps here and there, and those gaps need to be filled. And who will fill those gaps? Nigerians like you and I. I've always said that it is shared responsibility between the government and the people. If you are in the city center and the policemen stop you, the responsible thing to do is to stop. And well, if unfortunately for you, you are not licensed to drive or your vehicle particulars have expired, where you pay the price for being unruly or for being irresponsible. But in a hinterland, you are driving in a highway and all of a sudden, policemen jump out, and start flagging you down. They are not uniformed. They probably wear a camouflage cap, a camo cap, that designate that they are forcemen. You don't even know whether they are policemen. You don't know whether they are armed men or what. So under that situation, what will you do? But it's a good thing that the court has ruled where you can video them for evidence. You recall that at some point, Omoyele Sowore went to court, and they charged him for cyberbullying. Now, the question to ask is this, because what is cyberbullying or cyber stalking? This permission given by the court, does it constitute cyberbullying? Because the police said, well, they charged Omoyele Sowore with cyber stalking. They said, why are you stalking us? Why are you videoing us? Now, the judge has said you have the right to video. So within the context of videoing and cyberbullying, cyber stalking, in all of that. So I hope that the judge and the civil society of lawyers, should expand this to enable us understand where our rights start and where they end, so that we you don't get, in the crossfires between policemen who are trying to protect themselves and citizens who are also trying to protect themselves.
I agree with you, but I think until lawyers and civil organizations, like you said, expand the law, Nigeria should think safety first. So this is not a ruling to rejoice over. So if you must record a policeman, please do it at a safe distance. In fact, if you must, maybe have all these spy glasses or pen, don't let them know that, or wristwatch, don't let them know that you are recording them, because think your safety first, because God forbid, you do that and they get aggressive, they release, life will go on, Nigeria will move on. So just think safety.
Nigeria will move on.
Just think safety, that's what I say.
Yeah, we should think safety, but you see, it's a general practice the world over. People record. If the police,
even their police have mics on their own.
They have spy. They have cams, on them.
Yes.
But you can also record them. The issue of George Floyd was recorded.
Yes.
In the United States of America, you've had many.
No, but it wasn't George that did the recording.
Of course, it wasn't George, but people can record. That's the law. That's the judgment.
Okay.
That you can record police in the exercise of.
So if you're having an encounter with police, I can record from a safe distance.
You can record. I can record.
No, I mean if you were having an encounter with
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I can choose.
Okay,
to
the
record.
victim can even record.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can. The victim can.
That's what the law says.
People around can also record. That's how it's done the world over.
Yeah, but Nigeria is
world
taking
over, but you know that Nigeria is an unusual place.
Unusual.
Nigeria is an unusual place.
Well, speaking to this, I know there was also a video that trended earlier this week about two ladies who were accosted by the police, and the police asked to look into their bag, and they brought out their cameras and recorded it. Now, the thing, what that recording does is it cautions them sometimes. Okay. It cautions them. It limits their excesses, because they know that yes, a camera is on, and you would have evidence of any infraction.
Yes.
So they are more cautious now. But like Jane said, I mean, if you find yourself in a situation whereby maybe at night time and or in an area where you know that, look, you could be gunned down and there might be little or no evidence, you need to be careful. If they say put the camera away, put the camera away.
Yes.
But that's not to say that you don't bring out your phone to start recording. And the issue of anonymous policing, that's another issue in that judgment. I don't think we've dwelt on that. The issue of anonymous, yes we did. Anonymous policing, it should be stopped. If there is a proper dressing for a police person, from your cap to your boots. If you're not dressed properly, you should be, sent to the guard room or something. Somebody should make a report. And then you see situations where, people accost you in mufti. They don't even have a badge, and they tell you they are policemen. I mean, I've been a victim. Okay. I've been a victim.
You have a lot of experience.
Oh yes, I do. I mean, if you live in Lagos and you drive in Lagos, you would have experiences. So I reckon when I first started driving in Lagos, around Tejosho area, I was accosted by two men. They said they were policemen, and I didn't put my seatbelt on at that time, and they made an issue out of it. And I got fidgety and all of that, and but it took me to a corner, got into the car, took me to a corner around the Empire area. We just drove all the way to Empire, and they made away with some money. It was when they left, I sat in the car and said, they don't guide me for Lagos. So I'm like, wait, I didn't even ask for identification. I felt embarrassed. I felt like Lagos boy, like me, And then subsequently, when I found myself in a similar situation, I ensured I asked for identification. Now, this time around, I wound down a little bit. I said, oh God, this is my driver's license. Can I see your own identification? And he said, look, policeman should not identify himself. I said, no, that's not true. You should identify yourself. And then he brought out the card. I said, can I see it? He said, no, I can't give you my card. Okay, fine. Don't give me, but hold it up.
Flash it.
Hold it up and let me see it. And he didn't. And then we got into an argument, but eventually, I proved myself and I left. So anonymous, they should be tutored. It's not up to the relevant authorities within the police themselves to train them. Let them know that yes, you should dress properly. If you are on a spy operation or undercover, that's different.
That's different. Then you
That's
shouldn't be on
different.
the road.
You shouldn't be
That's
on the
different.
road.
Yeah,
Yes,
you shouldn't be on
but
the road.
even if you want to be on the road, you should be by the sides. You shouldn't, introduce yourself as a policeman because you're undercover.
Okay, what I mean by you shouldn't be on the road is you start stopping people.
Stopping vehicles.
Vehicles.
I wanted
Yeah.
to say something. I know that the Nigerian police can be overzealous, but I also think that some Nigerians are very aggressive when it comes to
That's another thing.
interacting
Some
with
Nigerians
them.
get aggressive.
And
You see-
I recall a friend telling me that if the police stops you, flags you, just be calm.
Please stop.
That's where
Stop,
wisdom comes in.
That's where wisdom
Just be
comes in.
calm. You know they are armed. Just be calm.
Along
Sometimes
the
by the
airport
time
road, I was
Yeah.
stopped some time back, and the way the man was talking, it was obvious he was frustrated.
yes,
He just kept talking about, I've been under the sun, and you're trying to teach me my job and all of that.
yes.
This sun is hot, the weather is hot. I said, okay.
Especially when you drive a good car, you are air conditioned,
So
you are very
sometimes your
well
manner-
dressed.
sometimes
They
your
begin
manner
to
of
see you.
approach.
They begin to see you as the source of their own problems.
I
yes.
said,
But
okay.
sometimes
And
your
they
manner
become
of
very
approach can
reactive.
help you.
Yes.
Can
I said,
help you
it's-
get away.
This guy needs cold water. So I offered him cold water.
And you moved away.
And I moved away. Oh, well, let's move away from these conversations. Let's look at what the papers have for us this morning. Now, quickly going to Daily Independence. These are the headlines there. Maiduguri bombings. AU seeks global action against terrorism in Nigeria as troops kill over 80 terrorists in Borno. CDS to Borno, Yobe. Take ownership of terror fight. Federal government investing in equipment to tackle terrorists. Shatima investing in equipment. Long-acting breakthrough HIV injectables arrive in Nigeria. ADC demands action for El Rufai after 30 days in detention. And then we also have Serap asked King Charles to address rights violations during Tinubu's UK visit. Gunmen invade institute, abducts 4 farmers in Ibadan. Labour Party fixes May 23 for 2027 president. Sanusi to lead Kanu Salah Doba as government tightens security. 5G, Nigerians' excitement drops as network deployment drags. Oluremi Tinubu to deliver sermon at Lambeth Palace today. All right, those are the headlines there from Daily Independent newspaper.
Let's check out the headlines on the front page of the Guardian newspaper. AU rallies support against terrorism as CDS decries enemies within. Tinubu, King Charles hold interfaith dialogue, deepen ties. Ministry's operations books open for probe, says Umahi. Ramadan ends today as Saudi Arabia's Sultan declared Friday Eid el-Fitr. Federal government to transform correctional centers into food production hubs. Interesting. Lagos, 6 aides commissioners set to resign for 2027 elections. PDP plans for convention despite internal conciliation talks. Africa's public debts near $1.2 trillion amid refinance burden and fiscal shocks. State police gains momentum as Barawa meets committee, promises safeguard.
Okay, now let's quickly run through the Nigerian Tribune with the window headlines. UBA need come to unlock diaspora capital for Nigeria's growth. Maiduguri explosion. No cause justifies killing of innocent people. That's coming from the Vice President, Kashim Shettima. CRIN abduction. Police say 2 out of 4 cocoa farmers rescued. Now, CRIN means Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria. Police says 2 out of 4 cocoa farmers rescued. 3 suspects arrested. Wike's PDP faction mates says convention date sacrosanct. I have not moved from PDP, Bauchi governor. Sultan confirms Friday as Eid el-Fitr. Now the big story, Malam Fatari battle. Military kills 80 ISWAP members in Borno. Take ownership of fight against Boko Haram. ISWAP. CDS tells Borno Yobe people. And that's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
And that's it from us on newspaper headlines. Now we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll dive into our very first topic, which is the victims, survivors, set to expose Nigerian government complicity as U.S. Congress holds briefing to map out action against Christian genocide in Nigeria. Let's talk about this after this break. Stay with us.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a boy, but that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Jenny Albano watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are. The voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chelle, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president, outside with it.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me self go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you self change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Welcome back to the program. It's Voice of the People, this VOP this morning, on VOP television. If Victims and survivors of violent attacks in Nigeria are set to present testimonies alleging government complicity as the United States Congress prepares to hold a briefing aimed at mapping out possible actions over Christian genocide in Nigeria. The planned briefing, scheduled for Wednesday, March 25, 2026, is expected to feature first-hand accounts from affected individuals, human rights advocates, and international observers who have documented years of violence, particularly in parts of northern and central Nigeria. Organizers say the session will focus on patterns of attack, the response of security agencies, and allegations that authorities have failed to adequately protect vulnerable communities. Now, according to sources familiar with the event, participants intend to highlight what they describe as systemic failure and, in some cases, alleged complicity by elements within the Nigerian government. Now, that's on one side. On the other side, 4 witnesses are set to appear before the U.S. Congress the very next day, March 26, to deny that Christians are facing ongoing genocide in Nigeria. Now, according to an accusation leveled by activist Mike Arnold. Now, the claim centers on Maduka Nkuku, Benga Ogunjimi, Jonathan Dunhofer, and Dr. Susan Ejionwe. Now, Arnold posted images on his X handle, labeling them a wall of shame and stating they plan to testify on behalf of the APC government in Nigeria under President Bola Tinubu. Now, he accused them of intending to lie on the oath to cover up the killings and prevent United States action. Arnold's post, shared widely on 13th March, described the 4 as figures ready to stand before lawmakers and insist no systemic targeting of Christians is happening in Nigeria. He called on people to make their names known. The accusation arrived against a backdrop of long-running tension over violence in Nigeria's Middle Belt and Northern region. Well, with us to make sense of this, we have a reporter, a veteran reporter, and a public affairs commentator, Daily Fanimo, with us in the studio. Also, we have, well, he's got quite the portfolio, if you ask me. We have a former state publicity secretary of the SDP in Old Anambra State of Enugu and Ebonyi states, special advisor on health to late Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezife, former governor of Anambra State, Director General, Bureau of Information and Culture under Colonel Mike Atta, military governor of Anambra State as well. Now, he's also the senior special advisor on media and publicity under late Governor Chiwoke Mbadunuju, senior special advisor on mobilization and state orientation to Dr. Chris Ngige, former Director General, National Orientation Agency, NOA, Abuja, under President Obasanjo, a medical doctor per excellence with over 47 years in practice. Currently owns a school of nursing in the United States and a professor of nursing program. He is the person of Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwuka. Yes, Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwuka. Good to have you with us. That's a mouthful.
Yeah.
That's a mouthful. But welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Also, well, let's just start off with the gentleman. Now, let me start with you, Dr. Chukwuka. Now, with the insecurity going on in Nigeria and everything that and the president's visit to the United Kingdom, there was this and the United States involvement. By the way, just recently, right after the December 25 bombing in Nigeria, we have come to see Nigerian government partnering United States, and the United States soldiers have come on board in Nigeria now. We're having some sort of intelligence sharing with the Nigerian military and the rest. But that has not stopped the insurgency that we see. Now, will the testimonies, either those for and against, because that's what it seems that we will be having now, those to testify that truly there is genocide going on in Nigeria against Christians, and some others to testify that no, there's no such thing going on in Nigeria. What impact really will this make a difference, really? And the big question is, should we be concerned, should we be concentrating rather on whether or not there is genocide against Christians, or better still, seek support to curb insecurity in general? Because it's quite it's a hydra-headed problem. You know, we talk about kidnappings, we talk about banditry, we talk about ritual killers, we talk about it's just complicated. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you very much, Moses. Actually, a loss of life is a loss of life, and it's bad when people die. Not to talk of dying anyhow, in the hands of ritualists, in the hands of kidnappers, in the hands of killers. Whatever they are named, it is terrible to behold in a nation like Nigeria. And when government cannot sort out its security problem, it becomes even more serious that you are commander-in-chief and you are supposed to protect the lives of your citizenry. And you find out, either by ineptitude or nonchalant behavior or incompetence, that you cannot secure the lives of your people. And then another concerned group of people, like America, say, hey, let me help you, since you do not understand how this is carried out. I get sad when Nigerians begin to argue, will you bring America, or why would they come? How are they not able to solve their own problem? Why do they want to meddle in Nigerians' affairs? Listen, let me use the Bible. The certain disciples of Jesus Christ came to him and says, Father, we saw some people trying to cast out demons from people, and we stopped them. And Jesus asked them, in whose name were they trying to cast out these demons? He says, in your name, sir. Then he says, he who is gathering with you is not against you. If America wants to assist us, they are gathering with us. They are not against us. And then, to make matters worse, we have soldiers. I once was running a hospital in Onitsha, and I had a soldier to guard my hospital. And he told me one thing I've never forgotten. He said, sir, you have never had a shot from my gun since I've been here for the past 6 months. It does not mean that I don't see anything. It's that I am trained to kill. I do not fire warning shots. Any day you hear buai from my gun, the thing I shot is just a meter away. So I felt confident. So how can we have soldiers that are just administratively sitting down in the office?
Now, the issue of gathering with or gathering against, let's take it up from there. Some Nigerians have said, look, will the United States, do they have their interest? I mean, will they be more interested in protecting Nigerians or protecting a particular section of Nigerians more than the Nigerian government should be ordinarily? Are there other things that they might be interested in? You know, other things that will benefit the United States of Nigeria? Should Nigerians be concerned that what benefits their government is they are coming to Nigeria under the guise of protecting Nigerians while they take advantage of, Nigerian people and probably Nigerian resources as well. I think that's the area that, who's against you or who's not for you and all of that.
Thank you. The United States has enormous problems, and yet they leave all that and say, let me help you. It is a sincere offering of what they want, what they think they can do to assist in this problem. They are not worried about whether it's Christian or Muslim.
That's the focus, actually.
Yes, they are not interested in whether it's Christian or Muslim. I started this by telling you that a life lost is a life. Absolutely. And it is sad when a life is lost. More so when it is either by kidnappers or by killers or ritualists or whatever they call it. A life is lost. We did not create this life. So Americans have so much that they do not need your Nigerians, what is it called? Mineral resources or resources. Oh, really? What are they looking for? Is it oil? They know where to go and get the oil. They know that what oil do they think they will get from Nigeria? However, a laborer, the Bible says, deserves his wages. If they come and help you and they say, okay, let's help Nigeria, by the time they are going, if you have anything, you give them. Nobody can come now and muzzle us and say, hey, you must, give us your oil. That's not what they are coming for.
Apparently, from your assessment, America is just here to help. And so let's interrogate the context, within which America is coming to help. I mean, a few people are going to Congress, to testify, to say, well, these are our experiences as a people, first-hand account of how genocide might have been perpetrated in Nigeria. And we have the againsters, the contrarians, that are also going to Congress to say, well, no, that is not true. There is nothing like Christian genocide. But in all of that, Nigerian people, Nigerian government do agree that, well, Nigerians are being killed. I want us to interrogate the presence of America. You say America is coming to help. If you consider, in different parts of the world where America has gone to help, and how anti-American sentiments run very high, in those places, do you think that their intervention in Nigeria is going to solve a problem for us? If you consider the fact that they have been to many places, they went to Iraq. In fact, between 1978 and 1979, they were in Iran, and up until today, that sentiment is stronger, in fact, strongest than it was years back. They went to Iraq. They didn't solve any problem. What they did was to give the world ISIS and ISIL. They went to Afghanistan. They caught and ran. They went to Libya. They destabilized Libya. I mean, I can go on and on. So what gives you the impression that America will come here, solve our problem, especially when we see America throw a bomb in Iran and people in the northern part of Nigeria are already protesting anti-American sentiments? How is that going to help us and American people in solving our problem? In fact, how is that going to help the Nigerian people with the presence of Americans? I would also like you to consider the fact that since America came in here after the 25th December bombing, and the fact that we have hundreds of them here, the terrorists, the killers, the bandits have doubled down. Isn't that a statement like, hey, stay where you are, we don't need you here?
All right. Thank you very much. Let me take from the beginning, where Americans have gone and, it didn't work out well for them. Okay. Forgetting that when there was that kind of situation in Bosnia, okay, they went to Bosnia and they solved the problem in Bosnia.
Okay, by dividing Yugoslavia.
Yes, okay. They solved the problem in Bosnia when they saw that, hey, we cannot solve this thing without dividing the people. Okay. And so they did. There are places they have succeeded. Like? However, 1960 70 is not the same thing as present 26, 25.
Okay.
Sometimes they make mistake. They believe that when you are progressing to do something, that other people are retrograding.
Okay.
For instance, they didn't know the capabilities of other nations. They bombed Iran one time. They didn't know that Iran has interballistic missile. So by the time Iran sent interballistic missile to their bases, to the base of America somewhere in Iraq, everybody say, hey, these people have what we don't even know they have, the capability to stay in this room and send bomb out. America did not succeed in some places because of boots on the ground. When you have boots on the ground, you are going to have saboteurs. You are going to have people.
Exactly the problem, doctor.
Now,
if you consider Somalia,
yes.
when they put boots on ground,
yes.
Durant was, arrested and dragged through the streets of Mogadishu.
Yes.
America froze. And what did they do? Bill Clinton had to call them back.
Good. So I am telling you
so
that
in case now they deploy boots on ground, 3, 4, or 5 of them are killed.
They are. Go ahead.
Now, do you even think that with the U.S.-Iran war ongoing now, that Trump will, that Nigeria is priority to the United States as this moment?
From the present situation of things, we do not fight wars again now by boots on the ground.
Okay.
There are enough gadgets of sitting down in this room and seeing what is happening in the whole world. So Americans are not bringing soldiers from America to come again. America, I stay in America, and they have decided in the Congress that there is no more any nation that American people are going to send their sons and daughters to die. So if they are not going to send boots on the ground, they have other ways of trying to solve problems.
So you think America will solve our problem?
They are going to assist you.
Okay.
Okay? They are going to assist you. There is what is called augmentation. They have technologies to pick where these people are and tell you where they are and bomb and eliminate them. You know that kind of thing? So you must not necessarily carry gun and then face them face to face. That's why they came to demonstrate to you what they can do. They will stay in America, find out where these people are, bomb them.
All right then.
All you need to do is to encourage them to come more and not to argue that they are coming to take your resources.
All right,
Thank you very much.
So you live in the US.
Yes.
And you've also sat on the chair as the DG of the NOE at some point.
Correct.
What do you think? Do you think that the Nigerian government is actually spending or wasting money, on PR lobbying to, build, paint a picture of a perfect country to the American nation? Do you think it's a waste of money, or do you think that this PR lobbying is paying off?
It is absolutely bunkum, balderdash, and nonsense to go whitewashing or painting a nation that everybody sees. Remember, it is not 1960 where you have to make a phone call or other thing. There's social media now, and there is everything. Everything is in the open. So Nigeria has problem. So going to lobby or paint or whatever is because some people are saying America is coming to take our resources. So it now creates a kind of vacuum, and nature abhors vacuum, and rumor mongering begins. And so people now say, okay, a good leader is dependent on people who surround him, giving him advice. So when you have some nicompoos and neophytes in running of governance, they would have offered this thing and say, oh, let's go and lobby Americans not to come, that we are doing well, that no. You have a problem and you need to solve that problem. And everybody is seeing that problem. Nigeria is in trouble. We can't come home. I have children. One of them is a medical doctor working in New York. He was married there. a white woman, a white doctor. The white woman wants to come to see the home of his husband. And we're saying, no, you're not coming because we are not sure. I don't go with police.
That's really
so
heartbreaking.
So you see that kind of thing.
Yes,
we're not sure that you come here and you'll not be kidnapped.
Well, thank you very much,
Yes.
Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwuka. Now let's quickly, sorry, before we come to Daily Fanimo, let's quickly go to Benin, where we have Frank Ehioshin. Frank, good morning to you. I understand you've been sitting by for a while. Now, Frank, this is a conversation we have had, but I'd like for you to unmute your device so we can get your audio feed. Now, this is a conversation that we have had, before now, but there's a development to it, and I want your take on this one. Now, there will be a U.S. Congress meeting where some Nigerians will testify to the fact that, yes, genocide, there is Christian genocide in Nigeria, and then another set of Nigerians, according to one Arnold, will also testify that there is no such thing as genocide in Nigeria. It's all a ruse. So two sets of people. The first set are those who are victims of the attack on communities and all of that. So they are to testify, and the other sets, of course, are to testify. How much impact do you think this will have on United States involvement in Nigeria? Do you think they don't have people observing things already? You think they don't have, we understand that they have about 100 soldiers already in Nigeria doing some sort of reconnaissance with the Nigerian military. But what impact do you think this testimony will have?
The Nigerian story is what it is. My kind of opinion. Because fact is secret. So, no matter the conjured viewpoint that some people may want to go and put forth before the Congress to beautify some awkward narratives, like the great discussion in the studio of earlier, we are living in the 21st century, where information is a click away for anybody from any part of the globe. So, whatever it is that people want to know, to a large extent they already know. Fact is secret. The information has been out there, not even for days or months, but for years and decades. So, if some people want to go by a phraseology that it's not Christian genocide, and some other folks have copious evidence that there is such trajectory which has been sustained over time that seems to pander towards a certain, as in a set of people belonging to a specific religion, specifically Christians in this case, being victims based on where they are located or where they reside in the enclave called Nigeria. Personally, I don't want to say I pity for the four people that want to go and attempt to prove that there is no, in quotes, in some sense, Christian genocide in some parts of this country. Because it has been a system that has been sustained for so long a time. The data speaks to it. From, say, in the past 40 years, in the northwest and the north central especially, the number of times, even in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, where people have been killed in the name of religion, when somebody comes in whatever guise and yes, Allah about, where is evidence of justice served from the standpoint of our legal system or our law enforcement agencies? There is little or nothing. The last case of that's not the last case, but quite a prominent recent one, Deborah. Those who went about it, those who recorded it on social media, where a Nigerian citizen was killed like a chicken. The people that did it, they don't need to make confession in a police station. They saw themselves for the world to see. They stated their reasons, and the fact that they do not believe in anything but their religious laws. Is there any modicum of evidence that there is prosecution or even arrest. In fact, it was so shameful that even some political leaders, people who have served in major offices in this country, somebody as highly placed as the vice president of former president of the country, who condemned the action of those mobsters, all of a sudden, a few days later, his condemnation was removed from the platform online because he didn't want the backlash from his people. You see, let me make something clear. We may seem to deceive ourselves on and on in Nigeria, but we assume that we are one country. Unfortunately, there is a section of this country to whom Nigerian laws are not even secondary but tertiary. What stands to them as law is the law that pertains to their religion. And not until government wakes up to the reality that for Nigeria to thrive as a nation state, it must oppose its inherent secularity, which was adopted from the outset. If the government cannot throw that line, then we will just be living like an incoherent mixture without making any form of progress. It is a very shameful situation. Personally, I stand by the fact that there is been genocide in some sense in some parts of the country, and there is data to speak to it. Any of you in the studio there, or if you know people who stay in certain parts of Benue State, I've stayed there before. I have relatives that stayed there. For people to come from a certain part of the country and we know what they stand for, we know their religion, we know the ideology they put forth, and they will suddenly come and kill 100, 200, 300, 500 people. What do you call that?
All right.
The word genocide is hatred. So that's eventuality fit into the purview of what you call genocide. So it is not happening everywhere, but it's been happening in some parts of the country, specifically some parts of the north center and northwest. And government in Nigeria has still lips to it because of political convenience.
All right then.
And that is why we are where we are today. That is the truth.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Frank and Hilshi, for your contribution. Let's bring this back to the studio. Daily Fanimo. Now, a situation whereby we've seen communities arrest individuals, perpetrators of attacks and the rest of them, you know, and they hand them over to policemen for further prosecution, and then they're let off the hook. You know, does that appear to you like a government that is willing to stop, you know, the issue of insecurity? I want to expand it beyond the genocidal thing now. Does that appear like a government that is willing to stop that in Nigeria?
Well, for me, before I come straight to your question, I think I have to say one or two things about what we've been engaged discussing about here. For instance, the issue of America coming to take over our resources, it shouldn't be an issue in this. Because in the first instance, who are the people manning our oil installations over the years? Mobil, which is American, Chevron, which is American, BP, France, you know, BP. The only indigenous, which was a fallout of the PIA, Petroleum Industry Act, was Seplat and a few others that are not even wholly indigenous. So America does not need to come here and fight to take over oil. Up until today, up until this moment, if anybody comes to tell you that he knows the quantity of crude extracted on daily basis in Nigerian soil, that person is a liar. Unlike in other climes where technology has grown to the extent that you don't need to man the field. From the situation room, you can see real time 1 liter, I'm not saying 1 barrel, extracted from Aramco, Saudi Arabia, from Petrobras in Brazil. Even what is the name of this national oil company in Norway? Those are places, and I could recall that Kupolokun then, GMD, NNPC, wanted to install this technology, and they played the game under Obasanjo and removed him immediately. And up to today, nobody has ever thought of that. So the issue of America coming to take over our resources is not even there. is already in the hands of Americans.
Okay.
And a few other countries.
Okay.
Now, the question you asked, is government intentional about curbing these excesses? You see, government over the years, even before the advent of Boko Haram, there have been cases of herders attacking farmers in their own farm, killing them. And the moment you go to the police station, you'll be shocked that you will still be writing your statement when that person you caught killing another person, a capital offense, will be walking out of that police station. Just a phone call. It was the reason why Lamadation had to, of Britain's memory, when he was governor of Chelle State, had to contend with Buhari, the former head of state, and the immediate past president. When, after killing 238 farmers in their farms, and the killings were so gruesome, they were not firing shots. They were literally slaughtering farmers, raping women.
All right, okay.
And they didn't do anything about it. Few ones that were caught, nothing happened. They were immediately released.
So in essence, does it give the impression that the government is not intentional about curbing it, but is more intentional about protecting or putting forward a certain image in international
Government
society?
has never been intentional in fighting these people. And that gives you the impression that it is likely that there is more to it than meets the eye. Because if you are sitting as chief security officer of a state or commander-in-chief of the armed forces as president of Nigeria, and these killings are becoming so rampant, and you couldn't even make a scapegoat out of few people.
When you say there is more to it, help us put that in perspective. What could be the more to it? Let's try and get a little bit of.
I think for me, at this point, I'm not private to security.
Just your analysis.
And all that, but from my own assessment of it, it's like it's more political than what we see. People do this for the optics. Look at what happened in your state yesterday. Farmers who had come to Crane, Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, to buy seedlings. What is the value of these farmers that you just saunter into through the forest and kidnap them?
Yeah.
The only reason why they released the one that was indisposed, he couldn't walk, he couldn't take the same pace with them when they were taken to the forest, and the man was even lucky. In other operations, they would have shot him dead.
Yeah.
You know, and so what are they going to? All they want to do is to make sure that we give a semblance of balance of force. Balance of force. That if you think America, because America is here, that we cannot do our thing, then we have to show you. Now they are already in the southwest.
Yes.
Who knows where they will be next? Maybe southeast or south-south.
All right. Just the other day, it was the airport officials at the Akure airport that raised the alarm that some individuals were chased onto the runway, and they arrested about 3 persons. But, the police had a different report entirely. And one started to wonder who is telling the truth and who is trying to hide things. Well, let me come back to you, Dr. Ifai. Now, talking about the world getting involved, or United States as it were now, getting involved in genocidal activities in Nigeria, to what extent? I mean, if you look at, we've had killings in thousands. Christians, houses burned, people burnt with their houses, children, women killed. The numbers run into thousands, to say the least. But to what extent should it? What are the things that should be present for us to say, truly, this is genocidal? And a certain set of people, Christians now in this case, are targeted. What are talking about in the international sphere? what are the things that should be present before it can be called genocide against Christians?
Yes. If certain group of people are targeted because of religious belief, then that is Christian genocide. If people are targeted because of their tribal geopolitical location,
whether it is one community or 5 communities or 100 people,
it
or
is all
2,000
genocide
people.
because you are targeting to kill people for no just cause because they do not believe in what you believe. Yeah, if you look at Nigeria from inception, the problem has always come from the north, and we talk about religion. There was a time somebody was beheaded in Sokoto because he tore a Quran. There was a Mytesina war. It was all based on religion, that we are not worshipping like us, or these are the infidels, and so on and so forth. And that comes to where I was DG National Orientation. I sat down and tried to x-ray Nigeria's problem. I summarized our problem into 5 I's. I called our first problem indiscipline, first I. The second problem as intolerance. We're not able to tolerate each other again, second I. The third problem as impatience. We do not have patience for each other again. The fourth I being insincerity. And nobody tells you the truth. That's why you arrest some people, take them to police, and police believes that those people are telling lies. Insincerity.
All right, then.
And then the last being injustice.
Okay.
Injustice is the father and mother of all these other 4 I's I've mentioned.
All right, then.
Because
we will talk more about the role of NOA in electioneering and insecurity and all of this. Since you've been there, so we'll talk more about that. But let's quickly let's move away from this conversation.
Okay.
Let's run into another, but still basically talking about Nigeria's representation in the international community. IPOB Take It Back movement stage protest in the United Kingdom amid President Tinubu's visit. Sarah urges human rights probe. Let's delve into this, and then right after this break. Yes, let's delve into this right after this break.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chim n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ
ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o!
Welcome back. Members of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB have staged a protest in the United Kingdom amid President Bola Tinubu's state visit calling for the immediate release of their leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Well, the demonstrators gathered at the key locations across London, including Parliament Square, 10 Downing Street, the Commonwealth Office, and the Nigerian High Commission. In a video circulating online, a protester was heard saying, "Our message is very clear. Tinubu does not deserve a royal salute. That is our stand today," being the 18th of March, that's yesterday. While protesters were seen holding placards with the inscription, "Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu." Meanwhile, members of the Take It Back movement staged a protest outside Windsor Castle, openly confronting supporters of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and condemning the British government for what they described as endorsing a corrupt and illegitimate regime. In a video, demonstrators were seen holding placards with bold inscriptions such as "Nigeria is better without Tinubu," alongside claims questioning the president's background, including Tinubu's parents disputed and Tinubu's age disputed. Well, in a press statement released by the TIB, that is Take It Back Movement UK, backed by TIB Global, the group said it deliberately chose the symbolic location of Windsor Castle, to challenge what it called the hypocrisy of the British establishment. The group accused the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer of legitimizing what it described as a widely condemned rigged election that brought Tinubu to power, alleging that the state visit hosted by King Charles III and Queen Camilla amounted to an endorsement of electoral malpractice. Well, we still have our guest here. We have Dr. Chukwuka and Delefanimo, and virtually we also still have Mr. Frankie here. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Doctor, let me come straight to you on this. I mean, our president is on a state visit to UK, and Nigerians are protesting. IPOB is protesting. Take back, return free Nnamdi Kanu. Take Back movement said, well, we are not even happy that the British monarchy is recognizing Bola Ahmed Tinubu because of questionable parentage, questionable educational background, and the fact that the elections were, according to them, eminently rigged and all of that. How much impact, do you think that Britain will have on Nigeria going forward, especially considering that, well, the president is there at the invite of King Charles? And we already know that Nigeria has a traditional relationship, there's a traditional relationship between UK and Nigeria. And oftentimes, people believe that we are tied to the apron strings of the United Kingdom, and that some people have even said that the president is going to take briefings for 2027 and beyond. What's your reaction to all of that? And how much of that, can influence the 2027 general election?
Well, thank you very much, Chuma. I've always said that in the absence of effective information flow from the people or from the government to the people, there's always a vacuum. And what fills it off? Rumor mongering. Everybody comes with his own pontification, with his own extrapolation. And sometimes you get conspiracy, what Americans call conspiracy theories. People begin to deduce, people begin to extrapolate, people begin to pontificate, say all sorts of things.
Okay.
Now, I had thought that Tinubu, the president, is a wonderful politician. And who, according to Erickson, a social psychologist, that any time a man reach the age of 65 plus, Erickson classified it as a stage of ego, integrity versus despair. He says that at this time, old people reflect on their lives and see if they have made achievements.
Okay.
If they made achievements, then they are happy. They create wisdom. They help people. If they did not achieve what they wanted in life, they resort to bitterness, rancor, acrimony, destruction. I thought when Tinubu came in that that he's over 65.
Okay.
And therefore is going to have this ego, integrity versus despair. And I looked at his life, that he has achieved so much in life. Governor of Lagos State, so many things he has done, that all he has to do to Nigerians is that wisdom of bringing everybody together and pulling everybody into a packet.
So you think differently now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
why so?
So I thought that the moment he came into power, that what he would have done to bring Nigeria as a nation, since a group of people have been agitating of injustice done to them. Remember, I told you injustice brings indiscipline. The Igbos have been agitating injustice done to them. I will come to that later.
Okay.
And then Nnamdi Kanu is imprisoned, or was imprisoned. All Tinubu, I thought, would have done to ensure even that wisdom of Erickson at 65 was to find a way to release this Nnamdi Kanu. Even say, hey, you can go back to Britain. We don't need you in Nigeria, but please, release, go home, and bring unity, and bring the Igbos, and integrate the Igbos. I love what the MPA...
Wouldn't that mean like exiling him, sending him to exile? If you say, well, you can go back to UK, but we don't want you here.
Well, you know, wound takes time to heal.
Okay.
You don't just create a wound today and it heals tomorrow, the next day. So there's a lot of acrimony and rancor and stories following Nnamdi Kanu and his activities and every other thing. So let that wound heal gradually. Go back to London.
So how would that? Okay. So you think that releasing him and asking him to go to London is one way that the wound, that the injustice better out to the Igbo nation could heal, you know, especially regarding the incarceration and sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu.
You see, whatever is happening in Igbo land today, as regards IPOB, is tied around Nnamdi Kanu. The demonstration in London is tied around Nnamdi Kanu. And at 65, Tinubu is not, looking for something else to achieve, but just to give wisdom.
Okay, all right.
So wisdom calls for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. Give him whatever condition. Let him go.
I understand your perspective.
Yes.
I wish you had more time to talk about all of, because it's a very light subject.
Correct.
Now, when you talk about healing, let's digress a little bit. Who should take, how much responsibility, should the Igbo leadership, Igbo nation take, for what descended to IPOB and the agitation and the eventual sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu? Some people have said, well, Nnamdi came out and occupied a vacuum, created by an absence of credible leadership in Igbo land. Do you agree with that?
Well, I will not agree.
Okay.
However, if you saw what happened during the war, I was already of age during the war.
Okay.
I saw what happened during the war. And I knew that the Igbos came out and were given 20 naira. 20 pounds to start this thing. I also witnessed the war of economic blockade, and people died of kwashiorkor and every other thing, which was established in Lagos here, that no ship will go bring any relief materials down to the south. So after that, let me give you a typical example in America. When I went to America, I tried to analyze the behavior of the black people juxtaposed with the behavior of the white.
Okay.
And you find again, there is injustice. A black student came out with a white student. The white student quickly gets job, becomes chief executive, CEO. The black guy is looking for a job. 5 years, frustration sets in, and he goes to drugs and the rest
I
of
want
them.
us to reduce it. You want
Yes.
to reduce it to injustice.
So injustice meted to the Igbos. That's why some people, like Nnamdi Kanu, jumped up and said, "Hey, this is not going to continue."
Okay. Exactly my question. If we had a credible Igbo leadership, would they have allowed Nnamdi Kanu to take up that challenge? Because look at where it brought the Igbo nation. As a matter of fact, some people have argued that, well, if they had credible leadership, responsible leadership, that vacuum wouldn't have been open. You already said you disagreed. You know what? I think I'm sorry, sir.
Credible leadership.
This is a very large subject.
Correct.
And I hope I can host you on my show in the evening so that we can expand it.
That's
because
fine.
we also need to talk to other guests.
Yes,
and we also need to tell Nigerians, what NOA should be doing to sensitize Nigerians about the 2027 election. So probably I'll meet with you at 6 o'clock so that we can expand this discussion,
I'm already
especially
in the airport.
credible leadership. Unfortunately, you are not available.
Yes.
Maybe we can do that, virtually if you get back to the United
that's
States
fine.
of America.
That's
okay,
fine.
because we need
I'm ready.
to talk to other guests and bring
Correct.
their view in.
No problem.
Now, Dele, I'd like for you to help us in all of this. The TIB, Take It Back movement, is, hosting a protest, in London, asking the king and the UK government, why are you receiving this man? He's caused problems for us and all of that. Now, you recall that at some point, Reno Omokri, ambassador designate to Mexico, mounted a very serious campaign in the UK, and they said, well, our president is this, the person that wants to lead us is this and that, called him all sorts of names. 3 years down the line, he's been appointed. In fact, I'm sure he should be on his way to Mexico if he's not already in Mexico now. And so, do you think that this protest is going to make sense to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Is it going to ruffle his? Do you think that he will be agitated with this kind of protest? And how much of that protest, will change his orientation about governance in Nigeria, or will he simply identify the leaders of that protest and probably reward them politically? What's your take on that?
Well, I don't have the mindset of the president.
Okay.
And I'm not that close to him to...
No, you reported the president as a governor, and when he was governor for about 8 years.
No, 4.
Okay, 4 years,
yes.
okay.
The latter part of his administration.
Okay.
Now, you see, my own position in all of this is, and I've tested it on a number of occasions, that works. When you confront somebody in the open, you are trying to touch his ego. And it is natural for that person to want to fight back. Nnamdi Kanu's case is a national issue and should have been tackled within the president of this country, not that kind of show outside of the shores of Nigeria, particularly in Britain. And the attitude of the average Briton. What matters to them is what is coming to them on the table. It's not morality or anything. They may put up a face of morality, but Britain will not solve this problem.
Well, I think the people that are protesting in Britain are doing that because, when all avenues of peaceful resolution of crisis have been closed out to people, they seek elsewhere.
I don't see...
because there was a protest in Aba the other day, the presidency never addressed it. People have been, even in Abuja, while he was undergoing training and all of that. So when you close out avenues for resolving crisis, people naturally resort to, outliers and all of that.
Now, you see, for me, I believe that this case is not closed.
No, it's not closed. Okay.
It's not closed at all.
All right.
But let me say this.
Okay.
And I've said it several times, even when the trial was ongoing. I said, and we all have agreed through Prof's postulation and even your premise before the question, that absence of credible, genuine leadership brought about all of this.
Okay.
What are we doing in the Southeast to make sure that the right caliber of people who are genuinely fighting for the emancipation of the Southeast are at the forefront
Of the struggle.
Of the struggle.
All right,
to
then.
the extent that, okay, look at what happened to...
All right, then.
You see, we have to say...
We're out of time.
Oh, okay, maybe if
so
you want to
I need for
abridge
you to land.
But let me land in less than 1 minute.
Okay.
If you have such credible people that are genuinely in the struggle, it would have been better done in the closet rather than this open thing. It's not going to likely work.
Okay, it's not going to likely work. Thank you very much, Delefani Moore, reporter and political affairs analyst. Let's quickly run to Frank Ehiosu. Mr. Ehiosu, please, can you, in 2 minutes, tell us your take on the Take It Back movement that is going on in the UK, or that took place in the UK against the visiting president? Quickly, what do you think will be the impact on the president? Going forward, do you think that he's going to say, well, I've been utterly embarrassed, so I need to do much better for my people? Or how do you react to that?
No, I don't quite see it as anything too special. Even presidents of first world countries, the best of democracies, on some occasions when they go to some other countries, have people who share a different view from what the president or the leaders present, and they protest against them. So I don't see anything too unique in it. I just see it as a norm, as in people should express their views. Even if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu were a god, in quote, is ruling the sphere of men. So people must, protest against him in some sense to express their dissatisfaction. So what it takes from it for me is secondary. Because if that did not happen, it would seem like Nigeria is already conquered in totality, where nobody has a dissenting view. So the Take It Back movement, I appreciate their efforts. It is good in a democracy for there to be different views. And that, for me, does not address even to a minute extent the challenge of our evolution as a nation state. But it is good that that happened. So to say we are taking anything special, for me, is nothing too unique. There's protests going on in Nigeria in different parts of the country, on and on and on. Nigeria is in quote, you could almost say, I don't want to say a permanent state of disrepair, but we are in a state of disrepair because there's no conscious effort to make things better as it ought to be. See the clear case. I was talking to somebody a few days ago, and the person asked a very simple question. That you don't need to go to Europe or America. They're right here in West Africa. You go to Benin Republic, you go to Togo, go to Ghana. But you see that government provide water for citizens. Government provide electricity. Government provide some basic amenities, as in security. And what does government provide for Nigerians? It's a story that is never told in full. See the shameful narrative that is still being retorted on and on and on. That with a population of over 220 million, estimated population, because we don't know our number, we are able to generate and distribute to transmit about 3,300 megawatts of electricity. Nigeria now appears to be the kingdom of darkness. Having taken over from Congo as the worst country in terms of availability of electricity to our citizens. So there are so many issues that pertain to our country that reflect the fact that we're in a state of disrepair. That the protest by Take It Back movement in a drop of water in the ocean, which is expected. But to say that it is impactful for me is a horse of different color.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Frank. Thank you very much, Frank. Now let's go to our final conversation for today. The role of the National Orientation Agency in political education and sensitization. All of this ahead of the 2027 elections, where we have one who's been at the helm of affairs at the National Orientation Agency. So he will take us through this. Well, Jane?
As the 2027 elections, many Nigerians have questioned the role of the National Orientation Agency in sensitization of the electorate ahead of the elections. Recent polls have been heavily marred by vote buying, and many Nigerians believe the HNOA should be responsible for educating the citizens on their rights and duties. We'll still have Dr. Chukwuka here. Doctor, I would like to take you up on this. The elections are almost here. Do you think that the NOA can effectively reorientate the average Nigerian who cannot afford to buy a bag of rice, but can be paid 5,000 naira to sell his or her own votes? Do you think it's practical? Is it realistic?
Thank you very much. The problem of Nigeria and election is hydra-headed. Now, the reason is that you cannot mobilize a hungry man. You cannot sensitize or galvanize a man who has been agitating for government benefits. You cannot. It becomes problematic that since a civilian regime, they've been telling us that power outage. When Obasanjo came to power, he told me, and I heard him, he said, give me 6 months. Power outage should be a thing of the past in Nigeria. At the end of 8 years, what he achieved was trying to change the constitution so that he would go for third term. It was a government of vindication, government of destruction, government of going against name calling. He achieved nothing. Buhari came, the same thing. Tinubu is here, the same thing. Now, to make matters worse, Nigerian government has resorted to 419 system in power distribution. It's 419. Obtaining money through false pretense. Why? They told us that it is now pay before you use the electricity. So they have collected money from the people to give them a quantity of electricity in a day. Everybody have paid. Even this organization has paid forward in lieu of the electricity that is going to be given to them. This electricity is not given, and nobody is apologizing for not giving.
Exactly the point. The question here is, what should be the role of the...
Thank you, I'm coming.
Before we get
I'm building up.
We are out of
okay,
time.
So,
yes. Before we get into that,
yes.
Obasanjo appointed you DG of NOA.
Correct.
I said that government was vindictive. Did you speak out?
Oh, yeah.
Did you speak out?
Oh, yeah, I did. I went to Kurujaji Jos.
Okay.
When this problem of intolerance and impatience was brewing up, the Jokuns were fighting the thieves. So there was a meeting in Kurujaji Jos, and I spoke, and I told Obasanjo, the problem of Nigeria, let's nip this thing. In fact, instead of listening to me, he added his own eyes and told me that it is indolence. The Nigerian problem was indolence. So that I should make it his eye. I was disappointed. I left. Let me tell you.
You left Kuru.
Yeah, I left Kuru. I went back to Noah because I even wanted in my own mobilization system, because you can't do mobilization in the TV.
I wanted you to touch. I wanted you to touch on the vindictive nature of the Obasanjo administration.
Oh yeah, no. You know, vindictive is that there was name calling. Obasanjo is a kind of man, you just tell something and he will not, as an elder, ignore it. When I was growing up, I used to be reactive to situations. Until one such occasion, somebody said something when I was 40, and I jumped up again to attack that person.
Can you just tell us one instance where
he told me that, my cousin told me that at a certain age, there are certain things you ignore. Now, Obasanjo does not ignore anything. You give him this, he gives
Did you serve out your term under him?
I did not.
Okay,
He removed you. He did not remove me.
Okay.
I didn't know what happened. I think what happened was very complex. Jerry Ghana asked me to go to Abakaliki to represent him in that media award.
Okay.
So I went to Abakaliki. They didn't know I grew up in Abakaliki. I was born in Abakaliki. My primary and secondary school was Abakaliki. So I speak the dialect. So when I went to the podium to talk, I spoke Abakaliki. I sang full song on Abakaliki. Unfortunately for me, Joseph Wires, the late, was there. So when he got to the podium, he said he doesn't know where they pick these people called National Orientation Agency people. That when Jerry Ghana is talking, you won't go. And then this one again, he didn't know I was a politician. He called me a civil servant. That I have started again like Jerry Ghana. So as we were eating in this thing lodge, governor's lodge. He told me I've shot myself on the leg. I said, what is it, Mr. President? He said, wasn't Jerry Ghana responsible for your appointment as DG NOAA? I said, yes, that I'm following his footsteps. He said, it's a lie. You are trying to take his job. That if he were Obasanjo and he saw me perform what I did on that podium, that as soon as he gets to Abuja, he will remove Jerry Ghana as Minister for Information and make me Minister for Information.
Okay, so after
and that he doesn't want Jerry Ghana to lose his job, that he will call Jerry Ghana to remove me. That's how my removal began.
Okay, so Wayas facilitated your removal?
Correct.
Through Obasanjo?
Through Jerry Ghana and Obasanjo. That's how I was. In fact, I lasted 1 year plus.
Okay.
And then I was removed. I went back to Anambra and started with Ngige again.
Okay, now that the story is
so. But let's go back to NOAA.
We can't
no time again.
No time. So I'd like for you to, cap it up, as a wrap before we get other guys to put
it.
What role do you think NOA should play regarding the 2027?
Thank you very much. Now, mobilization, sensitization, and galvanization of the citizenry is not done in television.
Okay.
It's not done. It's not a TV theatric action. Why? How many people struggling in Oshodi, selling their goods in Oshodi, in Obalande market, in Alaba market, have time to listen to our TV jingles? Even when they go home, do they have light to put on their TV?
How should it be done?
So mobilization must be face-to-face mobilization type of mobilization. Okay. Face-to-face. NOA should divide themselves into, let's leave when I was a medical doctor here, I still do mobilization. What did I do? To talk about sickle cell, I went to NYSC orientation camp, universities.
Okay. So face-to-face.
So face-to-face method of mobilization of people. There are universities, there are secondary schools. Talk to these people, build them up towards nation building. Tell them all these things you are talking in the television sets. Move them out. NOA has 36 states. They have directors in the 36 states. They have officers, political officers. So they need to send them out to the field.
All right, thank you very much. Former Director General, National Orientation Agency, NOA, Abuja, under President Obasanjo, and also former Director General, Bureau of Information and Culture, under Colonel Mike Atta, Military Governor of Anambra State. We've been speaking with Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwuka. Well, we've also had Dele Fanimo, a reporter and a public affairs commentator, and Frank Ehioshun, a public affairs commentator. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time on the program. Now, this is how far we can go on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey. Bye for now. See you at 10.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
I am Chukwu Mokoro. See you again on top of the hour, 10 o'clock.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ asaa bụ
Onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa, aga m eme.
na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa ga nke ọma. Ọ bụrụ na nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla asa maka asa anyị jikọtara ọnụ nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa ga nke ọma. Naijiria amaala mma o Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara let's go
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome back. It's newspaper review now. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, we still have with us Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwuka, the man with a very large portfolio, still very much with us. And also, Dele Fanimo with us this morning. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for staying with us. Now, let's dive into the papers now. Of course, this day has one of the stories that Nigerians have been commenting on, and that's talking about the president's state visit to the United Kingdom. So on the cover page of this day, in fact, when you flip the pages, you see pictures right there. So Tinubu's state visit to the UK. And of course, royal banquet for President Tinubu and First Lady Remi Tinubu. And, you know, the images are right there. The Guardian reports with Tinubu, King Charles hold interfaith dialogue, deepening ties. All right, then. And yes, of course, so the pictures are just all over the dailies this morning. Nigeria, Britain set for fresh security alliance. Tinubu pushes for fresh security pact at state banquet. President meets British Prime Minister today. President says Nigeria poised to play bigger role in Commonwealth, hints on Nigeria's link with United Kingdom health system. And that's from the Punch newspaper. So let's have the Punch newspaper up on the screen. And United Kingdom gave me refuge, police protection during military rule. Tinubu tells British monarch. There you have it. Those are the headlines there from the Punch newspaper. And so, gentlemen, how do you react to these headlines? Chukuma.
The president, United Kingdom gave him refuge when he was in political exile. Yes. How much of that has he given to Nigerians in Nigeria? That's the question we should be asking him. You know, in journalism, there's some, Dele will understand, there's something we call Afghanistanism. You know, like Nero fiddling while Rome is burning. You know, we have presidents, not just Ahmed Tinubu. You know, we have had presidents who travel outside and they go and, you know, say very, very good things about Nigeria and the places there. But back home, they don't do the same thing. I mean, everybody is complaining about how the free space in Nigeria is shrinking. You hear people talk about how opposition is being squeezed and targeted and all of that. And the same president that is doing all of this is going to UK to tell the king, well, UK gave me a safe haven, you know, when I was running away from political persecution. Now, how much of that space have you given to other people in Nigeria? Or you want people to pass through your experience? You know, you want to atrophy the whole system so that people will run away and go to UK to get safe haven, or maybe Europe and America, before they now come back to Nigeria and play politics. That is not the right thing to do. A lot of Nigerians are complaining. Journalists are being hounded. Civil rights activists are being hounded. And the president is a beneficiary of the free space here in Nigeria. I mean, at some point when he became the leader of the national leader of the APC, I mean, he had a free reign around the country, sponsoring and organizing protests on Occupy Nigeria and all of that. But you can't have any of that now. Look at the NSAS, you know, a lot of fingers still point to him and the APC about what happened at Lekki Tollgate and all of that, you know, and there are denials here and there. Mr. President, if you are still in the UK, I mean, your handler should tell you that we don't have a free space here. People are afraid to speak. Opposition is being hounded, and that is especially with regard to the 2027 general elections. Nigerians are already complaining, well, how free, fair, and credible will this election be if we have the free space shrinking every other day?
All right. Let me just read this headline from This Day newspaper. So Tinubu seeks UK support to curb terrorism in Nigeria, Africa. Highlights nation, Britain's historical decade-long ties. To meet UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer today, praises Britain for protection during his pro-democracy activities. King Charles III says Nigeria has shown people of different faiths can coexist in peace. I don't know what...
I mean, it's a lie. It's a lie. They cannot be telling all of... But, well, all of these things are couched in diplomacy. You know, they are couched in diplomacy to the extent that, well, it's only a Donald Trump that can look you in the face and say, hey, you speak good English. Where did you study? You know, like, you know,
the president.
The president. And he will look at, what's his name? Cyril Ramaphosa. Okay, it was Cyril Ramaphosa. He said, where is
South Africa.
Hey, South Africa, speak good English. Where did you study? But, I mean, you have people that are killing whites.
Oh.
He said that. He told him in his presence. There are people that are killing whites. And when he met with Zelensky was utterly embarrassed, and there was an altercation and all of that. That is outside diplomacy, but well, Trump is not, we are run-of-the-mill diplomat.
He's not
a
diplomatic person.
You know, he doesn't care. But you see, one thing about diplomacy is that diplomacy has an innocuous language, you know, with which bad things are embellished. And a lot of bad things happen underneath.
Yeah, buried.
You know, but when are buried underneath. But in the play or interplay of diplomacy, those things are concealed and all of that. That is not what Nigeria needs at this moment. If you have a president that telling us that, well, he's partnering with UK and Europe and other parts of the world, Turkey, United States, to fight insurgency and terrorism in Nigeria. Personally, I disagree with him because as a student of history, as a student of strategic studies, like during the morning show, you know, the only few places that America has gone and succeeded was like you mentioned in Bosnia. And what did they do? They didn't succeed. They had to split Bosnia into 6. They went to Sudan, split Sudan into 2. So is that what they are going to do for us? We don't need that. We need a living space. Nigeria is, if you talk about unity and diversity, I mean, America is the most diverse country in the world. You live in America, you know all of that. I know that we have sprinkles of, well, Black Lives Matter and white supremacists and all of that, but they're able to modulate and moderate their differences. If you go to the UK, we have 3 ethnic groups. You have the Scots, you have the Irish, in fact, 4, you have the Irish. You have the Englishman, and you have the Welsh. But they're able to live together. But for Prince Charles to tell us that we are living together very well, no, we are not living together very well. People are being killed in their numbers. Nigeria insecurity has enveloped the whole country. So in all of this, my position is that it's only Nigerians that can solve Nigerian problem. UK has never helped us. UK will never help us. It's an imperial kingdom. They were imperialistic at some point and covered more than 3/4 of the world. And they continue to do that through neocolonialism. That is not what we want now. We want Nigeria to stand alone as a country.
But ultimately, the Welsh, the Irish, the Scottish, they all speak English.
Yeah,
they all speak English.
They all speak English. In Nigeria, we speak over 200 languages. So there's a bit of a difference.
Okay, that's the only difference. But English is a lingua franca.
Not the only, but how many people even know how to speak it in Nigeria?
So is that our problem? Is language our problem?
It's part of our problem.
Okay.
Communication is part of our problem.
Oh, yes, serious one.
You go to the marketplace, if you speak a certain language, you are attended to differently.
Yep.
So it's part of our problem.
So
if I know how to speak Hausa, I go to the market and I speak Hausa.
Okay, so when politicians share our money, which language do they speak?
That's not what we're talking about.
No, this is what we are talking about.
That's a different ball.
No, it's not, because it trickles down from the top now.
We're talking about unity in
Can I come in
Go
here?
ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Nigerian entity is a bundle of confusion. A country that speaks over 280 languages can never be cohesive. There is mutual suspicion. Long before the existence, that's why I'm going to go to now, Tinubu going where he's going to. Long before the existence of anybody in this country, nature divided this country into three different geographical, language, cultural entities. Nobody told River Niger to come away all the way from Futajelon Highland in Guinea and journeyed southwards through Timbuktu and entered Nigeria. No political manipulation, natural. Nobody told River Benue to come out in the east from Adamawa Highlands, Cameroon Highland, and journeyed westwards. And without any political manipulation or whatever, joined the Niger in Lokoja, dividing this country into three entities: east, west, and north. Different religion, different language, different behavior, different culture. That's how nature made it for us. Until Lord Lugard in 1914 amalgamated these different entities called Nigeria. We're not speaking one language. It's whatever the Yoruba man is talking, the Igbo man does not hear. Whatever the Igbo man is talking, the Yoruba, Hausa, they don't hear. How can you? Well, we made a mistake. When the British came and taught us English, because he says English is Chuma says English is our lingua franca.
Yes.
When the British came and taught us English, and they came back, and we spoke, where you they go? Waiting be your name. Wait you they chop. And every other thing, and they started laughing at us. That's pidgin English. That's broken English. We could have accepted that as our lingua franca. Broken English. My mother would have been speaking broken English. My great-great-grandmother would have spoken great pidgin English. And the president would have been addressing us in that. Haiti. Let me give you a typical example.
No, I'm chuckling because I'm just trying to wonder how language could be a problem.
Wait,
because I want
I'm coming. Let me give you a typical example. Haiti was colonized by the French people. Now, when they taught them French, they went back and came back, and they spoke their own type of French. And the Frenchman laughed at them, said, "This is nonsense French. This is pidgin French." The Haitians turned it and called it Creole language.
Okay.
Today, it is lingua franca for them, Creole language.
And Haiti happens to be one of the least developed parts of the world.
Oh yeah, but
so what the language do to them?
But they still hear themselves when they talk. Our own is like Tower of Babel. The falcon can no longer hear the falcon. So that's why whatever happens here.
What is the size of? Can you estimate the size of? If you a good sense of geography, what is the size of Switzerland? Switzerland.
I will not tell you.
Okay, so Switzerland
is smaller than Nigeria.
Not just smaller than Nigeria. Switzerland is just about. In fact, it should be less than Kogi State. Or
Thank you.
About. Now, Switzerland, one of the most developed parts of the world, have French, English, Italian, and Romansh.
Good.
So is language a problem?
Yeah. I want to bring you back that we are not as developed as those people.
Because you have refused to develop.
We still have mutual, hey, this is my man, this is your man. and everyone. It is still our problem. Tribal sentiment is still our problem. That's
Okay,
why
I want to take
when
you-
the Igbo man speaks,
I want to
others
take you to
close their eyes.
Look, I want to take you to Somalia.
Okay.
Somalia, one ethnic group, one religion, one language. Where are they now?
So your argument is language is not our problem.
Language is not a problem.
Oh no, it's a serious
Language
problem.
is not.
It's a serious
So what
problem.
then is?
What our problem is
Uh-huh.
failure of leadership. Simple, square. Failure of leadership.
Well,
okay,
That's what it is.
Language,
there
language,
are-
as far as
there
I'm
are
concerned,
causes-
language plays a role.
Yes,
No, but I've given you instances at both
That's why.
extremes.
That's why I
Both-
want to.
both
In our own case, language plays a role.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nigeria is a peculiar place.
Yeah, that's why I
Okay.
said
So we
there
don't
are
have-
causes
we have-
of something. Language is a cause to our problem.
There are gatherings you will
Leadership
get
is
into,
also a problem.
And you speak a language with somebody who understands you. The other person feels offended
Yes.
already.
I almost
offended.
called you a tumba. I almost called you a tumba. I just gave instances, both
It's a
extremes.
title that you've bestowed on me.
Bestowed on you, so it's okay if I call you.
You can
So
call
I'm
me.
giving you
I want to be
instances.
reminded about that title.
Your Otuba title. You need to be reminded.
Somalia, one language, one religion, one people in tatters.
What is level of development and greed? And did anybody try to listen?
So that is just to tell you that language is not
Let me
a
give you a
problem. It's failure
no,
of
no, no.
leadership.
It's a problem.
I think for me, in all of this, I want to say that subsuming institutions for individuals is our problem. And at the heart of all of this is, it is now becoming apparent as a result of lack of institutional development over the decades that everybody is now onto his own enclave. That is why in my state, I want my community to produce the governor.
You don't start.
Yes, because I have seen governors from other senatorial districts concentrating development in the senatorial districts. But if there are institutions, for instance, Zuma would have been the worst president in history in Africa. But the institutions curbed its excesses to the extent that he spent money on his private residence, is answering charges for it. Whereas in Nigeria here and other parts of Africa, if you use state money to develop your small bungalow to a palace, nobody looks at it.
No, people will look at it. People will even give you chieftaincy title.
Okay, maybe look at it the other way. Exactly.
They'll give you chieftaincy
Now,
title.
so if there are institutions will reduce the tendencies towards this is my person, this is the Yoruba man, this is the Igbo man, this is Hausa man. Because the concentration will be, what are we doing about development? Today, if anybody is trying to harangue the president, a Yoruba man will say, no, you cannot do that to him. Not because the president has not done anything wrong, but because he feels, after all, when Hausa was there, nobody complained.
Tribal issues.
No, there's tribalism.
Yeah.
There's
So,
tribalism.
and if institutions were very strong, it would downplay this tribalism we're talking about.
Between 1960 and 1966, when we got independence, the Nigerian economy was one of the fastest growing
Exactly.
in the world. In 1951, the Western Region government installed a television station way ahead of Sweden. 51. Is it 61? Is it 51?
We got independence in
60. Okay, I'll check that.
Six,
I check that up, but I do know that it got a television station between some countries in
even France,
in Europe,
they never had
and
television.
Eastern Europe.
And
So, what language did you speak then? English language. What language did you speak? English language.
Was it encompassing?
Let me land now. Between 20 and up until 2015, Nigerian economy was what, in excess of $500 billion, the highest in Africa. What language did you speak?
See, okay, can I come in there? You are trying to downplay language as issue. No problems. Let's say language played minimal role, but I know language plays major. However, greed did not step into Nigeria until we began to see certain things. What did we see? In the olden days, remember still, we had independence, and these people left, the white people left, and we had to manage ourselves. Whenever there is a leader, the problem of leadership, nobody knows it all. The problem of leadership are the people that surrounded the leadership. If those people are all sycophants, you come to a meeting, whatever the leader says, everybody say, oh, sir, this is the best thing that has ever been decided in this world. Go ahead and do it. Nobody had the effrontery, the audacity, the impunity to say, sir, this is not going to work. Let's try this way. For instance, when I was in charge of information and the culture in Anambra State, there was a council of ministers and commissioners of information. I was invited in Sowore, Concord Hotel. Jerry Ghana was there. Everybody was there. Everybody came in. What was the policy somebody brought up? How to make, what is this, monthly environmental sanitation 2 times in a month. To make it twice. So we do in the middle, and then we do at the month end. Okay. They were all about to stamp it when I raised my hand. He said, okay, DG from Anambra. I said, sir, I thank them for their decision to make it bi-monthly. But sir, I ask one question. I have witnessed monthly sanitation in Nigeria. People religiously bring out whatever they have as refuse and waste on the road, and there is nobody to remove it. It goes back again inside the gutter, and the whole place scattered. Sir, what I think we should be discussing here is how to empower the various sanitation agencies to give them the equipment to cut away this refuse when it is brought, not how to make it double. At the end of the day, it was agreed. And each sanitation agency of various states got 5 million naira to buy more equipment and employ more hands. This is the people. I witnessed one meeting as DG Noah. We went for a meeting with Atiku Abubakar in Aso Rock. I was prepared to bring out the ears of Nigeria in that meeting. But let me tell you, they raised up one policy to be debated. Every other person kept quiet. It was only secretary to the government of the federation that will say something, and everybody say, Your Excellency, you know this is the best thing to do, approved. We approved up to 10 policies that day, no debate, nothing, no contribution. It was just Atiku and the secretary to the government of the federation.
Okay, so
after that, that is the problem of leadership and the sycophants. Yes, as the bane. Sycophants.
No, it is not followership that is the bane. It is the leadership. You know
the leadership and sycophants surrounding them. That's what I'm saying.
Because the leader allows sycophants around himself. Let me give you an instance. 2 very important instances.
Yes.
Now, Moses knows me. I'm more like an authority in Singapore because I keep going back to Singapore.
And Malaysia.
Yes. And in fact, Singapore, as a matter of fact, Lee Kuan Yew, you know, when Lee was interviewed, you know what Lee said? Lee said, I like my subordinates to challenge the validity of my assumptions because I don't know it all. And he had a particular finance minister. He said, in fact, in his book, from third world to the first world, he devoted copiously, encomiums to that man. On top of my head, I can't remember his name. He said the man was consistently challenging the validity of his assumptions. And after the executive council meeting, he will call him back. They will brainstorm and discuss more on that. And at the end of the day, they will invite few other people, they will brainstorm on the idea that the man brought forward. And they will now come up with something was like near foolproof, decent decision.
Yeah.
That was how Lee Kuan Yew was able to manage sycophancy and all of that. Now I want to go to Bill Clinton, who happens, you live in America.
Yes.
His rating still very high.
Very high.
Because of the way he had to revive American economy and all of that.
Yep.
He had a way of taking decisions. He will call his inner cabinet. And
yes.
You know what? He will give them a guarantee.
Yes, speak.
Okay. Whatever you say now will not be held against you.
Never.
I'm not going to, you are not going to lose your job. I want you to challenge me, my position and all of that. After that decision, he will disperse people.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, he will call people back and still raise the same issue, and now know how positions have shifted. How positions have realigned. He will ask them to go. The downside of it was that he was late in taking decisions. He was slow in taking decisions. But 85, 88, 90% of the decisions taken by the Bill Clinton administration were near perfect. Because they had to go through stages of brainstorming and all of that. But we have a situation where there is no light in a Ikeja and somebody goes to whisper to the governor, it is not true, there is light in it. And the governor says, we are doing well.
Insincerity.
It's failure of leadership. That is what I reduce.
See,
the leader that wants to make progress will make progress.
Chuma, this is why I am somehow, you don't kill me. Against,
how can I?
No, against, and Nigerians shouldn't kill, Igbos shouldn't kill me. This is why I am somehow asking P2B that it is not a law that you must be president to change Nigerian system.
Okay.
You know, president does not take decision alone. There is National Executive Council Committee. Before any policy is brought out, it is debated and argued and eventually accepted as National ESCO Committee, ESCO policy before it comes out. Therefore, if P2B has that sagacity, which he thinks he has, he can accept anything to be within the system. You can't change a system if you are outside. You can only change a system if you are within the system. If P2B is in the National Executive Council, even as vice president, and in any policy, he destroys it, and everybody sees that what he's saying is correct, they'll come to him, Oga, I want to present this policy. Can you help me so that he can succeed? He will modify it. He will make it good to benefit the generality of the people. If you keep on staying outside and making noise, I want to be president, Nigeria has not reached that level. They rig you out all the time. Rigging continues in Nigeria. Look at the beavers, which they said, as soon as the election is conducted, you announce the result, they put it in beavers. How is it being thwarted now? They said now, if there is no power, if there is no service, then you do manual.
Network.
Okay. Now, that day, MTN will remove his service network. Glo will not work. And so beavers will not work. And then they resort back to manipulation. So go in. You cannot sweep a room from outside. The organs, stinking organs stable can only be swept if you are within that stable.
Okay, so should we go in as with Tinubu or with Atiku?
Anybody just get into the system. Okay. You don't care whether it's Atiku or Tinubu.
Let's take some
get in within the system.
Let's take some more headlines. Now, Ramadan ends today as Saudi Arabia Sultan declares Friday Eid al-Fitr. Federal government to transform correctional centers into food production hub. When I saw this, I chuckled.
I was just tired of this.
From prisons to correctional centers, and now to food production hubs. Even when
so prisoners will be producing food for us.
Farmlands.
Farmlands.
Moses, let's not gloss over this.
We should go deeper into it.
We shouldn't gloss over it.
We are not. We will
you
not.
know why I said we shouldn't gloss over it?
Sorry. Let me see if I can go a little deeper. So, federal government to transform correctional centers into food production hubs. 19.7 million social register to absorb vulnerable population. Well, the federal government has intensified efforts to reposition the nation's correctional system by leveraging public-private partnership, PPPs, to transform correctional centers into viable food production hubs, while strengthening inmate rehabilitation and reintegration. Well, the Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, gave the indication in Abuja at a stakeholder roundtable on optimizing correctional farm centers and public-private partnership pathways for inmate reformation. Okay, let me stop there. Does that give you a grasp of what he's saying? Okay. Go ahead.
Moses,
Go ahead.
honestly, 100% I support that position.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. But there are some things that must be put in place before you say you want to do all this. Most correctional centers are within the heart of the town.
Yes.
So where
the farmlands?
Where it will be the farmland?
I think they have farmlands
Moses,
outside.
you know what? There is danger in that.
So they'll be taking
Because
them to the farm.
you have to take them to the farm
Yeah.
and then bring them back. In the course of transporting them, anything could happen.
You're talking of transporting them. How will you leave them? Okay, how many wardens
will now guard them
in the farm?
No,
But they take them
what
out
they usually
on normal
do.
day. They take them out to clear
Moses,
grasses at the airports and places like
you know
that.
what they usually
Not
do?
in farmlands.
You know what they usually do? Those ones that are lifers, they don't take them out. Those ones that have a capital sentence, like death by hanging or whatever, they don't take them out. But you see, even the ones that are newly convicted, whose eyes are still within the city, they don't take them out.
I mean, if you
so
have
when you look at the date at the back of their uniform, you will know that
6 months, 3 months,
2 months. It's just like a bait.
So that
you
you
want
leave
to
it
escape
to run
and then
away.
start all over again. You understand? So it is still not correctional in any way. Now, what should have been done is they should move correctional centers to the outskirts of the town, such that interactions with the city will be minimal. Then within that area, there could be farmland. And these days with technology, you don't need large expanse of land to farm. So they can even farm within the precinct. I know that there are some areas that are not occupied, that you can get as much as 1,000 hectares of land, that within that you have the correctional center, the administrative part of it, the cells and all that. And then behind it, you have a large expanse of land that you
That
can
would take
cultivate.
a lot of building and monies to establish.
What is money?
Okay.
What is money?
How much?
The money
How much?
that,
How much?
how
How
much
much
are we
is
talking
money? How
about?
much is money?
Money in our water.
How much?
Okay.
Money in our
No,
water.
how much are we talking about?
Okay.
If somebody is being accused, put together politically exposed people that have been accused of stealing money in this country, put everything that is in the court together, and we are able to recover just 30% of it. It's enough to do all these things we're talking about, and much more.
Okay, let me come in here.
Go ahead.
Because I happened to work as a correctional officer in the US before practicing my profession when I came in newly. So I've worked in the prison setup. First, I agree with him that prison setup should be in the outskirts of the city. In fact, where I worked, it's far away, about 20, 30 miles from the city, and they have large expanse of land. Now, prisoners are not going to produce food for Nigeria, okay? That's number one. Minister for Interior, that is wrong. Prisoners can produce their own food so that you stop subletting to contractors food for prisoners and spending taxpayers' money feeding prisoners. The way they do it in America is that these prisoners produce their own food. Listen, if you're a prisoner in America, you're entitled to 3 square meals, and you eat and throw away some of them. Why? They produce their food. If you want spaghetti, they produce it. You want rice, corn, everything. They are the one producing their food. And they also produce for officers working there. You eat chicken anytime. It is their duty. So don't spend taxpayers' money enhancing contractors who will, inflate how much money they are going to spend to feed prisoners condemned. Let them produce their own food. Leave us alone. Don't tell us they are going to produce food for us. Then, in terms of security, in America, this is what they do. When you are recruited as a correctional officer, they will give you 1 month training. And in that 1 month training, they train you on all the con systems the prisoners will use to escape. And they also train you on how to shoot. You must learn how to shoot AR-15 rifles and the handgun and the tear gas. You must pass through tear gas and get the experience so that if anything happens in the prison, they shoot tear gas, correctional officers should not be running away. They are also used to tear gas. So they give you all these exposures. And so, train our correctional officers on how to shoot. We have pickets and every other thing. So where I'm making my contribution here is that prisoners should not produce food for us. Okay. Let them feed themselves by producing. By that system, we cut away the enormous amount of money we are wasting feeding condemned criminals. Thank you.
All right, learning how to shoot, that will put us in more problems because they could shoot indiscriminately.
Why?
They could shoot indiscriminately.
No, you're only giving gun when you get to the prison in your facility. You don't carry it home. Okay? Yeah.
I pity the prisoners because a lot of them are not are killed.
Did they train them on anger management?
On anger management. Everything you are trained on everything.
Because a prison officer...
No, you can only resign. For instance, when I went in there, and then I want to count the prisoners, I just opened the door, he yelled on me. You motherfucker from Africa.
This is
you know
TV.
that kind of
TV.
nonsense.
So
yes,
let's
I am telling you what they say.
Yeah.
You go back to that your African jungle. I said, man, I'm here to help you. You are a prisoner. And I'm here to help you, and you are calling me names. You know, after 8 months, that's what I lasted there. I just left. I just left. Man, what's this? Some people who have committed offense and they are in prison, by the time I started working as their health coordinator, as their doctor and every other thing, then they come in now, I see there is a different approach. Okay. To the correctional officers, they trash them. But when he comes to see me as a doctor, he composes because I'm going to write prescription for him. If I don't, he will go in there and die. So whatever you want. So everybody knows his level. You know, that kind of thing.
All right then. Well, talking about medicine, there's this headline here. Medicine shortages loom amid US-Iran conflicts. Well, apparently. So, there are growing concerns among stakeholders in Nigeria's pharmaceutical sector that the escalating conflict between the United States and Iran could trigger a shortage of essential medicine by disrupting drug imports and delaying the supply of active pharmaceutical ingredients needed for local production. Already, I was watching a program the other day, and somebody was talking about going to purchase malaria medicine for as much as 200,000 naira. Malaria medicine in Nigeria. And you know, people are beginning to resort to taking herbs instead of taking, such medicine. Well, how do you react to this?
Yeah, because I tell you that in the absence of effective information, I purchased malaria tablet Lonat recently. It's only 2,500. And that is, I'm still taking it.
Okay.
Because one way or the other, I have mosquitoes bite me. Yeah. And that's dangerous. Malaria is a serious illness. And people are taking it lightly.
No,
and
because
government
we have it in our systems.
And government is taking it lightly. Yeah, but then when I was in Lut, how many children died of cerebral malaria? It is terrible. For somebody like me who has never suffered malaria for over 18 years, I'm now in US. If malaria catches me, it goes into what we call black water fever. That black water fever, it will hemolyze all my red blood cells, and I could die of it. So that's why the first thing I do in any hotel is to flit the room before I can sleep any night. So malaria, yes, the war causes a lot of problem, production problem. But why don't we do what Abacha did? You know, this is why I still, you know, somehow not happy with President Tinubu at 65 and every other thing. He should be helping Nigeria with wisdom. Tinubu was sworn into power. The first thing he did was to remove fuel subsidy. That is for people who voted him into power to ameliorate, to solve their problem. It is to create hardship for them. Since that removal of fuel subsidy till today, Nigeria has fallen back into the doldrums, and nobody knows how to come out of it. Now, we were told that money that will come out of that will be used to benefit the people, to improve the benefits for the people. Abacha, remember Abacha? He came with good intention. Remember the failed banks of those days? He will arrest you and ask you to refund the money. If failing which, you remain in prison until you refund the whole money. So, Abacha introduced what is called Petroleum Trust Fund. PTF. And he used that to buy drugs. Before then, and equip hospitals. Before then, you go to hospital, you get OS out of stock. But Abacha used the Petroleum Trust Fund to, you know, make everything better. The problem of Nigeria is sycophancy, nonchalant people, and, you know, turncoats surrounding the people who become leaders. At a point, they saw that Abacha was doing well. There's some people now, youth yearn for Abacha. That Abacha should remove his military dress and become a civilian president. That's what corruption came in. Now that's how the cookies crumbled.
All right then. Well, let's go to Benin now. We have our correspondent Rhoda joining us on the streets of Benin to speak to the residents there on what they think about the headlines this morning. So let's go to Benin. Rhoda, good morning to you.
Good morning. It's another Thursday in the city of Benin, and I'm at a newspaper stand where daily risers are here trying to keep abreast on what is happening in the nation. So let us find out what is really catching their attention this morning. Which of the headlines is really causing ground this morning?
Anybody who shows a bad seed will reap it. These are sharp and those people, members that are being killed, they are showing a bad seed there. They are supposed to pursue peace. So to come and start killing people, it's wrong. That's why they have to face the attack of the military.
Money they spend for security matter. This government themselves, they know the people who they do bad in the country. But for them to release those people out, they don't fit. Look at the money we hold in the country. It's too much. That's almost how many trillion they are writing there for insecurity. It has no work. They themselves, they have to question themselves. They are the people. They spoil the country. Look at masses to go far. Please don't feel go far. Please don't feel travel. Please don't feel do anything. I hunger there. And they themselves, they sit down on the seat, accumulate money, sit down there, they are eating money. They forget forget about people are suffering for them. Now vote is coming now. We are going to vote now. They'll bring money come out. When we say there's no money in the country, now they'll bring money, pump money from nowhere. As of now, go federal government, they buy people now. Buy people all up and down to make sure he remain in that seat. The people are suffering. To go far, cannot go far. To feed their family, you can never feed your family. They has money and they still destroy the country, which is so good. I'm not supporting that kind of money they're spending for security.
Actually, we are going to say something about this, what Nigeria has spent. There is no amount that is too much to be spent as far as insecurity is concerned. Just look at it within a short time. If I want to go by what American Defense Ministry have said, that they spent $12 billion within 18 days. That was last week. Spent 12 billion rather dollars within 12 to 18 days. So if Nigeria has spent billions naira, to me it's fair if the result is actually coming up. So that is just it. America will even the bane of whatever they call it. They hold their defense very strong. If they can spend $12 billion, I still repeat it again, within a short while, very, very short while, less than 2 weeks. Nigeria spending 15 trillions, 15 years. So to me, it's fair enough if they actually sincerely spend the money. That is not my take on it. Thank you.
Security in this country is political because I don't know what it takes for the government to fight insecurity. The Boko Haram, they are all part of the government. So the insecurity, it is just an opportunity for politicians to siphon money. So for me, that is my take, because if they really want to fight insecurity, I believe that now Boko Haram would have been a long forgotten thing. But because the politicians, they are benefiting from it on a yearly basis, they vote a lot of money into defense, into the fighting of Boko Haram and terrorism. So because of that, this insecurity of the country, it is a political issue. Politicians don't want it to end because they know what they are benefiting from it.
That is it this morning on our newspaper review. I am Rhoda Johnny on VOP TV. Stay tuned as I hand over to my colleagues in the studio.
Much Rhoda, you can hear the gentleman behind her. Well, not gentle actually. Those men might not be gentle at all. Well, let's quickly take a few headlines and we'll just get reactions here. So the headline that gentleman was reacting to is from the Vanguard newspaper, and that's is on insecurity. It says insecurity: how Nigeria spent 32.8 trillion naira on defense in 15 years. The writers there: defense gobs $44.641 billion, or 12.5% of 262.834 trillion naira budget. Nigeria records over 100,000 violent deaths since 2012. 100,000. Wow. NAS probes defense spending. CDS seeks stronger police civil defense collaboration. Senate reps target March 31 passage of 58.47 trillion naira 2026 budget. All right. And Meduguri bombings. Military chiefs arrive Borno after Tinubu's directive. Okay, so that's from the Vanguard newspaper. And then you go to The Guardian, you see headlines like Ministry's operations books open for probe, says Umahi. Africa's public debts near $1.2 trillion amid refinance burden, fiscal shocks. State police gains momentum as Barayu meets committee, promises safeguards. And yes, pretty much. Nigerian students arrested with 49 million naira cocaine in South Africa. 24 billion naira public projects abandoned in states. That's according to a report. So, gentlemen.
Let me react briefly to the 32.6 something trillion naira spent.
32.8 trillion.
32.8 trillion naira spent in 2 years. As a matter of fact,
In
I've
15
checked,
years.
in 15 years, I've checked it is about 2 trillion naira every year. And as far as I'm concerned, there is
I think that's more money.
It's more money. It's more money, considering the fact that even half of all of that.
If you juxtapose that with the achievement so far, you would see that it's not small money.
Probably that is why the achievements are not there. Because I was coming to, if you look at it, coupled with the fact that more than half of that money is stolen. Because how much is a Tucano jet? 2 trillion naira. How much is a Tucano jet? We also have to factor in the value of our currency. Now, Sam Amadi, former DG of NERC, no mean person, and he's a lawyer, he has a PhD. I'm not sure that he will say something that he doesn't have facts about. Sam Amadi came out to tell Nigerians that at some point we are acquiring one drone, for valued at $5 million for $150 million. So we are talking about $145 million that went into private pockets, a piece of a drone. So between
it's corruption, basically.
Corruption, basically. So it's a problem. That's why we don't make improvements in the security sector.
Yeah.
Well, for me, you're talking about drones. That's just one of things. But consistently, corruption is embedded in the war against terrorism.
Terrorism itself.
And some will say that's why it continues to thrive.
If you tell a general to pick between Niger Delta and Sambisa Forest, he would rather pick Sambisa Forest, in spite of the risk, attendant risk, that is going to face in Sambisa Forest. I told you once that as far back as 2018, somebody in the service said majors were contributing 3 million naira trips every month. Where would that come from? How much was the salary at that time?
Interesting. Well, let's get your thoughts.
Yes, I also want to sing the same problem of Nigeria, corruption. Now, let me tell you why corruption is our problem. Can you imagine Nigeria build roads and for the citizens and tell them that there are no toll gates again in Nigerian roads? No toll gates. So they bulldozed all the toll gates. We used to have in Shagamu and somewhere in Benin, Ibadan, or something like that. Every day, motorists bring out 5 naira, 10 naira, and contribute to police people who are standing on the road. And by the time they move from here, Lagos to Ibadan, they would have spent about 100 or 200 or 1,000 naira. Giving out, they are giving police, they are giving. If we build toll gate would have been maybe 20 naira. But now, they spend up to 1,000, 2,000. In Nigerian road, when Nigeria
Are you talking
says...
about now or then?
Now!
No. I think the 20 naira, you're using the dollar
terms. You're using touch with reality. Nobody spends 20 naira.
Oh. So look at that. The commissioner of police, he knows that. The IG, he knows that. All of them know that this illegal collection of money from motorists are going on. It's going on. And everybody keeps blind eyes to the extent that road safety, federal road safety, that is charged with the responsibility of ensuring discipline on the road, have now left their offices and they're also on the road collecting money.
Tolls.
What is all this?
Well,
why can't we fight this corruption head on? Look at Yahaya Bello.
Well, it's to take people
and
like
all the money they say he stole.
People like you that have been,
people like you that are politically exposed,
coming back,
you don't run away
Nigeria, to fight.
Oh man,
so we like you.
I don't know what to do.
Come back.
I came back. I was here trying to fight corruption and every other thing.
And corruption fought back.
You see what they did? Oh, that you are going to take Jerry Gana's job. Boom, fire.
This is
that kind of nonsense.
We'll continue this conversation.
You don't come here and bring ideas and survive.
Thank you very much. We've been speaking with Dr. Ifeanyi Chiguka with a long, a very huge portfolio there. Thank you very much for your time on the program. Thank you, Daily Fanimo, and Chukuma Okoro. Thank you as well. But Chukuma makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agoma. We'll travel around the country to bring you interesting political stories.
All right, there you have it. And I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Barakat Salah. Bye for now. See you tomorrow, God willing. Bye-bye.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
TV, because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From tossed out NFF petition at FIFA, and of course, as fresh as reappeal from the Super Eagles of Nigeria as regards the eligibility protest to Congo refusing to surrender, to Senegal, beg your pardon, refusing to surrender to AFCON trophy after losing the boardroom battle against Morocco. And club's biggest actions right now, last night, it was masterclass from the big teams in Europe as they showed just why they are the big guns when it comes to the highest stakes. Lionel Messi completes another milestone as he reaches 900 career goal landmark. We've got an explosive show today, this morning. I'm Ikechukwu Agwagu. Welcome to Sport Republic on Voice of the People TV. Joining me later this morning to be part of this particular episode of the show is Biodun Aquino. Of course, it's going to be a very, very big moment because we're going to be unpacking all the gray areas in this conversation that I've just listed. We'll definitely be starting with what's going on in the world of Africa right now. And the biggest story is that CAF officially has definitely taken the trophy from Morocco, and the CAF president have come out to say that, yes, Morocco is the champion at this point, but Senegal has every power and every right to actually appeal that one. President Musepe, the Confederation of African Football president, has said that Senegal has a right to appeal this decision to strip them of the 2025 African Cup of Nations title. CAF Appeals Board ruled that Senegal forfeited the final after players briefly left the pitch in protest, giving Morocco a 3-0 walkover and overturning Senegal's 1-0 extra-time victory. The decision has sparked major controversy in African football. Senegal announced it will challenge CAF's ruling at the Court of Arbitration of Sport. setting up a lengthy legal fight. In a strong statement, Senegal called the verdict unjust, unprecedented, and unacceptable, and said it damages the reputation of African football. Speaking in a conversation to pressmen, CAF President Mosepe said every African nation, including Senegal, has the right to take appeals to CAF. He also warned that the incident in the final harmed the image of the sport on the continent. Mosepe also said that the event undermined CAF's work to protect integrity, ethics, governance, and the credibility of the match result. He described ongoing suspicion and distrust around referees and officials as legacy issue CAF has been trying to address since he became the president. He further said that CAF changed how it appoints members to judicial bodies, asking its member association and zonal and regional zone to propose respected judges and lawyers. Mosepe also said that the current disciplinary and appeals board includes some of Africa's most respected legal figures, and he stressed the importance of respecting their decision. Of course, this is actually a very big story that we've been following, since it actually broke. And the big conversation right now is, what does this, mean for African football? I mean, the very first time, this particular incident actually, came to light, where it was said that Senegal has officially been stripped of the title. A lot of persons were asking questions. Big players, former Aston Villa, legend, talking about Real Kuka, Nigel Kuka actually also came out to say, this doesn't make any sense. Nigeria's, Super Eagles legend in person of Mutiu Adepoju also, gave his own, insight in it and said this is going to actually destroy the image of African football. And lots of persons have also becoming, why now? Why did it take CAF 2 months to actually decide? Is it CAF trying to actually please Morocco and, give them the title because of how they build CAF, over the years in other competitions, both the male and female category? Is it going to be, a home win, event all through and through? Why didn't CAF actually, call the results immediately? The tournament ended. Why did CAF initially throw out, Senegal, Morocco's protest, against this particular issue, and then after they decide to actually reopen the case and then jump on it and say, hey, yes, you really deserve to actually be the champion of this particular tournament? A lot of conversations, people actually been talking, but I mean, when I first saw this, the very first thing that came into my mind is, why will CAF, take this decision after 2 months? I looked at so many possibilities. I looked at why, Morocco seemed to have a very strong case. If you look at, what the rule actually states, you understand that, to a very large extent, right, Senegal did err by actually leaving the pitch. I mean, whether we like it or not, yes, emotion aside, I don't want to, just take this particular incident as an emotional one. I want to look at it from a legal standpoint. The rule is actually very clear. If you leave the pitch, it's going to be for future. If you leave the pitch, it means it's 3-0 walkover against you. And of course, the Article 82, which Senegal, which Morocco actually is standing on at this point. I think we can actually have that on our screen. The Article 82, where the rule actually states that, if you actually leave a game, 15 minutes, outside the pitch, then definitely it means that you've lost the match, and that's exactly what happened, in that particular case. And it's actually very, very sad that we're actually having, yes, that's exactly what the Article 82 says. Article 82 of the AFCON's regulation states that if a team refuses to play or leaves the ground before the end of regulation time without a referee's authorization, it will be considered the loser and eliminated from the competition. Under Article 84, any team that violates Article 82 will be permanently eliminated and lose the match 3-0. So exactly where Senegal actually, and this is exactly where Senegal now decide to actually appeal, and this is what Senegal is actually standing on. Now, the rule 50, the rule 5 point, rule 5 subsection 2 in the IFAB law. Now, the IFAB is actually the International Football Association board, right? This particular board is actually the board that actually empower referees to actually take decision, and every single team and every single body across the world obeys this law, because whatever referee says, referee bring a match report, that is exactly what the rule turns out to be. And of course, that law actually states that the law of the game says that the decision of the referee regarding facts connected with play, including whether or not a goal is scored and the result of a match, are final. So now, by overturning the match results 2 months later, CAF's appeal body appears to have indirectly contradicted, IFBA's rule. And this is exactly going to be a very interesting one. But then, like I said, it's not a case for, emotion right now. It's a case for, serious legal nuance. And if you understand how the law works, right, the law is right there on, black and white. You have to actually really follow the law through and through. So the Senegal will be coming up with their, A game in this particular legal battle if they have to, get anything out of this. We've seen, cases like this happen before. I think it was in 2019 where, the CAF Champions League incident happened and later it was overturned. But this one is the biggest, in history, trust me, because no continent has actually experienced this sort of thing before, where a team won the tournament and then after 2 months we're having it overturned. It's actually very sad. Now, people have been asking, okay, yes, you've handed the trophy to Morocco. All the celebration you did on the pitch for Senegal, where is it? And now Senegal has also refused to actually hand over the trophy and the medals, because to them they feel it's very, very unfair, and now they are heading to CAS. Yes, the Court of Arbitration of Sport is definitely going to be the final arbiter. Whatever comes out from that particular place is going to be final. See, here is what I think, right? I think for the CAS might likely want to tilt to Senegal for the good of the game, because the optics, what it projects, losing a tournament after 2 months in a boardroom does not really sit well. Yes, legally Morocco might have a very good case, but of course the timing and how long it has taken is where it's going to be a very big problem. Because even behind the law, right, there are certain moral grounds you want to stand when you're actually taking certain decision. What does it look like? So what does the appeal look like? You're handing Morocco, their first ever African Cup of Nations after 49 years. Now you're handing them, after 2 months of losing. They got to the finals. They lost a penalty that would have handed them that particular victory. And Senegal didn't just even win on penalty shootout. They won on open play. And that's exactly what, the hallmark of the game. Where every single person that remember this championship will always remember, Mbaye's goal as the goal that sealed the trophy. So is Senegal going to be winning CAF, African Football of the Year? And, is Morocco going to be winning CAF African Football of the CAF, AFCON? Why, Senegal will be winning, the hearts of people as the champion of the tournament? Where will it leave CAF? Now, Senegal is also threatening to actually leave the competition, and that is going to be, in a bad light for CAF, because then investors will start thinking, is this actually worth it? Football can actually come with a lot of controversy. That's why whatever it is you need to do, you have to nip it in the bud as soon as possible. Because the moment you delay it, it's going to really, really kill, at the essence of whatever it is that you're pursuing. And that's exactly why a lot of persons have actually said that, a justice delay is actually very much, as good as justice denied. Because in the essence, it's really worth nothing. For me, I think this going back to CAS, Senegal might just likely win it on that particular ground that, CAS might actually look at, what it really would, bring to African football, how it's going to really affect African football. And that's my own personal take anyways. I don't know what CAS is going to decide, but let's keep our fingers crossed. When that happens, we'll definitely bring that to you. Again, on that big question we'll be asking is, that now, it's obvious that, CAF, a lot of countries have been jumping on it. Algeria, other countries have been Nigeria also, threw a jab at, Morocco when the Super Eagles official media handle, the Super Eagles official page on X actually posted a picture of the Super Eagles winning the African Cup of Nations, and they wrote, end, not giving. And these are the sort of things, Algeria also did theirs. They talked about, they posted a picture of Senegal lifting Sadio Mane, and they said, this is, the champion of Africa and all of that. Now, this showed just one thing, that, there's animosity, across, CAF at this point. People feel that, what the decision method against Senegal is unfair, and it's going to really create some certain level of acrimony. And again, like they always say, a house divided against itself cannot stand. If there's bad blood amongst teams and countries in Africa, it's going to really, really spell doom for Africa, because African Cup of Nations, a lot of countries, might want to start backing out of the tournament. They might not want to be a part of it. Again, right, if Morocco goes to another country to play, right, they might also be treated the same way they actually acted. And every other country hosting AFCON will want to toe the line of Morocco as regards antics, they actually put up, in the just concluded 2025 African Cup of Nations. So all of these dramas, all of these, are things that played out in just concluded AFCON, and the result that the result we are seeing right now is going to really be, something to really watch out for. So I think, beyond all of this, at the end of this, when CAF eventually rules that, okay, when CAS, I beg your pardon, eventually rules that this is my position, I think one thing that should be done is for CAF to actually hold a very strong, congress among, nations in Africa, and then try to heal the wound. Because if Senegal ends up winning in CAS, it's still going to make Morocco feel a certain way. If Morocco ends up winning in CAS, trust me, it's going to make not just, Senegal feel a certain way. Other part of African countries will definitely feel a certain way. So the onus now on CAF, I think the biggest headache for CAF now is to think about how they can actually bring all teams in Africa together to solve this problem, because this is exactly where the biggest problem right now is for CAS. I just hope that, in the end, we will find a solution to this. I also believe that, in the darkest hour, it's just before dawn, and, if CAF can actually manage this particular crisis well, it's going to really, really help, African football to really, really develop. But of course, let's move away from, the African incident between Morocco and Senegal and go straight to, the Super Eagles. The Super Eagles also lodged a complaint, you remember, a couple of months ago, and now the results, the result is out, and and FIFA, I beg your pardon, this time around, has actually decided, against the Super Eagles. As the Nigerian Football Federation has lodged, the appeal after FIFA's Disciplinary Committee rejected its protest against Democratic Republic of Congo. The NFF had challenged the eligibility of players of DR Congo who took part in World Cup qualifying playoff. The match ended 1-1 after extra time, and DR Congo won 4-3 on penalties. FIFA's Disciplinary Committee dismissed Nigeria's petition. The NFF said it was not satisfied with the decision and would seek a review through FIFA's judicial process. NFF General Secretary Dr. Mohamed Sanusi confirmed the Federation received the ruling and had already begun the appeal process. The NFF alleges irregularities in the issuance of passports that allowed the contested DR Congo players to play in the match. With the initial complaint dismissed, Nigeria will pursue the appeal in hopes of overturning FIFA's ruling. Again, another very big question, another, boardroom antics after whatever has happened on the pitch. Nigeria going to the World Cup is, going to be a very tall order at this point. But I just hope that the Super Eagles, will find a way to become a better team, because with the way it is right now, it's still very bleak. Even before the ruling was actually made, the Super Eagles had just about 20% chance of getting the result right. Now we are actually, in this particular tournament, and the results that we are, hoping to get after this particular first ruling that the Super Eagles is heading, or the NFF is heading to CAS, is going to be, less than 5% at this point, of overturning it. Now, because one of the grounds for the dismissal of this particular petition was that FIFA actually said, that the protest came a little late. There are fees that should accompany the protest that should have been paid by the NFF, according to reports, that wasn't also paid. But, for the NFF to actually step up to take up this particular appeal, it means that they feel they've done everything right, and there's actually no ground for that to be taken. For me, right, as a Nigerian, I really want the Super Eagles to go to the World Cup, but so far, so good. As Super Eagles done enough to actually end that particular sport? It's a big question. A lot of persons have been asking their question, and that's exactly why a lot of persons have been saying, there's no point for the Super Eagles to, to go to the World Cup. The World Cup is actually, not important for us at this point. The Super Eagles, really don't deserve to go to the World Cup. It doesn't make sense at all, and all of that. So these are the reasons why, people have actually been feeling the way they've been feeling. But for the protest, right? Mohamed Sanusi has always been one man who has actually been saying a lot of things about that particular this particular protest, and we've always been having this conversation about it. So I just hope that in the end we can actually get the very first result that the average Nigerian is actually seeking, which is actually to go to the World Cup, and then we can actually start now planning. But beyond that, right, if the Super Eagles eventually make it to the World Cup, courtesy of the CAS, winning the appeal in maybe later next month. Obviously, we should be expecting that to come up if it happens that Super Eagles eventually gets that, because now the playoff is definitely going to be played this month, which means the window for that to actually happen is quite very, very slim. I don't think we can actually make it to to that one. But if it happens before the playoff, then definitely that would be awesome, for the team and for the nation. I just hope that we've learned our lesson, and if we fail to go to the World Cup, as sad as it is, I think it's a very good ground for us, to start rebuilding. And on that note, let's move on to another, very big issue about the Super Eagles this time around. I mean, yesterday it was reported that the Super Eagles of Nigeria's preparation to, the Four Nation tournament in Turkey, because of course it was initially supposed to be held, elsewhere, but because of the violence going on, it was moved. And VOP Sports reports that Super Eagles head coach Chelle did not include any player from the Nigerian Professional Football League in a squad for the upcoming 4-team friendly tournament in Turkey. The tournament will feature Nigeria, Iran, Jordan, and Costa Rica. It was moved from Jordan to Turkey because of rising violence in the Middle East. Nigeria will use the event to continue rebuilding the team after finishing third at the recent AFCON. Nigeria will open its campaign against Iran in March 27. The final round of the game takes place on March 31st when Nigeria faces Jordan and Iran meets Costa Rica. I mean, key selection including Captain Wilfred Ndidi, Fulham midfielder Alex Iwobi, and Atletico Madrid Ademola Lookman. Chelle also made call up for the goalkeeper we're expecting to actually see at the AFCON, but unfortunately he actually didn't make it because of certain areas we're actually not clear about whether he's going to be a key player in that particular tournament or not. Talking about Maduka Okoye and of course Simi Ajayi, who is also one of the most reliable players in Super Eagles team right now, and Frank Onyeka, also Moses Simon, Samuel Chukwueze, and Akko Adams. And of course, 3 players also earned their first senior team call-up in person of defender Emmanuel Oluwasegun Fernandez of Glasgow Rangers, and forward Philippe Otele of Hamburg, and not forgetting Colin Sierra. So there's a lot of talk about this young man, how pacey he is, and how he's been a player to actually watch for. Of course, the match will be coming up on Friday, March 27 in Antalya, Turkey, and Jordan against Nigeria will also come up, following week, which is Tuesday, March, 31st, and of course the kickoff time of that particular one is 8 p.m. local time. But of course the squad right now, Maduka Okoye leads in the goalkeepers list, and of course Adeleye Adebayo, Francis Ozoho, these are the 3 goalkeepers, and defender Kevin Bassey, Shemi Ajayi, Brightside Samuel, Bruno Emechi, Zaidu Sanusi, Igor Ogbu, Emmanuel Fernandez, Alex Iwobi in the midfield, Frank Onyeka, Wilfred Ndidi, Rafael Edeka, Fisayo Dele Bashiro, Ademola Lookman, Samuel Chukwueze, Moses Simon, Chidera Ejuke, Paul Onuachu, Akko Adams, Philip Otele, Yira. So, and these are actually the players. But the big question right now is, amongst all of these players that Chelle actually listed, there's no single home-based player in that particular team. A lot of persons have been asking themselves, people have been talking about, we have a league, right? Back in the days, we used to have, Super Eagles player, either 1 or 2. In the early 2000s, likes of Obinna Nwaneri and Co. This guy will easily, effortlessly make it into the Super Eagles, starting lineup. Vincent Nyama and Co. obviously make it into the Super Eagles starting lineup. So what went wrong? The Super Eagles we see now, are basically foreign-born Nigerians, mostly or majorly, in the starting lineup, and then other players who actually play their trade abroad. Now, we're not having, any home-based player in this particular team, leaves a very bad taste in the mouth, because if you look at the English national team, I know a lot of people will say, oh yes, the Premier League is an elite league. Where do you expect the British England to actually get their players for, if not from the Premier League? If you look at other countries as well, in Brazil, right, they have national team players, people who play local league in Brazil, also part of the national team. We used to have it back in the day. So the question now is, what does this say to to our league, and how can we actually improve the league? Because season in, season out, we've been talking about how, yes, on the surface, Nigerian league look very, very competitive because of how difficult it is to actually, just go away from your home to actually pick up points, and how, every team at home is usually very strong. But what went wrong? How did we start losing top quality talent in our league so bad that we cannot even compete in CAF Champions League? Cannot even. I'm not talking about winning it now. I'm not talking about even competing to a very good level where we can actually say, okay, we didn't win it, but we've got a good team. We saw the just concluded championship, how abysmal the team was, and we also saw the quality of play in that particular team. It's really, really sad to actually see. Remo Stars won the league, and now we see how they are struggling because a good number of their players who actually won the league last season actually left the club side to greener pastures in Europe and other parts of the world just after winning the championship. The league cannot actually keep top talent. And how do we now, put this into how do we now ensure that these players are actually kept? Before Neymar actually made that big money move to Spain, right, in Barcelona in 2013, a lot of talks was that the biggest export from Brazil since Pele is about leaving the Brazilian shores. How is it going to affect the league? Neymar's image is so big, blah 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 blah. But one thing Brazilian FA and the league actually did was to actually ensure that they kept Neymar again for additional 1 year, before he eventually made that move. That's exactly how you protect the image of your league. If you have top talents, because these top talents will always attract people to come see what's going on in the league. And Neymar paved way for a lot of young players in recent times to start moving. Before Neymar left for with big money to Europe, Brazilian players have been moving, but not at the rate or where we started seeing young players believing that this guy is actually a top talent. Back in the day before Neymar actually left, players leave Brazilian shore, but they don't leave as mega superstars. They don't leave and then jump into the fray as big player in Europe. They come and then over time they start. Many of them even go to club size like maybe not in the top league before other top European countries go there to actually pick them out. I mean, Ronaldo Dalima also started from PSV, so it tells you. I mean, if Ronaldo Dalima had played in this particular era, definitely his move from Brazilian league would definitely be straight to an elite club side in Europe because of the quality that he possesses. Now we're having that's exactly what Neymar actually did to the Brazilian league, but we don't have that here. I wouldn't even blame those players because I mean we've seen players. Couple of months they will complain about not being paid, how they've been treated. Players who go into games, eating up and just pure water. These are the reality of some of these players. So it's now on the league to actually find a way to actually keep these guys and then improve the welfare of the players, because I mean it's really, really sad that Nigeria is playing it's a friendly game, not even a very big competitive game that was okay, this is a tournament, a major championship, and we don't have one single Nigerian top flight player in that particular squad. It's really, really so sad. But then away from that, one man hits his 900 goal career. I mean, Lionel Messi is a player who, you cannot overemphasize his quality. I mean, some person says he's actually the greatest of all time. Other person says he's actually top 3 in that particular ranking. But then Lionel Messi, ladies and gentlemen, hits his 900 goal last night where he actually did, the magical. And of course, yes, they actually got knocked out of their own version of the UEFA Champions League, their own Champions League in the North America. But Lionel Messi, 900 career goal actually, took the shine of, their defeat. And this is a man who has actually done, it in every single place he's gone. He's a man who has actually been the main character of his team. And, when he actually eventually hits 900 goals, of course, the 900 goal has been imminent because he was on 899 for a while. A lot of persons were actually expecting him to actually, get to that 900 as soon as possible. But, Lionel Messi, finally he did that, and I mean, there's no better way to actually applaud or say, anything about Lionel Messi, because his quality cannot be overemphasized. I mean, just about 100 now to hit, 1,000. Cristiano Ronaldo also is another man who definitely will hit that number before, Lionel Messi will definitely hit that. But then Lionel Messi has done so well for himself. Congratulations to him. In modern day, getting that particular number is something that, you don't get to see all of the time. And if a player, yes, that's exactly what Lionel Messi has done for himself. 900 career goals, 32 for Paris Saint-Germain, 672 for Barcelona, highest goal scorer for Barcelona, and of course 115 for Argentine national side, and 81 so far for Inter Miami. I mean, this guy is on course to actually hit 100 goal pretty soon for Inter Miami. And with the way he's playing, I mean, give it 2-3 years. If he continues to play football, then definitely is going to actually hit that 900 career goal. And I mean, we growing up, we heard about Pele, hitting, over 1,000 goals in his career. A lot of cases, people come out and actually say, that was actually not documented. Pele cannot, no player can actually did it until Romario also had, did something similar. And they say, yeah, Romario actually, your case can actually be documented. But then now these two guys, Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, they have done it, and 900, goals. Now, very soon we'll be putting, Lionel Messi on 900 goal plus, because Ronaldo is very much counting close to 1,000. I mean, I just can't wait for him to also hit, for Ronaldo to hit 1,000. And let's get to see that modern day footballers can actually do, what happened to be more like just a tale. But yes, away from that, a big one last night. Yes, the UEFA Champions League served up a drama as big clubs showed their class. From Anfield to Camp Nou to the Allianz Arena, the established giant left nothing to chance and sent their opponents home. It was the story of the night as big guns came on, to actually demolish, the guys who you want to describe as pretenders. Last night we saw Bayern Munich, did, a fantastic job completing their doubleheader. And yes, this is actually what the quarterfinals look like at this point. Paris Saint-Germain against Liverpool. But before we see this particular quarterfinal fixture, let's get to see the result of the games that was played last night, and how those teams actually took their opponent to cleaners. Yes, I mean Lewandowski actually is a player who has done so well for himself. He's one of the players who hit 50 goals in UEFA Champions League last night alongside Mo Salah, and he's actually one of the oldest players, in fact, the oldest player right now to have scored 2 goals in the UEFA Champions League game in a night. I mean, initially it was a record held by Filippo Inzaghi. Now, yes, I mean, Tottenham Hotspur actually won their game 3-2, but then it was not enough as Ademola Lookman's men got the deserved 5-7 victory on aggregate, and Julian Alvarez and Hencho also made sure that Atletico Madrid actually made it to the next round of the championship. Of course, yes, Mo Salah in that particular game was very fantastic. Liverpool, they've always done it at the Anfield. The Anfield is arguably one of the most difficult ground in Europe to actually play. I think there are 3 stadiums where you don't want to go to with a slim victory. Even when you are 3-0 up, Barcelona in 2019, Liverpool actually did it against them. Talk more of when you're just 1-0 up against Liverpool right there in the Anfield. It's a very difficult place to actually play. Yes, and Luis Diaz, ever since this young man left Liverpool, he's been on fire. He's been doing so well for himself. And yes, 10-2, it was so big. I mean, it's a game of, we know be mates. They did just that to, Atlanta. First leg, it actually ends 6-1 right there in Bergamo. And now they came, in the second leg, it was they took it quite easy on the opponent, and it was 4-1. I mean, Vincent Kompany's team has been scoring for fun. They take teams, to cleaners with ease. They don't even, there's no struggle whatsoever to actually do this. And of course, congratulations to them. I think for me, right, they are the favorite to actually back the UEFA Champions League. Now, yes, the golden boy, Lamine Yamal. I mean, this young man is most likely going to win the Ballon d'Or in the next 2 to 3 years. He's so fantastic. I mean, they did so well also last night. 8-3, it actually ended. And someone was actually teasing, Newcastle yesterday. I mean, of course, Newcastle is a team we want to expect that Barcelona will definitely get the better of them. But then, it was one of those very big nights. Lamine Yamal did so well last night. I mean, the first leg, a lot of talk about, how Hall actually put him in his inner pocket. But hey, right there at the Camp Nou, it's a different level. And Roberto Lewandowski showed just why, he was missed heavily in the first leg. And, I mean, Elanga's 2 goal wasn't enough for Newcastle in that particular game, as Eddie Houseman will have to go back. I don't know if they will be able to come back to Europe next season, maybe, but I don't know. I'm not sure they can actually do that, because their position is quite almost impossible for them right now. But yes, congratulations to Barcelona. They did the job last night, and also to their wonder kid, Lamine Yamal. And of course, yes, Victor Osimhen also, these are the, okay, yes, let's get to see the fixtures of, the quarterfinals that will be played tomorrow. Next, let's get to see the fixtures of the quarterfinals. Yes, Paris Saint-Germain against Liverpool. It's going to be a huge one. I mean, Paris Saint-Germain, after taking out Chelsea, 8-3, just the same way Bayern Munich actually, Barcelona actually did to Newcastle United. And it's going to be a cracker. I mean, recall that last season they actually played, Paris Saint-Germain actually defeated Liverpool en route to becoming champion of Europe. And Bayern Munich against Real Madrid is one game that you always want to get ready for, because it's always prove to be an encounter worthy of note. And these two guys, the two teams right now have, first-time managers in the deck coming into this particular competition. So it's going to be beautiful. Vincent Company yet to win it. Bello yet to win it. They have, crop of young players on both ends. But then I think for me, Bayern Munich might just snatch this one. They have slightly more experienced players, and I think they're having more stable squad. Kylian Mbappe is going to be a factor. Hurricane, man, I think it's going to be, a cracker for me. But then I think I will really tilt towards, Bayern Munich in this particular one. Barcelona against Atletico Madrid, a repeat of the Copa del Rey semi-final where Barcelona got knocked out. I think Barcelona will want to, do one over Atletico Madrid this time around, but it's going to be a very big one. It's poised to be a very big one. And the surprise of, this fixture is Sporting CP against Arsenal. I say the surprise because I would not want to actually expect the Sporting CP to come this far. They lost first leg to, the Giants killers, Bodo Glimt, and they came back with a resounding 5-0 victory against them, and now they're squaring up against the most informed team in Europe in Arsenal. Trust me, it's going to be a hell of a game. If Arsenal underrate this side that can actually come back for 3 goals from the dead against a side that looks very, very unpredictable, I think it's going to be Arsenal's biggest undoing. But yes, Arsenal looks very stable, so definitely they are most likely to actually pick this particular one. And this is exactly what the Champions League quarterfinal looks like. And trust me, it's going to be hell of a cracker in this quarterfinal. I think all the teams that made it this far really, really deserve it, considering how they actually showed up in the second leg of the tie. And away from football stories, let's go straight to Formula One. Yes, Formula One right now, as McLaren boss Andrea Stella says Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri are facing a difficult period after a poor start to 2026 season, but he believes both drivers can recover. The reigning two-time construction champions have struggled so far. Norris's 5th place finish in Australia's is their only full race result from the first 4 events. Piastri crashed out in Australia, and both drivers failed to start the Chinese Grand Prix because of separate electrical problems with their car's power unit. Chelle said the team has built a strong, positive culture since 2023 that helps them focus on what they can control. He added that past setbacks taught them lessons they can use now. The double DNS in Shanghai cost McLaren championship points and left them well behind leaders Mercedes and Ferrari. Chelle says upgrades are coming, possibly for Miami, and the team must improve both engine performance and the MCL40's aerodynamics. Formula One next to Suzuka for Japanese Grand Prix on March 27 and 28. I mean, these are the two young men doing it for McLaren. And of course, I think it's been very, very worrisome for McLaren. They've really, really been struggling, because they've been having this particular issue. I think a couple of months ago, Stella, the chief of McLaren, actually, I'm talking about Andrea Stella, also came out to actually make this same complaint about how McLaren is way behind in the Formula One, against big guys like Ferrari and co. But then that they definitely will find a way to actually catch up. And now we see having this conversation. He still comes back to talk about how they still very much behind. I mean, it's good now they're talking about the MCL40's aerodynamics as their major issue, and of course they've also improved on the in their infrastructure. Maybe if they can actually get that right, and definitely we'll definitely be having something else to actually look up to. But trust me, I think it's one of those very huge setback you get in this sort of tournament, and of course machines, and you have to really put in a lot of work, and of course top drivers to also help you go through put all of your work behind the scene to light and put you on the map. But I just hope that under Stella, all of the problems that he's been able to actually identify can actually come out and help the team become better, and then put them right where they really think they deserve to be. Away from that, let's go straight to golf, as Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Bonham has announced that Bolton will bid to host the 2035 Ryder Cup, and golfer Tommy Fleetwood has thrown his support behind the move. If successful, it would be the very first time England has hosted the Ryder Cup since 2022 at the Belfry. The Fleet said bringing the event to the Northwest would be incredible and pledged his backing. Bonham said the bid would include up to £69.9 million, I beg your pardon, in transport improvements, including a new M61 and M6 link road and dedicated Ryder Cup bus routes to ensure the required infrastructure is in place. He described the project as a chance to create a lasting legacy for the area and said a formal bid will be submitted next month. Organizers have discussed building a world-class purpose-built course at the Hilton Park as he proposed the venue. And of course, this is exactly, one of those very interesting moments. We have, a golf course right here in this country. I mean, Ryder Cup cannot, this is arguably one of the biggest golf, championship you can actually find around. And, moving into a part of the world, where they really appreciate this game, and particularly, a country that's really not hosted it for a very long time, since 2022. It's been a long time. It's going to really come in with a lot. I just hope that, this game is going to really get mature in Africa. I mean, it's a game in mature in Africa, and of course in Nigeria as a country, so that we get to see people, I'm looking at, 69, almost about 70 million pounds for, a golf competition. I mean, what is going to actually be bringing? I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, if that is actually pumped into, a tournament as huge as golf, then definitely, trust me, you get to understand, the revenue and, every other thing that's going to be coming when, major football tournaments or sporting event is being held. That's exactly what, it means. If you put in the work, you get, all of the results. But then on that note, we'll be joining the curtain on this particular episode of the Sport Republic show. Of course, do well to join the guys later this evening. I'm talking about Afis and Jerry, as they will be breaking all football-related activities right there in Locker Room. It's a show you do not want to miss. And of course, up next is Midday News, and David Edwin will be taking us through the world and giving us all the insights regards to what's going on right there. And of course, I'm Ikechukwu Agu. Do have a spot in there ahead.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
We
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Kobe State shuts recreational centers over security concerns. Police deploys enhanced security across Lagos State. Nigeria, UK strengthens security and economic ties at Windsor. Vice President Kashim Shettima vows action against perpetrators of Borno attacks. And in business, NGX gains 1.77 trillion naira as market rises 1.39%. In sports, CAF President Mosepe urges trust amid CAF ruling controversy. And in the world of entertainment, Mr. Real criticizes musicians over new release. And now the news in full. The Sultanate Council of Sokoto has declared Friday, March the 20th, 2026, as the first day of Shawwal 1447 AH, marking the celebration of Eid al-Fitr across Nigeria. The announcement follows the non-sighting of the crescent moon on Wednesday, March the 18th and 29th day of Ramadan, with no credible reports received nationwide. The decision was conveyed in a statement by the Council's Advisory Committee on Religious Affairs in collaboration with the National Moon Sighting Committee and approved by the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Sahad Abubakar. In his message, the Sultan congratulated Muslims on completing the Ramadan fast and urged them to sustain the spirit of devotion beyond the holy month.
He also called on Nigerians to continue praying for peace, unity, and national development amid ongoing socio-economic and security challenges. The declaration ensures a unified observance of Eid al-Fitr across the country. Nigerians are observing public holidays today and tomorrow, marking this year's Eid al-Fitr, signaling the end of the holy month of Ramadan. The holidays were declared by the Ministry of Interior in a statement issued on Monday. Eid al-Fitr is one of the two major festivals in Islam alongside Eid al-Adha. It is celebrated on the first day of Shawwal, the 10th month of the Islamic calendar, marking the end of the month-long dusk to dawn fast of Ramadan. Elsewhere, the Yobe State government has ordered the temporary closure of recreational centers across the state during the Eid al-Fitr celebration, citing security concerns. The directive was announced by the Special Advisor on Security Matters to the Governor, Tahiru Abdul Salam, who said the current security situation does not support large gatherings, particularly among young people. He said all recreational facilities must shut down on Thursday, March the 19th, to Monday, March the 23rd, 2023. Security agencies and local authorities have been directed to enforce the order and ensure full compliance across the state. And here in Lagos, the State Police Command has unveiled extensive security measures ahead of Eid al-Fitr to ensure a peaceful celebration for residents and visitors. The command spokesperson, SP Abimbola Adebisi, disclosed this in a statement issued in Lagos. She said that deployment followed a directive from the Inspector General of Police and the Commissioner of Police with enhanced intelligence to detect and prevent threats before, during, and after the celebrations. Traffic personnel have also been deployed to major highways and congestion-prone areas to ease movement. Adequate security, she added, has been arranged at Eid al-Prayer grounds, mosques, markets, and other public venues. The command urges residents to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to the nearest police station. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Railway Corporation has announced additional train services on the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna corridors to ease travel during the Salah period. The deployment and development was disclosed in a statement by the corporation's management. The NRC says the Lagos-Ibadan route will run 3 extra trips today from both ends of the corridor to meet increased passenger demand. On the Abuja-Kaduna route, 2 trips will operate today, while 3 daily services will run from Friday, March the 20th to Monday, March the 23rd. The corporation said the temporary schedule is aimed at ensuring smooth movement during the festive period, after which normal services will resume. You're still watching the Media News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a quick break right now. When we return, we'll get straight to the analysis segment of the news. Please stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality. you can trust.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports, and entertainment? You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
You're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
It's okay.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Lawal Ekudayo. He is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also a farmer, because he says you're always a proud farmer. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Lawal, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
All right, then let's start off from this situation where police have been deployed to enhance security across Lagos State. And this, of course, is coming from the spokesperson of Lagos Police Command. I'm talking about SP Abimbola Adebisi, who disclosed that the police across the state have been deployed ahead of the celebration, the Eid al-Fitr celebration. But then again, what do you make of this? Because it's not about the first time that we'll see police being deployed in their large numbers across the country, not just in Lagos. and then we still see some of these unscrupulous elements go attacking areas of worship, as it were. What do you make of this?
One thing is this. First, the police doesn't need to tell us they deploy. They just deploy. They don't need to tell the community. I mean,
Don't you think that's an act of giving confidence to the people so they can go out and pray freely?
Confidence is not about when you tell. Confidence is about your action. Again, so I'm not saying that the commissioner is not doing well. You get it, he's not doing his best, whatever.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that just deploy. Let people feel safe. And they just commend your efforts. And second, we know that police cannot be everywhere. Police must work in conjunction with the community members to do proper policing across the country, even in Lagos State, because police can't be everywhere. And then sometimes when these people want to commit these atrocities, they notice that the police are coming, they run away. But when they see the police are not there, they want to perpetrate their evil act. But the community can easily give information. Even when they have places where they hide, the community can still give information about these places for the police to act. That is policing. So I will encourage the commissioner to work along very well as he used to be, to also step it up to work with the community. For example, in Pharmaceutical, we are having some hoodlums, terrorizing some areas in Pharmaceutical.
What do you think would be the reason why they are terrorizing the people?
Some people said it's because the politics is around the corner now. Therefore, you are bound to see something like this. Some is because of some maybe court clashes, in some part of some even come from other areas to come, and kind of terrorize the area and then disappear. So with the help of the community and the police, we'll be able to have a safe festive period.
All right then. Well, SP Abimbola also did say that traffic personnel have been deployed to major highways and congestion-prone areas to ease movement. Now, I don't know about any other person, but I think during the festive seasons, traffic rarely occur across Lagos because people are at home. I mean, the release public holiday, the people are not driving. But on the part of deploying, traffic personnel to major highways and congestion-prone areas, you think this is a plus to helping decongesting the traffic?
Yes, because you might not see anything can happen. Accident can still happen. There could be maybe because if these unscrupulous people discover that the police are not around, they may want to perpetrate something. So it's just a way of trying to make the people feel more secure. You have them police at night. Like me, if I see police, I'm always happy. I even move close to pass around them and then greet them because I see that they are doing a good job. It's not easy for you to put your life, on the line. Yeah, it's online for others. So we need to commend them for that. Some of them, you see them outside in the cold, in the rain. You see some don't even wear bulletproof, and yet they are there at night to help secure lives and property. So I also commend them. So whatever, if he thinks that is the right thing to do, it's also acceptable with the people.
All right, then. There are also some parts of the states that the SP Abimbola spoke about. She did say that adequate security have been ordered and arranged around the Eid prayer grounds, mosques, markets, and some other public venues. Some have said that this is more like a preparatory ground for the president's return back home during the festive season, which, of course, the president is presently in the UK. Should he be returning, he'll be returning back home to celebrate the Eid al-Fitr celebration with his family in Lagos. Some have said that again, is one of the reasons why the Commissioner of Police and, of course, the SP is coming out to say this so the people are fully aware that there is tight security around the state. Do you also share this sentiment? And then again, looking at the parts that these people have been deployed to these prayer grounds, does that also boost confidence to people who want to go out to pray when it comes to this season that they found themselves as Muslims?
Yes, because the police are not our enemy. So if you see them, why do you see them as some kind of fear or something? They are part of us. They are, they are Nigerians. And when you see them, they boost security. So if you, the thing is this, then it's their job to secure us. So if they feel like they want to have police officers around the prayer ground or whatever, it's their job. The only thing is for us to feel secure and be secured. That's it. So even if they like, they can deploy police, maybe a battalion in front of my house. Is welcome. I will see them pass by, greet them. Is it not to secure life and property? It's their job. They know how to do their job. We don't need to teach them. The most important thing to us, or what concerns us, is that we should feel secure. We should feel safe. Nobody should be arrested illegally. For example, if they deploy to Mafuluku now, some part of Mafuluku in which we have these hoodlums occasionally coming to terrorize us, even the DPOs are doing a lot, they are strange at it. If you deploy to Mafuluku, we'll be very happy. We even write a commendation letter to him because we need it in Mafuluku. So if you have it around, people feel more secured. Thank you.
All right, then. Let's move to we're still talking security anyways, because there is also the conversation coming from Yobe State, where the government of Yobe has shut down all recreational centers. And of course, this is going into the Eid al-Fitr celebration period. Some have said because of the threats that have been gotten over time, and of course the attacks that have been gotten before this period, is one of the major reasons why the Yobe State government is taking this decisive decision. Do you think this decision is safe? Owing to the fact that some people are also saying, look, it's a celebration season, we're supposed to go out and enjoy ourselves. But the government of Yobe has said, look, when it comes to recreational centers, we're shutting it down. This, of course, is coming from the Special Advisor on Security Matters to the governor, Dahiru Abdul Salam, just yesterday.
I don't agree with them. I don't. Because one thing about these unscrupulous people, one of the things is to create fear and terrorize the people. So that fear is that you feel like we are around and then you hide. So the government should not make the people feel afraid, because it's a plus to these bandits and terrorists.
What if the government is acting on the fact that they know that there won't be that enough level of security to protect the people? Thus, the reason why they are putting these people to this position of shutting down recreational centers.
Are you going to continue like that? Are you? There's a shortcoming. There's a shortfall. Let me use the word shortfall.
Right.
In security. Then you get more. Find a means. If you go to this developed country, you see they talk about this robotic police. So if you have you don't have enough manpower, go to Japan and get a robotic police that will stand where you have a shortfall. You can't tell people to sit at home because you have a shortfall. You are giving these terrorists opportunity. In fact, you are putting them at a higher position that they are overwhelming your government.
Mr. Law, let me put you on the spot. What would you advise the governor do in this situation?
Where you mean the Yobe State government?
Yes, the Yobe State government.
You work with the community. You put modern sophisticated gadgets around. You train your police at the security operatives at the highest standard in the world. And then one police can take care, if it's properly trained, can take care of 10 criminals. Do you know that? Yes, if it's properly trained. But here, you see the way our police are being trained. They are not properly trained. I've seen it many times in which you see a hoodlum beating up a police officer.
So with this realization of facts, you would agree with the governor that it is safe to keep the people alive?
No, you don't create fear.
Do you think this is about creating fear?
Yes, now. Safety, okay, it's a festive period. You are telling me that I can't walk this road because you are afraid that something will happen, I should follow. And that means you have created fear in me. I'll be afraid. You get it? But if you do your job, even the hoodlum, before they get to where I am, they've already been arrested. I'll feel secure and I'll praise you. But you can't create fear all over the place. What about tomorrow? What about next tomorrow? You know Christmas is coming. Easter is coming. Are you going to do the same thing? What about schooling? So no,
the recreational facilities has been shut down from today,
Why?
Thursday, till Monday, the 23rd. And that again is as a result of the concern of the governor.
Concern for what? It's a shortfall on the government.
But you know for a fact that the government of Yobe State does not solely power the police in that same
But
state.
it's making he is the one now telling us what to do when it comes to security. If you now say you don't control police, why not let the police make their statement? Now you are making the statement for the police, and you are telling us you don't control the police. Is that not a contradiction?
Mr. Walawa, I'm very aware that you are also aware of the fact that Yobe State have been attacked severally. And attacks like that, the police were nowhere to be found. Even one of the attacks, it happened close to a police station. So if the police is not that equipped, and the commander-in-chief of the state, let me use that word loosely, is fully aware that the police is not so equipped and the military is not so equipped. And let's not also forget, the entire service chiefs are in Borno State. So if the governor is seeing this concern and he's saying, look, my people, stay in these particular spots in your homes, isn't that a major, let me use the word plus,
no,
on the path of the governor?
No, that's a big no. Because if you tell them to stay at home, you want to tell me that these terrorists cannot go and attack them in their houses. So where are you going to tell them to do? I mean, where are you going to tell them to go? Into the ground or disappear into the sky? Because if you tell them to leave this place, is it not still within the same locality? And then you tell them to go to Adol to come. What about if the hoodlum go there and kill them there? You get it? So it is a shortfall on the part of the government to tell people, no, you can't go because of... See, if you have money... Okay, the president told us that he has increased the allocation of the states. He has increased the allocation of the local government. Now, you increase allocations, and then we don't see anything to show for it. Is it the people's fault or the fault of the government? That is incompetency of the government. If you need more hands, get more hands. If you need gadgets, you have enough money, more than enough, to get gadgets. You need more than enough to get your states running and your people feel secure and safe. So don't let us always push this thing towards the people. Let's call out these governors, these leaders out, because more money has been given to them. More money. I have said it. If you know you don't have enough hand, go to Japan. Tell them to make you police robots. Bring them down here. Let the robot do the work.
Well, Mr. Lawa, how effective do you think a robot is going to...
It's working in those places now.
Well, if it's in those places, we're talking about
So is it not the
Nigeria.
same ground? Is it not the same human being? Is it not the same ground and human being? What's the difference? There was, like you said, there was a time in which Nigerian money was greater than dollar. Was that not true? Was it not the same Nigeria now that the dollar looks like gold to us? Is it not still the same Nigeria? So you can see that we should stop looking at ourselves as we can't do it. We should be looking at ourselves as, no, we can do better. Even more than these developed countries. They should be looking at us, not we looking up at them. They should be looking up at us. It's too much now. Now, the governor who get more allocations now is still, doing the same old thing that he used to do.
Now, if orders cannot be taken from the governor to the police, what do you think the governor can do in terms of securing the lives and properties of his people, which again is his primary responsibility as well as a governor, and is taking the oath of office to protect lives and safety?
Now, let's divide it into two. The first aspect is the fact that this same governor with the other governors always have a fact meeting with the president.
Right.
Why have you not tabled it before the president? No, it is paramount that we control the police in our area because of so and so. They never talk about that. Even when the allocations were increased, the allocation confront security in their area. What happened to that allocation? They also collect security votes. What happened to it? That is on one side, which we need to face them on. The other side is that you do the right thing because you have been elected as governor. You have no reason for an excuse. You have no reason for a failure. So do your job. If you don't get enough money, you can come up and say, well, I'm not having enough money. But you are getting more money now. Look at this Ondo state and some other states in the West. What did they do? They created a Amotekun to assist the police and the other security operative of the federal. Some areas you have the hunters associations. They also assist. You can create your own now. Is it a crime? You already have a security vote. Oh, well, you have more allocations.
The presidency also has approved some vigilantes for some of these states.
No, it's
Zamfara
not.
And the likes.
It's not
to help.
No. I don't agree with that. This is not.
You think that also would?
No, that is wrong. That's not. That's unacceptable. It doesn't help security because the president is in Abuja. The IG is in Abuja.
Right.
The state governor is in the state. The local government chairman is in that local government. They are the one to create those vigilantes. The president, the federal already have police. You already have the civil defense. You have had your own apparatus. Focus on them and make them better. Don't go into the area of whatever you say you are creating this forest guards.
Yeah.
It's not your call. You don't have forest. Federal government doesn't have forest. The forest or land, whatever is in your area, your state belongs to you. Now, in some states, you have forest. In some states, you have desert. In some states, you have savanna. In some states, you have rocky places. Now, if you say you create a forest guard, are you going to create desert guards? Or you are going to create savanna guards? Or you are going to create... But each state governor will know what he needs to create in his own area. They make use of his people who know the terrain very well to do the job. So the federal government, by saying he's creating all this, he keep creating more problems because you keep taking things away from the governor.
I like
what is the work of the governor?
I like the fact that you've also mentioned this part. Would the federal government create desert guards, just like you said? But of course, forest guards is the one that the federal government did approve for some states to have to help them when it comes to insecurity. But let me talk on the part of state policing. Now, this conversation has been on for a while. The presidency has said over time that state policing, he's in support of it. The new IGP also has, created a committee to looking at how this is going to work out. But some have said this might just not be the way to go. Our military are doing far more than enough, but there is no major political will. How much of this sentiment do you also buy into, Mr. Lawal?
I'm one of the agitators for the creation of a state police.
Okay.
I'm one of it. Like I said, the federal government is in Abuja. The governors know their state. They are from that state. They know what is going on in that state. They know their people. We also have the local government there. They also know their people very well. And it's a small area, which is easy to, within few minutes, you can get to every corner of your local government. Now, it is not the call of the federal, it's the call of the states. Now, why do I agitate for state police? That is the reason, because they know themselves very well. If a new person enters your local government, it's easy to identify. It's easy for somebody to report to the nearest security operative in that area that a stranger has entered our area, our local government, and is residing in so part of the bush or so part of the savannah or desert. So it's easy for the local government to mobilize in the next 30 minutes or less to get to that place compared to when you are calling the IG or the commissioner far away and it needs approval. Now, I'm coming. Finally, for state police to be effective, because it's not only state police, we must have local government police, the one they call county. Because all these state police they are saying will not really solve that problem until we had it to that local government level, county policing. Now, one thing is this, which they are failing to add to it, which may affect this state police: resource control. You get it? Resource control. It's the state policing that you want to call state police must go in line with the population and the development of that area. Lagos said that it's congested. We need more police and more gadgets than an area like Yobe State. So how will the federal government balance that? But if you now resource control, the state knows that this is what I need for my area. If you are making less tax, you know there are people there are not much.
Wouldn't there be some level of agitation on the part of the states? Because some states will say that we are bigger than the Lagos states that you just mentioned.
No, it's population. You want to okay.
I'm talking about both population and landmass.
See, let us go into resource control. If your landmass is big, then put it to use. Generate resources from it. There are some places where you get to, you see that what they have is just mining.
Okay, I'm still going to come back to this resource control, Mr. Lawal. While you were talking a couple of seconds ago, what flashed my head was the fact that you would recall that Sheikh Gumi has said that the federal government knows these bandits, knows these terrorists, and they know where they stay. But the concerns that have been raised here is the fact that why is there no holistic efforts by the federal government to stamp down and clamp down totally on these guys that Sheikh Gumi has alleged that the federal government know. And interestingly, no state or federal representative has debunked that statement. What do you make of that?
We have seen videos now, even from the government, that shows that the government send representatives or go there to negotiate with terrorists. Therefore, they know where they are. So that is not a fact that the federal government knows where many of these terrorists are. But the thing is this: if the state controls its own resources and the police, see, if you control your resources, if you like, allow bandits to take over that state. If bandits take over that state, the people will rebel against you as a governor. But everybody is talking about the center now. The president, the center. If the center is compromised, it's easy to come down to every part of the state. But if the state you have it divided, division of all this security all over the state. If the federal government is compromised, as some people are, thinking, then is it possible for all the 36 states to compromise? It's not. So if Lagos State or maybe Ogun State protect its own border very well, then you have them in Kaduna, and there's a lot of kidnapping in Kaduna. Your people will rebel against you in Kaduna and chase the governor away, and then find somebody who will not make that place work for them.
Mr. Lawal, I like the fact that you're confident about the people and how much they can be responsive when it comes to security matters. But some have said that these same people who are supposed to be the ones that will be giving intel to the government are the ones who are clamoring for food. And then the political elites who knows what the average Nigerian would want would give them the food and, of course, cut away with, quote unquote, the fundings that they have. Now, the resource control you mentioned is where I'm going. If a state that has not, even with the allocation increased given to them, has not significantly impacted the state infrastructurally till this point, if that same state government is given resource control, of course, taking resource control of the exclusive list, if you now give them the resource to manage themselves, do you think that they will do even any better?
Yes, they will do very well. You know why?
The same people who are not doing well.
You know why they are not doing well. Do you know why they are not doing well? I'll tell you why they are not doing well. Because something is always coming from the top. Even if you don't come to office at all, you know that at the end of the month, there will be a federal allocation that will come to me. Even if nothing is happening in your state, you know federal will come. So you never want to do anything. But if you need to generate your resources, you need to pay your staff, you need to pay yourself, you need to, take care of so many things. Now, if you cannot do something in your state to generate resources, what do you think your people will do? When you don't pay your staff their salary, civil servants, for like 6 months or 1 year, do you think they will not rebel against you? Do you think they will let you come back the next year?
I'm
coming. Let me say you have your assembly, your state legislatures, and they are not paid salary for like 8 months or 1 year because you, as a governor, you don't think to see how you can maximize the resources you have in that state to generate funds for them to collect their salary. Now, what do you think they will do to you? Do you think they will just sit there and because they don't collect salary for 1 year, they will leave you there. Nothing is coming from anywhere. You need to generate that resources inside. Do you think they will not impeach you?
Mr. Lawal,
do you think they will not impeach you?
Are you of the opinion that our democracy is far way expensive than some other crimes?
It's because, do you know why? It's because everything is coming from the center. Okay, you go to Niger Delta, you take over their resources. You now share it. What do you think is happening in Niger Delta? Go to that place and see whether you can live there. Now, look at Lagos. They say Lagos is congested. Why are people running down to Lagos? Is it not because they believe they can earn a living in Lagos? That's why you see congestion running down to Lagos. Now, those areas, those states in which these people are running away from, that state is collecting allocation. Do you know that? Its allocation didn't reduce because its population are leaving that area. Its allocation is not reduced. So the government is making more money. The people are running away from the state to another person, say, putting pressure on another state's resources, social amenities. The same government is collecting its allocation. Everything is still going fine for him. You get it? Now, look at that. You are telling me that there will be no corruption or whatever. But let me say that governor is to generate resources. Do you think that governor will not be encouraging his people to come back so that he can develop that area so that they can make money? Do you know why we are creating states? Do you know why we have 36 states? David, do you know why we have 36 states, David?
Well,
let me tell you why we have 36 states. Some people are even agitating for more states. Let me tell you why we have 36 states. Do you know why? Because the resources of some area or some few states are used to support and fund the other states. That is why some of them are agitating. Adibin is a resource control. I'm telling you, Nigeria will not have more than 6 states. If you have this, because most of these states cannot fund themselves and they are agitating for creation of more states. You should ask yourself now.
Now, I like the part that you just mentioned, that there is a level of agitation of some creation of more states. Let's go back to the path of state policing that you mentioned earlier. Should state policing see the light of the day, who do you think will be totally funding it? Do you think it's not going to have the same issue that we're talking about right now?
See, that is why I said there are things that need to go in pari passu with it, which is that resource control. It's supposed to go together. Get resource control, get policing. But all the same, the federal government has increased the allocation of the states. So if your allocation is 200 billion and they have added extra 200 billion to it, you want to tell me that 100 billion cannot fund state police in a state like Yobe, cannot fund state police in a state like Katsina or Sokoto or Maiduguri or Adamawa? Do you think the money is not more than enough to provide security for that state? We should ask this question. How many police do you think Yobe needs? How much is their increased allocation? Apart from that, they still have security votes. David, there's security votes. If you add that security vote to the increased allocation, do you think it's not more than enough to fund an effective state police in Yobe or Adamawa?
So many questions really begging for answers, and because of our time, really, I would have taken you more on this particular state policing conversation. But I definitely know that sometimes when we're talking about it extensively, I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Lawal Ekudayo, who joined the conversation today. Mr. Lawal is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also a farmer. Thank you so very much, Mr. Lawal, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the midday news will be up next. Please stay with us.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to strengthening bilateral relations with the United Kingdom, with a focus on security, economic growth, and shared democratic values. He stated this at a state banquet hosted in his honor by King Charles III at Windsor Castle during his ongoing state visit. Tinubu described the engagement as a historic moment, highlighting the enduring ties between both countries and the need to advance peace, prosperity, and institutional development. He also emphasized enhanced security cooperation, noting Nigeria's ongoing counterterrorism efforts, particularly in the Sahel region. The president expressed appreciation to the UK for its support during Nigeria's pro-democracy struggle. In his remarks, King Charles III described Nigeria as an economic powerhouse with growing global influence and commending the contributions of Nigerians in the UK across key sectors. He also noted expanding trade and investment ties while acknowledging the shared history between both nations and the importance of building a future based on trust and cooperation. Away from that report, Vice President Kashim Shettima says those behind the recent attacks in Maiduguri will be decisively dealt with. He made the statement during the visit to victims of the bomb blast receiving treatment at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital. Shettima said the visit was to sympathize with the injured and affected families while reaffirming the federal government's resolve to defeat terrorism. He noted that beyond directives to security chiefs, government is investing in equipment and logistics to strengthen counterterrorism efforts. The vice president condemned Monday's multiple explosion in Maiduguri, which left over 100 persons affected and more than 20 dead, describing the attackers as barbaric. He also assured victims of support from relevant agencies, including the National Emergency Management Agency and the Northeast Development Commission. Moving on, the Headquarters 1 Division Nigeria Army says it will conduct its first biannual range classification exercise for 2026 from March the 23rd to March the 27th in Kaduna State. The exercise will take place at the Nigerian Air Force Base shooting range in Mando. In a statement issued by the Acting Deputy Director of Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Ajemusu Jingina, the Army advised residents to stay clear of the area during the period for safety reasons. The division also expressed appreciation for the public's continued cooperation. In another development, Lagos State Environmental Sanitation and Special Offences Enforcement Unit has denied an online report alleging extortion by its officers during an operation in the Ijesha area. The agency, in a statement by its Director of Public Affairs, described the report as unsubstantiated and urged the residents to disregard it. The statement was issued on behalf of the Chairman, Chief Superintendent of Police, Tayo Akirile. It follows a viral claim that officers towed a vehicle in Ijesha and collected 250,000 naira before releasing it. The agency insists it was not responsible for the alleged incident. Moving on, the report says activities at the Appeal Court and Independent National Electoral Commission office in Benin City, Edo State, have been grounded following the flooding at Ramat Park in the state's capital. However, our correspondent Rhoda Johnny reported that Governor Monday Okpeholo has assured of relief soonest as the flyover and drainage project nears completion.
State's Governor Mondo Okpeholo has assured residents that the Ramat Park flyover in Benin City will restore full operations at the Appeal Court and INEC office affected by flooding. Okpeholo made the assurance during an inspection of the ongoing project at Ramat Park, where persistent flooding has disrupted institutional and business activities. The flyover and its drainage system are expected to permanently address the flooding, with construction at 90% completion construction and drainage works at 70% ahead of the rainy season.
Come to examine what they are doing. On the bridge, they are like 90%. But on the drain, which is the stormwater, that is where we are now. They are already 70%. As you know, the High Court is no longer here. The INEC is also threatened. A lot of investment here are threatened. But by the time we take this water out of this place, we return the High Court back, renovate the High Court, and let the INEC be fully here instead of operating from 2 sessions. They have left, part of them have left this place. They have gone to the other side. You remember what happened before the election? Their beavers were overrun by water. So we don't want such to happen anymore. That is why the essence of doing this road.
Site engineer Femi Fatola confirmed that work is progressing on schedule and nearing completion, with the flooding problem expected to be resolved upon delivery.
And we assure you, sir, that the completion will still remain as I promise your excellency, sir, that the project will be delivered within the time frame as agreed, sir. Also, for the issue of the storm, flood that has been worrying this environment, most especially the INEC office and the High Court that made them to vacate and abandon this environment, is also solved up to 70%, your excellency, sir.
Residents and commuters shared their joy over the development, expressing relief that the long-standing flooding issue will soon be a thing of the past.
Well, now, nobody thinks about flying over in those states, but this is the first flyover, so the man is trying very well. May God bless him. At least it's a privilege to everybody. For this road, for this bridge, the first bridge in those states, I think it's a good thing to praise him.
We are seeing flyover in Edo State. This is historic for Senator Kwewolo. He's doing marvelously well for Edo State, and everybody is seeing it. And the work is fast. That is one aspect of the job, that within the shortest possible time, he's delivering on his promise to make Edo State great again.
It go really help. It go really help, because as you can see now, because the road first slim, the go slow the day well. But I believe that with this thing, if they finish everywhere go they free. So it's a good job. It's a very nice one.
Brother Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. Moving on to other stories. Today, March the 19th, marks the International Day of Digital Learning, a global observance established by UNESCO to highlight the growing role of technology in education. The day recognizes how schools, teachers, students, and families are using digital tools to enhance learning while promoting safe, inclusive, and quality education worldwide. VOP TV's Mesoma Opala has this. Moving on to business stories, the Nigerian Exchange Limited ended the week on a positive note, with the all-share index rising 1.39% to 201,156.86 points, and market capitalization reaching 129.126 trillion naira. Investors, gained 1.765 trillion naira during the week, which had 3 trading sessions following public holidays on Eid al-Fitr. Sectoral performance was broadly positive, with most indices closing higher. A total of 8.76 billion shares worth 267.25 billion naira changed hands in 193,473 deals. The ICT sector led activities with 5.33 billion shares valued at 46.83 billion naira, followed by financial services with 2.77 billion shares worth 95.87 billion naira, and consumer goods with 174 million shares valued at 20.81 billion naira. From business, we move straight talking sports. The president of the Confederation of African Football, Patrice Motsepe, has called for trust as debate continues over the appeals board ruling on the AFCON 2025 final. Motsepe expressed disappointment, saying the decision raised concerns about the integrity of the match and could undermine progress in transparency and credibility in African football. He stressed that CAF's judicial committees, made up of respected legal experts, remain independent and affirmed ongoing reforms to strengthen trust and fairness. What Senegal reportedly said to appeal, Motsepe said CAF will respect any ruling from the Court of Arbitration for Sports and reiterated that no nation receives preferential treatment in its competitions. And from sports, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Afrobeat singer Mr. Real has criticized fellow musicians and fans for releasing music and partying amid Nigeria's escalating insecurity. In a recent video, the Legbegbe crooner described the actions as insensitive and said he has refrained from releasing new music due to the nation's current mood. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edward. You have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now.
To stay inspired and grounded. And guess what?
I am sure that your week has been, you know, very, very eventful, because trust me, ladies and women made the moment during the week because they are celebrating. They celebrated the Mother's Day. And yes, to all our mothers, I'm still saying this. Mothers are so good people. We are beautiful, we are bold, and it's also good that we keep on celebrating us. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So today we're going to talk about a lot of things, and we've talked about talking about Mother's Day, and I'm going to bring the first on our list. We're going to talk about a lot of things, but the first on our list is something that really touched my heart, and it's really, really heartwarming. And first on our list, we are talking about Yemoli, and he actually gifted his mom. He gifted his mom an SUV, and recently, and it's something so heartwarming. A lot of people will come out and say, oh, how did you celebrate your mother? You that is watching me, how did you celebrate your mom? Yes. So a lot of people will have that opportunity to do, but they don't. But this is really inspiring from Yemoli. So yes, Yemoli actually gifted his mom and surprised his mother with a brand new Lexus XUV to celebrate in Women's Day. And according to a post shared, the influencer gifted his mom the luxury vehicle after she reportedly asked for it as her present, as Women's Day present. So photos and videos circulating online show the proud mother receiving the SUV with excitement as family members celebrated the special moment. The gesture quickly attracted praise from fans and social media users, many commending Yemoli for honoring his mother in a grand way on a day dedicated to celebrating women. And yes, this is really, really beautiful. Who not go dance for this kind of thing? I don't they talk this and say, be like say all our celebrities just they target themselves since this year. A lot of people just they buy for their It's good that I'm seeing that, you know, mothers are really the talk of the town these days. Since last week and this week, it has always been about the mothers. You get what I'm trying to say? That's because we are really special. That is the truth. That's because we are really, really special. Thinking about Regina getting her mom 2 luxury cars at a time, not even one. You get what I'm trying to say? And not even that. She even got her mom, her sister, 1. That's to tell you how important women are. You know, the fact that men come out and say, oh, that ladies, we are too this, we are too that. See, the truth is that we are really special. We are special people. People that are supposed to be celebrated. If you say when they come up for this world, you know nothing that mama born you. Yes! That's why we are please, as a mother, as a woman, we are supposed to be proud of ourselves. Yes! So those people who go talk say, they celebrate the women, they celebrate the, I can even recount, say, for church, actually, I actually got a gift. Let's be truthful to ourselves. I actually got a gift, you know, from the father. They actually said that they're going to celebrate us. So, but the gift, you know, I try, but the truth, we say, women are really, really special people. You know the kind of stress when they go through, we deserve all these good things where they're supposed to give us. Yes! Even 1 month or so, don't even reach to say, we appreciate you. Like this now, if they just target me, give me like 3 cars. I'm not going to talk again. I'm serious. Let's just be true to ourselves. We are really, really amazing people. And come to think of it, the women are really making waves this period. Yes, women are really, really industrious lady. Proverbs 31 woman. You know anything we be? See, if you're a father, go and celebrate your wife, celebrate your mother. It's very important, and to the children, also do that. And I'm sure that a lot of people actually have been going up with their mother, gifting their mother. We're talking about even Osimhen talking about how he gifted his sister. A cyber truck. Can you imagine when we mothers see? Even in as much as we know that ladies, we are too dramatic. Me, I cannot lie about that one. That's just the truth. We are dramatic, but the truth is that we are really, really inspiring people. People that you look up to. Even if you say, mama, see, not they buy mama for market too. That is just you cannot get a mother in the market. So when you have your mother and you are being opportune to give her, to get her something, why not? Please, I beg. And it has come to that stage where you've started making money. And see, women, our mothers, we are too emotional. Let me tell you the truth. You can say a father will say, oh, my son, I'm praying for you. But do you know the prayers your mother pray? In the night, she go, they cry, they kneel down. in as much as we ladies we dey like this, but trust me, you see, prayers when woman pray for you, they work fast than the one way man they pray for you. I tell you truth, I know they like if you don't, when mama sit down pray for you, you go know. If that prayer no work, it be like say something is fishy. But trust me, women, wherever we dey, we are. In fact, I'm proud to be a woman. And if you're a woman, you are supposed to be proud of yourself. Don't be thought when people go come, they talk, say, hey, that man, to be a man is not easy. To be a woman too is not easy. And talking about Yemoli, this is really, really beautiful to see that he actually gifted his mother. And this advice to every other person that has a mother that wants to, that has a mother and has not done something for the mom. Please think about it. I'm just letting you to know. And also, not only your mother, you are supposed to even give to your family. As you don't they make money, they remember family. Family no fit run away. Family will always be with you. So it's very important. Say if you don't they reach that stage where in your life where you don't they get plenty, you know, small money from here and there. Try they remember them. Very, very important. Because people don't come before say this person don't go buy for him mama, you know buy for him papa. Maybe they remember the fathers too. On the day when we go celebrate the fathers. All right. A lot of people have actually come online to say things concerning Yemoli's gift to his mom. We'll take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Yemoli. And yes, somebody said, God, please bless me and make me rich so that my mom can just ask for me anything, and I'll be able to provide it without hesitating. And come to think of it, it's not even about, it's like women are really understanding people. You see, a man I own now to just do this, quick. But women are really understanding. A woman can actually come out for you, and seriously, when she don't, they pray for you, they try, they hustle, they do. See, women, we are strong, go. I don't think a man can actually stand the gap of a man can actually stand the gap of a woman. I'm telling you the truth. It's very rare. But you can see a woman doing this. Man, work where man supposed to do, say woman, and not see woman they do them. I'm telling you. All right. And Mustafa said, wow, if you love to see these things like this, no worry. Me and you, Seth, go run them for our parents. On the amen to that. And another person said, we've also got a couple of clean. All right. And then Unusual said, she will still ask for another one just because it's not all around white. Mothers and love. All right. See, anything where we ask of, we're not supposed to do it for us because we are special people. You know what Yemoli mama don't do for them? Yes. Mothers, you can actually tell you, your father can actually tell you, say, oh, do this for me. You go think waiting your papa go tell you. But when it comes to a mother, it's just that, see, the power of a woman, let me just drop it there. That is just the power of a woman. Because women, if you talk say we don't get power, that means there's some, you never experience them. But that's just the truth. And that's what really makes us really, really special. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said, Honey Bun said, may our parents eat the fruit of their labor. We in Jesus' name, amen to that. And we have another comment. And somebody said, me and my mommy, inshallah, amen to that. And Fabulous Joski said, God, when our parents deserve the world. And Ami Beke said, I can't wait to start spoiling my parents too. May God keep them alive. And Ella Rai4 said, you have been spending so much time on IGO. Please, who will not love this kind of thing? You see, we making mothers really happy is something really, really inspiring. To come think of Yemoli, come think of a lot of people that have been gifting their parents, gifting their sisters, gifting their family, especially ladies. It's really, really beautiful to see. And come to think of it, people see, Pikin will say, I always think about people that don't really make their mothers happy. Yes, people where you know say your mama they pray for you, but you choose to give her pain. They say, Pikin will make it mama no sleep, I himself won't sleep. Because tell me how you want to be having peace of mind when you're making your mother to cry. That is just the truth. See, there's this blessing that comes from the love of mothers. I'm telling you, if a mother should sit down and take care of you and pray for you, definitely nothing go for this earth will make you no make am. Because, but I say, now after God, now like women, I got create. I'm telling you, later now, person go tell me, say, now if, see, if not be say, now, if men no listen to us, how I want to take the function? Yes, even for Bible, when Adam come and say, oh, now who deceived me, now Eve, but may we talk true. Una still they listen to us. That is just how it's supposed to be. So not true they argue this kind of thing. Some men go come out now, they talk plenty things. See, bless a woman today, buy her gifts. And they tell you truth. All right, and yes, congratulations to Yemoli's mother and to everyone hoping to give their mom, give their parents, give their sisters. Yes, yours will come and you will be able to gift them too. And those who don't get the money and get the opportunity to also do, they no agree do. Now, wow, I just pity you, but try. May you also gift somebody today. All right, and that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Nigerian disc jockey DJ Pretty Play has officially kicked off her bid to break the Guinness World Records for the longest marathon DJ session, and aiming to spin music for 288 consecutive hours at Bayland in Lekki. The event started on March 3rd, 2026. With the DJ set to perform continuously under Guinness guidelines, which allow only short rest breaks and restrict repeating songs within certain intervals. So the record attempt has generated excitement on social media and entertainment circles, with fans eagerly following her progress. Supporters have praised Pretty Play for her stamina and dedication, noting that a successful attempt would make her one of the few DJs in history to achieve such an extraordinary feat. And yes, this is DJ Pretty Play. See, let me tell you, I say now, everybody now don't they go this Guinness World Record, because I don't know what's going on. Everybody want to break records these days. If not be makeup, now cooking. But May when they calm down, though, maybe I say I will go find my own one where I won't break. maybe not to talk long. Maybe we'll break our own record. But this is actually beautiful to see that she's actually doing this. It's strength reach. You go stand 1 point. They play songs different, and not be one song, but not different songs though. And people go they dance. This is really serious. At DJ Pretty Play. Okay. When I saw the video recently, I saw her legs were already swollen. I'm like, oh my God, please God, give this lady strength, because I can't imagine standing for a very long time and you're playing songs. Now wow, it's crazy. Your legs won't they pain you? 288 hours. Father. All right, a lot of fans are actually excited, and they are saying a lot of things concerning DJ Pretty Play. And people are saying, that can she really cope up with this? Okay, let's see what our comment section people have for us concerning DJ Pretty Play. And yes, somebody said the angel that gives strength will be your backbone till the end by his grace. Victor is yours, darling. Okay, and another person said, are you live on any platform? And Delta Brand Babe said, please let us repose. Okay, and Folabi said, more strength by God's grace. And Eka Esther said, keeping on. All right, and AJ's Collection said, please, how many days non-stop does she plan to play? This is really crazy. Like, I don't know how she's going to be playing those songs, and I'm going to stand for a very long time. Because I can imagine standing for a very long time doing, for a very long time, your legs will start aching. But, well, I just pray for strength for her. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning DJ Pretty Play. And Real Bambi 6 said, you got this. And yes, another person said, energy. And Sugar Sandy said, we are almost there. Ride on, gorgeous. And yes, another person said, way up, my goddess. And King said, let's break it. Okay. And DT said, the angel that gives strength will be your backbone till the end by his grace. Victor is yours, darling. And yes, come to think that a lot of people are they really want to go into this, trying to break the records. Now what you want to break this time around. But talking about DJ Pretty, this is really good to see that that she's going to be playing songs till 288 hours. That shit is not an easy thing, but we are still praying for strength. Me will stand for you. When we will stand for yourself, no please stand for that kind of hours, playing that kind of, but we, as I'm always saying, that ladies are really, really, really strong people. You see, when they talk to women, we did different. We are different breed. Yes. We're different breed. Not be joke. And talking about DJ Pretty Play, let's take more and more comments and see what people have actually coming out to say concerning DJ Pretty Play. We have a lot of comments and people are talking about it. And somebody said, Pinky Love said, go girl, yes, yes, yes. And somebody, Real Bambi said, much love, baby girl. I never even see man wake come and say he won't come do this Guinness World Records zone. Come to think of it, all the people who are on the scene now, the one who won't do makeup, the one who won't cook, this one now won't do. Not only women, they men no they break record. Yes now. Say if they talk this or not, they go say pressure she don't start. Now the truth. If I say not only women don't they break this record, where are our men they? Because if they call them now go sit down one place, they shout for person, they talk plenty. If you reach to talk plenty now where when I go come out? When work don't start now don't vamoose, now don't miss. We not get men when they please come out when they do this kind world record. Men will not be the one when I want they begin they break. Because I feel it's only the ladies that are breaking records now. What's going on? Please let our men come out and speak. Let me know. Justice for men. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about DJ Pretty Play. And yes, somebody said much love, baby girl. And Afrik Mom Braid said, well done, dear. We have more comments. Let's take more and more comments of people talking about DJ Pretty Play. Trust me, it's not easy. Talking about, coming out to break the Guinness World Record is not an easy thing. It depends on how far can you go. It's the energy. You got it? When Tasha was trying to when Tasha did her makeup, and I think she recently got her awards recently, because talking about Tasha breaking her own world record, it was even makeup that she did. And come to think of it, you're making how many people up? See, when I say that women, we are really strong, it's not, I'm not exaggerating. It is the truth. It's the strength that we ladies are built up with. When they say men come and do this, see, man fit stand, woman go stand too. Nothing shake. That is just the truth. Because when they talk, say when man say to be a man not be a day job. To be a woman not easy too. Man tell you truth. Because what man fit do, woman. Man, no talk and finish, but if you explain that by yourself. All right, let's take more and more comments of DJ Pretty Play. A lot of people are really happy for her and praying that God strengthen her to being able to break the Guinness World Records of the longest DJ to play. And yes, let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about DJ Pretty Play. Yes. And when I talk about music, it's something really inspiring, and I love musical. But I get some people who know they like music, not their thing. But come to think of it, people go they dance, not go tire. I'm just imagining you understand how that kind of place will be like. Imagining the whole thing, the whole scene. You'll be playing music, a lot of people will be dancing till God I beg you. All right, and we're still saying strength to her, and it's actually good that she's doing it. And let's see how she pulls this off. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about veteran Nollywood actress Omotola Jalade Ekinde has announced that she would donate the proceeds from her new movie Mother's Love to support children from undeserved communities. The actress made the revelation during a private screening of the film, explaining that the funds generated from the project will go towards helping children gain access to better education opportunities. According to reports, the donation will be channeled through Slum to Schools Africa, and the gesture has drawn praise from fans and supporters who commended the actress for using her platform and new movie to make a meaningful impact in the lives of vulnerable children. All right, this is really, really inspiring concerning Omotola Jalade, and this is really good. See, people that give back to the society, people that have the society at heart, they think about other people, they think about other children. How many actors have you called now if you do this kind of thing? May we tell ourselves the truth. How many actors will come out now do this kind of thing? This is really, really inspiring from Omotola Jalade, and it's really lovely. All right, let's hear what she has actually come out to say.
And I am honored to announce that 100% of the production company proceeds from the theatrical release of Mother's Love will be donated to advancing the access of education for undeserved children and will be handed over to Slaughter School. What is up? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the diplomatic community, partners in development.
100%. I can really say that when I keep saying that women are doing a lot. See Omotola Jalade, this is really, really inspiring to young people, because what is going on here? 100% to children. It's really touching. I can even imagine it right now. And I can't see like how many of our actors can actually go this mile for the community, go this mile for people. This is really, really inspiring. A lot of people and a lot of fans have actually come out to say things concerning Omotola. So let's take some of the comments before I keep going, because it's a lot. This is really, really inspiring from Omotola Jalade. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And Iso Sophia Greatness said, congratulations, ma'am. And Vic Bold said, first actress to do this in Nigeria. She has broken a record. When you are big, you are big. And others should learn from her. See, I keep saying this, that if you have the money to, a lot of people are actually going through a lot of things. And come to think of it, when children, young children don't have homes, don't have places to stay, don't have people to take care of them, there are lots of children on the street. And it's also good that at this point that you're being able to help, be a helping hand to somebody is really inspiring. You don't know who you might be helping, but it's really, really inspiring to see Omotola Jalade doing this for young children. And you, where don't get the money, you say you no one give, but you will still come and they shout up and down. See, I just tire for some of my Nigerians when no degree get sense. This, I don't talk and say me when I try to get sense, because it's really important. A lot of children are outside, roaming the streets. And maybe for your head now, you feel say, oh, it's what you give to the community that matters. You want to inspire, you want to have add value. Why not? You feel say now to get money, now be the thing. You feel get money, See, a lot of people don't have the money to give, but they can't. And those people, they don't change anything. Now only their name they know. Even if they know their name safe. But giving is something I see as being inspiring to people. It's really lovely seeing that you're giving back to the community, giving back to young children. It's lovely seeing that you're helping somebody. You don't know those prayers where every day they pray for you. You don't know whether now waiting they make yourself to the progress. So if you have that money to also lend that hand, please, it's very important. This period where everywhere they read, a lot of people are going through a lot of things. Children can't feed anymore. So why not help than coming out to, create fake things. Now where they go see you, so they jump, they shout up and down. But when it comes to you doing something meaningful for your society, you don't go see you. I'm still talking about women. We are really, really making impact in the society, and it's lovely to see that. See, I'm rooting at, I'm basically talking about the women. And since today, just imagine as this thing they go. Since today, now all about the women. All about the women. Now they go come they drag me, say Precious, you don't they drag this, you don't they talk about women too. What about the men? If I do now, if I see them, why not? I will talk about it. But this is really inspiring to see. I think this is the first I've seen so far of an actress, coming out to help. It's really, really inspiring. And yes, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, We still have juicy talks to talk about and juicy stories to dive on. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back to the show Spotlight, and it's happening here on VOP TV. And you know we have been talking about a lot of things, and I'm sure that you haven't forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about the women, been talking about ladies, inspiring people, strong and bold ladies. And yes, and that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about a video, and the story has gone viral online after a woman revealed that she discovered she was pregnant on her husband's birthday. So following years of struggles with infertility, according to reports, the woman has faced several challenges, including failed IVF attempts and miscarriages, making the pregnancy an emotional and long-awaited blessing for the couple. In a video she shared on social media, she quietly recorded the moment so her husband would not hear, saying, "Today is my husband's birthday. I just found out that I am pregnant. What perfect gift can God give somebody?" The touching revelation has since captured widespread attention, with many fans and social media users celebrating the couple and sharing messages of hope, faith, and perseverance. Let's see this video.
Lucy. I don't have to here. So I'm going to dress up. You're good. And let the baby boy know that the Lord has done it. Jesus. Well, I don't want my husband to hear. I don't have to here. So I'm going to dress up. You're good. And let the baby boy know that the Lord has done it. Jesus. Well, I don't want my husband to hear. I'll carry my baby. So it is my husband's birthday today, and it is my birthday next week.
And this is really, really beautiful to see that. The way where you want to break this news that your husband's birthday. What beautiful gifts to give. And this kind of story is really inspiring. They are really, really touching. So those people where they wait for their own babies. See, patience is the key. That is just the truth. You have to just wait and pray and keep praying. One day God will answer you. This is really beautiful to see that she was able to have this thing that she has been praying for. And it's also good that, and it's also a sign and to tell you that God what answers prayers. And this is actually beautiful. The body go down the sweet this man. Do you understand? You see that this is the best gift that he could actually get. And I can already imagine the whole thing. You know, say people don't they call me Precious, now vain person, Precious. See, now beautiful things like this that they like talk about. Don't be joke. When you see things like this, you are happy for them. That is just the truth. See, it good say when they pray, they wait patiently. You know, sometimes the waiting seasons are not always, always happy, always those happy moments, always those playful moments. See, waiting season can be so frustrating for a lot of people. But come to think of it, something that's supposed to be giving you hope, you say, oh, as they wait, say there is light in the end of the tunnel. But yes, that's the truth. There is light in the end of the tunnel. So as you they pray, they hope. Why not? That testimony will one day reach your hand. And to those people waiting mothers, definitely you will carry your own baby. All right, a lot of people have been so drawn with emotions concerning this video of this young lady that actually discovered that she's pregnant on her husband's birthday. All right, let's take some comments and see what our comment section people have for us. And yes, Temini said, lots of you are so slow. Advice I see on. So you all think she haven't given birth before? Posting, yeah, okay, it's well with you. And Bottles said, I'm so happy for her. Congratulations. Yes, that's what she needs to hear. And Ella Emmanuel said, may God do it for all the TTC mothers. Congratulations to you. And Teji said, congratulations, this has come to stay. Prayers to all TCC moms. And It's Rookie said, and the first thing you thought was to post it. I hope this video is an old one and your child is already 2 years old. Why una they like carry? See, this is the time where you are supposed to be literally happy for other people. She actually came out to share her testimony. So because she has the testimony now, she'll be keeping it back to herself. Come on, a lot of people. I understand that the fact that sin Nobody is smiling again. And a lot of things are happening. They have bad people up and down that are not literally happy for you and your testimony. But trust me, there are sometimes you just can't keep it to yourself. This is something she has been praying for years. And that thing definitely came, and you feel that she shouldn't come out to say it. People should be calming down. No, that is just the truth. People should calm down. When I know they carry on that person matter for her head. She's happy for herself, and she has actually come to share the good news and the testimony. So why don't you be happy for her? That is the least you can do than, dragging her up and down. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this on our comment section. Let's take more and more stories, comments. And Martin said, okay, you are pregnant, good. But now the man get them, true. Now you get them. You see some people here, I know they talk to say some people don't get joy for this. How you going to talk say no, now you shine touch for them. God, I beg. All right, Fabulous said God is the greatest. Yes, sir. And another person said keep short and give birth. Wait, calm down. At Money K. I don't understand what you mean by keep short and give birth. Maybe it be like say make God just start some things now. Be like say make men they give birth. Make them know how it feels, because it's the audacity for me to see that you just tell us to keep short and give birth. Like, do you both feel that it is we just go in there and just come out and the baby just comes out? See, this is the time you start appreciating women, because if they carry una wey be man, carry una come and say una come dey give birth, una no go even dey survive am. One bit. I tell you the truth, you not go to survive am. Because how would you see a woman in carry a full-grown human being inside the stomach and you feel that it is easy? It's how you would think that sometimes I just imagine. I say, well, I don't blame Una because Una never been in that kind of position. Now you make even if you enter labor room, they see as people they give birth. You're not gonna even open your mouth. By the time you don't cry 1 or 2 times, you go not have far. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are really talking about this lady that actually got discovered she got pregnant on her husband's birthday. And yes, House of Fola said congratulations to her. And yes, Sheila John said God is the greatest. Congrats. And another person, Stephanie, said congratulations. And Adugo said skit. Abi, high take biscuit. They show you a pregnancy strip. Be saying a skit. Some people can be so pained. I don't know, just know the reason why the hate. All the hate. I don't just know why. All right, and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments from people and what they are saying concerning this young lady. See, children are gifts from God. If you get picky, you go not have far. Like, it's beautiful seeing children, like small babies, especially the ladies. They go say precious. They support. I'm not siding. I'm saying this generally. Even if na man or na woman where you born or where you won't born, children are really gifts from God. And come to think of it, that when you have your own child, it's the way some men. But do you know? Let me even come to this. Do you know that some men feel that, okay, your wife hasn't given birth for a long time, and you guys are really waiting for children. And for your head now, you be like, your parents don't come. Now still when parents go still come, they yap the woman, say, oh, she never give birth, she never do this, she never do that one. Not be sad they support waiting with some women, they go outside, they look outside, they born, carry pikin, come inside house. See, but sometimes I want to talk, say, and some men they cause this thing. And they tell you, men we tell ourselves the truth. Some men they cause this thing because of waiting that they talk. They make the woman feel, say, oh, she no fit do this, she no fit do that. Then it makes some women, they go outside, they look outside, they come back. But that doesn't mean I'm supporting some ladies that do some crazy atrocities, because that is an atrocity. I don't know why they do those kind of things. But to tell you the truth, that when you don't already, what is not there to wait? Even if it doesn't come, yes, there are so many other ways to give birth. Yes, so many other ways. Trust me, there are so many other ways. IVF is there. Even if the IVF doesn't work, why not pray? It will happen. Yes. It will happen. A lot of people have done a lot of things. We don't even make their marriage scatter. But it is well. All right, let's take more and more comments and see what people are actually saying concerning this. A lot of people are still wondering if she's joking or it's a skit to some people. And yes, somebody said, the first thing you thought was to post it. I hope this video is an old one. Let's take one more comment. And somebody said, at least keep short till you give birth. Congrats, though. And Beauty AK said, God is faithful, but some things are meant to be private. See, even the Bible not say if God has done something for you, you do what? You praise him. You give the testimony. Share the good news. But when I leave this woman, make she rest. You know, say some people say they know they get joy when they see somebody else doing something better. When I go, pepper body go they do now. When they calm down. This life not too hard now. Now just they make and they hard. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and people are really coming out to share their own experience of motherhood. And yes, somebody said, congratulations, God is the greatest. All right, and congratulations to her, and I pray that she has herself, you know, give birth like the Hebrew women, right? All right, and that takes us to our next gist, and we are talking about international music star Nicki Minaj has publicly called out Nigerian influencer Dr. Penkin over alleged cyberbullying and harassment. The dispute began after the influencer shared an old video of Nicki Minaj on social media with a mocking caption suggestion she should retire due to old age, so prompting the rapper to question whether he had permission to use the clip. And Minaj has reportedly added Dr. Penkin to ongoing legal action, alleging that his post amounted to harassment and copyright infringement. And the case has since attracted widespread attention on social media, sparking debates about online behavior, freedom of speech, and the limits of criticizing public figures. Fans and observers has weighed in, with many supporting Minaj's stance against cyberbullying. Shebi I don't talk am here since say this cyberbullying thing where some people they find peace in doing is crazy. Tell me how you go get peace of mind. They talk down on somebody else. They talk waiting not even be true. Like you people can literally sit down and say things that are not true to some. Like why? What joy? In fact, the question is, what joy do you people derive in it? What is the joy you people derive in all these kind of things? Things we're not supposed to be. When I go, they do this kind of thing. Why? Say na cyberbullying. You see this one, an example. At least if it don't happen like this, next time you know go do another one. Because what is all this? A lot of things this year be like saying fake things now just they hear. People they talk about rape. Rape when they don't rape you go come out so that they go call the pity. Like what do you even this thing don't take too much. A lot of people don't they carry things will not be true. We don't even know which one we won't believe now. Yes, now you come out and say things. They're not, you can never be happy in your life. I don't just know why. You say that vex now you go there. You say that you continue to be a sadist. Now sadist now they give you peace. Why? All right, you see. For my comment section, people don't come out and talk about Nicki Minaj and her music, and a lot of people go and they talk say this one na example now they want set for Dr. Penkin. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Nicki Minaj suing Dr. Penkin. Let's see this and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, with love, Halima said, for this guy, I am sad like mad. All right. And Faith Peter said, use them as scapegoats. Thank you. So that others go learn. All right. And Jacob said, all the Nigerians are supporting Nicki. Is the doctor guy problematic? Okay, you have to go and find out. For person who pose this kind of thing, you know the problem. If that you know go there. What do you think? In fact, now the question I will ask you. All right, PhD dropout said, now for Yankee, he go do jail. I've been a curriculum because this might be his only opportunity to enter Yankee. Ah, nah lie. You know they go anywhere. All right, and Only 10 said, see Gobe. And Princess Star said, there is a thin line between Twitter people and prison. Oh, not be lie. At Princess Star, not be lie because things just they go on. A lot of people just they talk things. The one where enter their mouth, maybe the thing just fly enter their mouth. They go open their mouth while they talk. All right, we have a lot of comments and people are still talking about the issues concerning Nicki Minaj and Dr. Penkin. Let's take more. And Plateau 15 said earning in Naira and collecting lawsuit in USD is insane, bro. You get that vibe. All right, and Gelly Mayweather said, I am not in support, but it is my wish. Okay, that's a good one. Happy said, Which court did she drag him to? The one at Abuja or Lagos? Please tell me so I can serve as a witness. Okay. And official Victoria said, somebody said your own don't. Okay. And Precious official said, very good, as soon as no one gets sense. Last. You get? They don't want to get sense, so they go help them make they get the sense by force. All right, let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about Nicki Minaj. And see, Nicki Minaj is not somebody that you can play with or toil with. I am telling you, you are in for a big thing. That is just the truth. You will come out and they talk plenty things. You cannot just respect yourself and say no. Even if your mouth won't push you to talk, why don't you cut it off? Yes. Since you sabi to the talk. They carry fake things when no be waiting concern you and this lady now. Make she drop music, say she done too old. Like, how do you people even come about all these things? All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. And somebody said you can sue a non-citizen in another country. And another person said apology no fit solve this case. Him cop don't fool. Last. And the AZM Mela said yes, get him. I support. And I beg Suyamo. Him own done too much. Okay. Oh. And Constance Ebere said, always Nigerian men. Oh my God. See, they can never cease to. See, if I talk now, when I go don't say Precious, don't they talk about man. I don't keep quiet for this, and I don't want to talk about them at all. Because now, see how now person don't talk and say, always Nigerian men. Did I say that? I beg. Where do they do Nigerian men sometimes? God, I beg. Oh. And Shabiru said, I hope she will win, and many fools on Twitter needs to be taught a lesson. It's a lot. See, a lot of people are going through many things. And you people cyberbullying, doing the cyberbullying and saying a lot of wrong things, to people, it's not really nice. Why don't you go on with the kind words? Try to be good. You mustn't want to make the name or make the fame with a bad name. It done too much for now. Una too do for this. But Twitter, he says person don't talk say Twitter. Be like say these Twitter people and prison people now 5 and 6 because it's too much. A lot of people are now carrying fake news, carrying a lot of things that somebody can literally come online and say, oh, Precious, you do this one to me. You carry my leg, go here. You do this one. Something where you never even see the person before. It's how people create stories that are not. And see, it's high time that all this nonsense has to just stop. Because this one now, they go, don't use them as scapegoat. By the time when you don't stay, prison for in body go tell them. You get? In body go tell them. This is an advice. Like, people should stop this whole thing. People should start doing better with your time. Add value. Other people, they add value. Say no. You yourself say no. Say na crazy. You want the cat. You want the do. It's well with you. All right, and this is where we draw the curtain for today on the Spotlight Show. Thank you so much for staying with us, yes, on the Spotlight Show. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and tell them with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
What's your weight?
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our site. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where the United States has hosted talks between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda in Washington, aiming to revive the stalled peace progress and process in the Eastern Congo. During the talks, DRC and Rwanda agreed on coordinated steps to de-escalate tensions and advance progress on the ground, according to a joint statement released by the U.S. State Department. The talks held on Tuesday and Wednesday marked the first encounter between the parties since the U.S. sanctioned Rwanda's defense force and 4 senior officers on March the 2nd for allegedly backing the M23 rebel group. This comes amid ongoing violence in eastern Congo, where M23 rebels backed by Rwanda have seized large territories. Meanwhile, a cross-border drone attack from Sudan killed 17 persons in Chad, including mourners at a funeral on Wednesday. The attack hit the border town of Tain, where 2 explosions caused casualties among mourners and children playing nearby. Local authorities say it's unclear who was behind the attack. The conflict in Sudan between the army and the paramilitary rapid support forces, ongoing since April 2023, has spilled into Chad, causing casualties and damages. Chad's president has vowed to retaliate against further attacks. Meanwhile, the conflict in Sudan is escalating into a regional humanitarian crisis, according to the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, IFRC. Nearly 4.5 million people have fled Sudan to neighboring countries, overwhelmingly already fragile areas. Danielle Brower, IFRC communication coordinator, highlighted what she described as the dire situation in Renk, South Sudan, where people struggle to access basic necessities like water and food. According to her, a hospital serving 60,000 persons is running low on medicine, and overcrowding is exacerbating conditions. She added that about 8,000 persons are waiting to be at a transit center in Renk, far exceeding its capacity, with many forced to sleep in makeshift shelters. According to the IFRC, increased funding is required to address the growing needs. Moving on, Israeli military has admitted its troops mistakenly fired on a United Nations position in southern Lebanon, wounding Ghanaian peacekeepers. The Israel Defense Forces, that's the IDF, said a tank crew misidentified UN personnel as the source of anti-tank missile fire from Hezbollah fighters and were responding to incoming fire that moderately wounded 2 Israeli soldiers. The incident on March the 6th at a UN base in Al-Qazar has heightened concerns over international forces' safety in the region. In a statement, the IDF apologized to Ghana and the UN and disseminated investigation findings to prevent similar incidents. The attack occurred in UNIFIL's operational area, which monitors hostilities along the Israel-Lebanon border amid escalating tensions between Israeli forces and Hezbollah. And in Ghana, President of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, has expressed confidence in Ghana's economic rebound, describing it as resilient enough to withstand external shocks despite global uncertainties. The president emphasized the economy retained stable and well positioned to absorb international tensions, including the Israel-United States war against Iran. Mahama made the remarks at the groundbreaking ceremony for a 24-hour economic model market at the Doma Akenkro Tuesday market in the Bono region. He is in the region for the Regional Accountability Series and is expected to address a number of chiefs and people of Bono and inspect Get Fund educational projects. And from Ghana, we'll go straight to Kenya, where the President William Ruto has launched the construction of the Naivasha-Kisumu-Malaba Standard Gauge Railway, that's the SGR in Suswa, Narok County. According to Ruto, the project implemented by China's Communication Construction Company, that's the CCCC, is expected to reshape Kenya's economic landscape. The launch followed a meeting between Ruto and CCCC Chairman Song Hailang at State House, Nairobi on Wednesday. Ruto described the SGR extension as transformative. And in Liberia has appointed economist Aliu Fuad Nye as national coordinator to lead the country's pursuit of a second compact under the Millennium Challenge Cooperation, MCC. Reports say the appointment, backed by President Joseph Nyuma Boakai and the U.S. government, follows a rigorous vetting process. Ye's mandate is to develop a second MCC compact, delivering high-impact investment-driven economic growth and institutional reform. Liberia faces heightened expectation to demonstrating reforms in fiscal discipline, transparency, and rule of law, and completing its first compact. Elsewhere, Uganda's Financial Intelligence Authority, that's the FIA, has frozen bank accounts of several NGOs operating in Uganda as part of investigation into their funding sources and operations. The move was taken jointly with other government agencies over concerns about financial flows linked to the organization's FIA Director Samuel Wandera confirmed this. Wandera said the FIA is working with other agencies to investigate the NGO's operations. Still in Uganda, and in another development, former Vice President Edward Kiwanuka Sinkadi has called on the Ugandan government to waive taxes on medical equipment donated by investors and charitable organizations. The appeal was made through his personal assistant, Oscar Mutebi, during an outreach visit to Yanamukaka Town Council in Masaka District. Sekandi emphasized that such support is vital for strengthening health services in rural communities, citing as an example the donation of 2 mobile ultrasound machines to Yanakumakaka Health Center 4, and equipment which aims to improve diagnosis and maternal health services. Sekandi said via his assistant that taxation on medical donations discourages investors and partners from supporting Uganda's health sector. Still in Uganda, mental health cases in Uganda have increased by 71% over the past 4 years, with children and adolescents disproportionately affected. This was disclosed by Dr. Juliet Nako, Executive Director of Butabika National Referral Hospital. Speaking to Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, Naku said nearly a quarter of new cases involve children and adolescents, citing societal pressures, poverty, and COVID-19 impacts as contributing factors. Lawmakers expressed concerns over rising rates and staffing shortages. Currently, less than 1% of Uganda's health budget goes to mental health, limiting comprehensive care. Still in Uganda, Uganda's Shadow Minister of Education, Gonzaga Sewungu, has expressed concerns over rising cases of market fires in Kampala, citing a recent fire outbreak at Katwe Market that destroyed over 700 businesses on March the 15th, 2026. Sewungu, who is MP for Kalungu West County, demanded government's explanation and a report on the fires, questioning Kampala Capital City Authority's role. Sewungu, during a plenary sitting, noted that many storage buildings in Kampala lacked fire hydrants and urged the Kampala Capital City Authority to install them in markets and arcades to control fires. Speaker Anita Among guided the House to allocate funds for Kampala Capital City Authority to address challenges. On his part, Attorney General Kiyowa Kiwanuka committed to raising the matter with capital city leadership, especially the Minister for Kampala. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a veteran journalist right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Good afternoon, David.
All right. Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Dr. Joseph Opu. Dr. Joseph is a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam Gulu University and also the director of Opu Skilling Foundation Africa. Well, I understand Dr. Opu has not joined the conversation. Well, also expected to join the conversation as well is Hansen G. Blayon, who is a media and communication professional, virtually joining us from Liberia. Mr. Hansen, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation. All right, then. While we wait for Hansen also to join the conversation, I understand also joined us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njoy. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, financial advisor, also CEO and founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. All right, then, let me start off with you, Mr. Martins. Now, the conversation surrounding the fire incidents, which, of course, I just read out a couple of minutes ago, is one that is of major concern because quite a number of Africans would want to find out, from your perspective, if a situation like this continues. And I'm talking about the fire incident that happened in the Katwe Market that destroyed over 700 businesses in March 15th, 2026. From your perspective, how much of an impact is these kind of conversation not well addressed going to be having on the economy of Uganda as a financial advisor?
One thing is that when fire outbreak happens in a city or in a market, it should be a state where government responds quickly and give it as a priority. It is not a situation whereby you are calling committee to discuss the issue. Fire outbreak is an act of urgency, and the situation should become through the fire experts. Every market should have an institution or set aside a fire station that can respond quickly to such kind of an occurrence. But you find now most of governance doesn't put in place, or you find the council that is governing the market or the city, they are not factoring those kind of disaster that can arise. And you find whenever they arise, you find the fire equipment, they have no water, maintenance has not been done over the time, and you find to extinguish such kind of fire, it will take time. It will even claim businesses of people who are living hand to mouth. Secondly, in the aspect of economy, they lose much where such kind of issue has not been addressed for the future happening. So it is sad, and the government should prioritize and bring resources to address such kind of eventuality going to the future and going forward.
To the studio here. Well, Mr. Fanimo, looking at this kind of situation where fire raises a market and over 700 businesses goes down the drain as a result of that fire, and as a result of no measures around to quench and quell that inferno, do you think on the large scale, how much of a major impact would these be having on the economy? And I'm talking macro economy now of Uganda, that of course is just coming from a major election just a couple of months ago.
You see, there's something that is that's a trend across most of these savanna belt in the continent, particularly East and West African regions.
Okay.
You see, we tend to be reactive than being proactive. Now, if you have over 700 businesses going down, the multiplication is so grave for those who consider statistics, those who work on data. Now, you're talking about macroeconomy. Now, those people that are directly or indirectly connected with these 700 businesses are not going to pay tax to the government because they don't have a job anymore. And for every shop, at least there will be about 3-4 people that are attached, either as apprentice, either as a worker. And within this market, you have government officials performing one thing or the other, one function or the other.
Right.
Like those who clear sewages, that's those who clear refuse, those who provide electricity and all that. So when you look at that, in an economy that is still struggling, you now have sudden stoppage of economic activity in a huge environment like that market. Definitely, it will impact the government finances. It will create social tension because the first law of nature is self-preservation. Those people that have lost their jobs, they will be thinking of ingenious ways, either legitimately or illegitimately, to survive. Now,
which is going to pose another problem on its own.
Yeah, of course, some will go to crime.
Right.
And so the society suffers. There will be social dislocation, which would also put pressure on government facilities, government resources, because police would have to deal with internal security more than before.
Okay.
And the money that should have been used for building infrastructure will be deployed to buying arms and ammunition for the police to quell criminal activities. So you can see
extensively it's expanding.
It's something that has a massive and unquantifiable repercussion when you look at it more, beyond just fire, quelling fire and all that. Another thing again, that kind of fire is that how much of readiness for every market that is even 50 lockup shops,
yes,
there must be some presence of fire fighting equipment.
Now, this question you are asking now is about what Siwungu, who is the MP of Kalungu West County, is demanding government to carefully give an explanation and, of course, get a major report on these fire incidents, because he's questioning the Capital City Authority's role, which, of course, is in charge of that market area. So you've consistently spoken about the civil service as being a major place where a lot of corruption happens. This conversation about getting a major report about these fire incidents, is coming as a result of the fact that consistent funding have been going to the Kampala City, Capital City Authority, and then there is no level of presence when it comes to providing amenities and fire service around that area. Should anybody be held totally accountable for this kind of situation?
In fact, a lot of people should be held responsible. One, the fire service should be held responsible if there was no timeous intervention when that fire broke out. Because fire does not engulf a whole area at once. It starts small and begins to spread. So if there was a kind of timely intervention, perhaps it couldn't have spread to other areas of the market. Two, what about exit points? If there was no provision for exit points, then whoever is supposed to do that should be held responsible. Three, if there were violations in the market,
right?
For instance, you are supposed to exit the market at a certain period of time when it's getting dark. But by the time you go into it, you may find out that some people even make those shops their own abode. They cook, they bathe, they do a lot of things.
As a result of not having well enough to have their own apartment.
Exactly. So it could be as a result of cooking in the night. It could be as a result of exposing certain combustible chemicals to the vagaries of fire. It could be that electricity cables may probably have sparked this, and as a result of incompetent hands fixing electricity in the market. So a lot of things, and it would be nice if the municipal head goes ahead to dig deeper. Not for today, but to guard against future occurrences. We have seen, even in Nigeria here, that we have seen some markets being burned several times over and over without any remedial palliative and any rejigging of the structure and system of that market. So it's not just for us to know why it is so, why the fire came, but how to mitigate against future occurrence.
It's interesting you mentioned mitigation, which is why I would take this question to Mr. Martins, who is also a financial advisor. Mitigating this kind of occurrence from happening again is one conversation that the speaker, Anita, said she's going to be guiding the House to allocate funds to Kampala Capital City Authority to address these kind of challenges. But some have said with the consistent funding that have been gone into the Kampala Capital City Authority, these kind of occurrence should have minimal effect should it happen, because as at the time this inferno started, no single firefighting equipment was found around the market, and thereby raising and bringing down 700 businesses. On the macroeconomic level, aside the fact that the speaker, I'm talking about Anita Among, has said, of course, there will be funding allocated to the Kampala City Capital, City Authority. Do you think, as it stands, not just one or two persons be held accountable for this, but questions should be probed further on the next move at which to get these authorities working, even working better?
Thank you, Mr. David. As I spoken earlier, it's that you find in all countries there is an authority that deals with the business permit and the license, and you find in the same license they charge money they charge a fee for fire, and you find that when the fire outbreak happens, there is no any single equipment that responds to such kind of an inferno. So this means that there is misplaced priorities in the authority that should be addressed. In this scenario, it is not a case whereby they will call a meeting to say what to do and blame game, but to call a meeting to address it to the data, whereby the mechanism are being put in place and the policy implementation has been put into place. Secondly, in every city or big market, there should be a fire assembly point, where in the case of fire, there are a place where people can safeguard themselves from any further escalation of casualties.
All right, then.
So government should put resources in the marketplace to ensure that if this kind of fire inferno arises, it sweeps the entire economy system. Hence, in job, lack of employment is on high alarm. Hence, now when these people are returning back to ask themselves, where will I start? So government even should put an emergency fund, disaster to respond and to restore to sanity the business of these investors.
All right, then putting in place
to enhance the
disaster recovery fund. I guess that basically is another part of this conversation. I understand right now that a media consultant, Hansen Blayan, has also joined us virtually from Liberia. Let's establish communication with you. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Hansen, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Taking to be part of the show.
All right, then. Let me also ask you the same question. Looking at the situation that did occur in Uganda, where a market fire did happen in the capital city of Kampala, and of course around the Katwe market, that destroyed over 700 businesses in March the 15th. Do you think, as it stands, even though there are calls for major reports and investigation about what really did happen and who should be held accountable, but do you think on the macroeconomic level, this might have or will have any impact on the economy of Uganda? Not forgetting, they just came out of an election just in January.
With the widespread of fire is a natural process. And Africa as a country, that most often we don't have a preventive strategy when it comes to fire disasters. In return, the people get mostly affected. So Uganda, looking at the trend, the just election, there is a whole political rivalry with Museveni and Bobby Wine, and with the disasters coming into play, well, it will greatly affect the economy, because people, this pesticide trader, they help boom the economy in their own level of way. It is a way that to sustain a market, the local produce from the different portion of the country that people are somewhat to purchase from. If these places have been destroyed, the government need to find other strategies that they themselves can have a way to intervene and to provide some reimbursement for all of these fire victims. Well, I think beyond just that, to prevent such a situation, the government need to have a fire station that if there's an occurrence happening, there can be immediate actions that will be able to prevent. But again, it has happened. Africa is just Africa, and if there was another country like Europe, we could see that the extent of which is damage and market could have happened like that. But again, our politicians, the fear of taking the money, replacing it to their pocket, and allowing the ordinary people to suffer. But again, those who have
oh dear,
victim of it. We hope that it re-establish a market at short term.
All right, then. I think a bit of a network situation is why we're struggling to have you there. But let me take this conversation to Kenya. And of course, I'm shifting gears. Still staying in Uganda. Interestingly, the health ministry has said that mental health cases in Uganda have increased by 71% over the last 4 years, with children and adolescents disproportionately affected in this particular figure. Another factor that is being seen as a major reason for this is the fact that poverty was also, the increase in poverty was also a yardstick. COVID-19 impact was also another yardstick. Societal pressure was also another yardstick and factor why this figure increased. Now, from your end, Mr. Martins, looking at this figure, 4 years, this major increase, 71% of Ugandans' mental cases been increased. What do you make of this?
Thank you, Mr. David. What I think I understand is, one, the government in every republic is to address the issue of health system. Secondly, to address the issue of infrastructure and development. And the same should be put into consideration, understanding that this is now an emergency, whereby we have the rate, the data shows that the number is spiking too high in the area of mental issue. Secondly, I have seen recently that there is a United States fund to address the issue of health. I know Museveni accepted that bill. So unless that resources has been prioritized in another case, the health sector should be given priority to address the issue that is arising. May it be pandemic, may it be any kind of emergency or situation, like now we end COVID-19, and you find that the health ministry finances or resources has been prioritized to areas that are not beneficial to the issue affecting the public. So one thing is that this health should be given consideration. Expertise on matters of mental health should be deployed to address this issue and ensure that that there is high rate of recovery. When if they don't employ or deploy the qualified physician or doctors to address this menace, it means that the number will spike on high rate. So for it, resources are required. Development of health infrastructure should be put in place.
All right.
Those numbers should be, the data should be scrutinized every day, every month, to ensure the recovery and the new emerging cases. That way is how to address this issue and to ensure that there is no case that will arise in the future.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, you are possibly abreast of the fact that there's been this consistent call for young people to stay off drugs and all of these alcoholic substances that, might lead to this level of having to be seen in a position of having major societal pressures. What do you make of this figure in Uganda? 71% of the population are having mental issues. Now, it's been attributed to the fact that post-COVID impact, or post-COVID-19 impact is one of it. Poverty is another. Citing societal pressures as well is another for the young adolescents as well. But from your position, do you think that as it stands, Africa can do better with our young people staying off these illicit drugs that would lead to this point of having these astronomical figures when it comes to young adolescents going really mentally sick?
You see, let me break it down. Many people don't realize one thing, that it is not when you pull off your shirt and you roam the street looking unkempt, picking from the dustbin, that you have mental imbalance.
Right.
But mental imbalance could come as a destitution. Mental imbalance can result as a result of substance abuse, and mental imbalance oscillates between mild and severe. Mild is considered neurosis in psychology. Then the severe one is called psychosis. And in psychosis, that's where you have issues of schizophrenia, hallucination, derision, and all that. But in neurosis, that's where you have outbursts, bipolar trait, and all that. Now, you see, we are taught in psychology that the line between neurosis and psychosis is so thin that it's not something that is visible. Somebody can transit from neurotic problem to psychotic problem within minutes.
Okay.
Now, what predisposes this? You see, people tend to believe that being high on illicit substance, you see, when they see drug abuse, it means the drug itself is not harmful. But when you take a larger dose of it that your body system cannot tolerate, that is when it gets to abuse. For instance, tramadol is a painkiller. But you are not supposed to take, maybe if it's the oral one, maybe just take a teaspoon. Maybe if it's a tablet, maybe you are only allowed to take maybe 2 tablets in the morning, or depending on the milligram, you know. But when you now put it in a bowl, you pour a whole bottle in a bowl, or 2 or 3, add Valium to it, add some other drugs to it, you mix, and...
That's a scientific experiment.
You understand? You now become a chemical engineer, even when you never went to school to study chemical engineering. Now, when you take it, it gives that euphoric feeling. And people go into it because they assume that once they are high, their problem is solved. But by the time this drug wears out, that problem you thought had been resolved comes back in folds. And then you now become derisive. You now become apprehensive. And if care is not taken at that moment, you will begin to experience either hallucination or schizophrenia. And that's when it becomes psychotic. And then that's where you need a clinical psychologist or a psychiatric doctor to help you out of it. And you need a lot of therapy. You see, when they bring out this kind of statistics, if you are not close to where you can experience some of these things, you will say, don't mind them. How can 70% of a whole country will be high on drugs? You see, in some places, there are drugs that you don't even buy. For instance, those who sniff latrine, do they buy? No! It's as bad as that. Because it makes them high. Those who sniff gum, do they have to buy? How much gum can they buy?
Now, that clearly is leaving the impact of the young people in the society at a major risk, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, I, as a person, because I've done it, what I mean by I've done it, I have treated people.
Okay.
And I have gone through clinical psychology at Arrow Psychiatric Hospital in Abeokuta.
All right.
So I know the impact. The moment you are hooked on drugs, it takes a long-term treatment, a long-term therapy for that person to be weaned off that drug. And it takes a lot of patience and taking regime to win that person up. Do you know that if somebody is under rehabilitation, it costs about 250 to 300,000 naira every week.
Oh, wow.
For admission, medication, therapy, and everything. Now imagine somebody who has spent 6 months in rehab center. And it is not even automatic that person would come back to normal.
Economically, on the nation, that is a major time bomb waiting to happen.
That is it. And you see a lot of people abusing different types of drugs. Do you know that it's as bad as if you see anybody sipping from a bottle of a beverage, you need to be very sure before you take and say you want to take a sip. It has happened to somebody very close to me. They gave us Zobo drink. She never knew that it was laced. Wow. And she was driving, she almost ran under a trailer.
Oh dear.
So,
oh well, let me take this conversation to Mr. Hansen, who again is a media communication expert. From your position, this figure, 71%. Okay, I understand that Hansen has left the conversation. All right, now, Mr. Martins, quickly, because of our time, what do you think at this point can be done to mitigate this kind of figures on the part of government, and also, let's take it a bit down, on the part of parents?
David, one thing to understand is that government should play the key role to ensure that these figures are met. One thing is facility for rehabilitation centers should be put in place and be resourced so that the doctors, the physician can address these menace of maybe it can be drug intoxication. It can be either an issue of disorder that may be arising. So, secondly, the families or the issue of poverty is leading these people to areas of maybe drug abuse. So you find that they have ruined themselves into that state because of the situation of hunger and the poverty. So government is the only avenue to go, and now seek foreign aids from other well-wishers to address this menace.
All right then. Well, before I let you go in 30 seconds, the U.S. is talking tough, and of course the U.S. has said, look, the brokered peace between DR Congo, the M23 rebels, and Rwanda, the talks are de-escalating in agreement. Do you think, as it stands, even though Marco Rubio has said whoever breaks from the agreement, the truce signed, would face the full wrath of the United States, you think by that statement there might just be some level of peace coming to the DRC? In 30 seconds, because of our time.
Thank you, Mr. David. What is happening in DRC Congo is the same case scenario of what is happening in Sudan. And to iron it out is to say that there are cartels in these two countries that will take a chance of.
Oh dear. Well, because I think the network has taken him out. But let me come back to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, the United States clearly has said that talks between the DRC and, of course, Rwanda aiming to install the peace and process in the DRC is one that would be taken serious. I'm talking about the U.S. government making the statements. Now, looking at the fact that Marco Rubio has said whoever goes against the signed truce will be facing the full wrath of the U.S., do you think that might quell some or bring some level of peace to the DRC as against the backdrop of the fact that there's been consistent infighting in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo?
You say Rwanda and the DRC?
Yes.
They are underdog in this matter. They are underdogs. And America is like a lion trying to cage foxes. you know that they stand no chance in this. And don't forget that the involvement of Rwanda is because it has been providing a launch pad for the rebels.
M23 rebels.
You know, and so because Burundi is only pushing back to ensure that the influx of refugee does not overwhelm its economy. That's why Burundi was not invited to that peace talk.
Right.
But Rwanda is considered an indirect aggressor against DRC. And with this new instruction, I won't call it threats to both parties, I think they don't need to be told that they need to sheath their sword.
All right, then this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Mr. Fanimo.
My pleasure.
Also, big thank you to Mr. Martin Sowore, financial advisor, also public and political affairs analyst and commentator, who joined us virtually all the way from Kenya, and also media and communication professional Hanson G. Blayan, for also joining us virtually all the way from Liberia. Thank you so very much, gentlemen, for being here. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business and African sports stories will be up next. This is We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here in Voice of the People television. Now to other stories. Authorities in Comoros have recovered at least 8 bodies from a boat carrying African migrants found on the coast. Officials have said on Thursday the migrants were attempting to reach Mayotte, a French territory between Mozambique and Madagascar. The vessel was discovered Wednesday after residents of Mitsambwe heard cries for help and alerted police. Conflicting reports emerged on the death toll, with Interior Minister Mohamed Ahmada reporting the recovery of 8 bodies, while a local hospital director said the toll could reach 17. Survivors claim to be from the Democratic Republic of Congo, though police are verifying nationalities. Search and rescue operations continue, with authorities yet to confirm the full death toll. From that story, we move straight to talking African business. The South African rand held steady in early Thursday's trade, trading at 17.01 against the dollar, as investors assessed the U.S. Federal Reserve's hawkish stance and conflicts in the Middle East weighed on risk sentiment. The Fed's warning on rising energy costs, clouding the inflation outlook, dampened expectation for near-term interest rate cuts. Economists expect South Africa's central bank to leave its main interest rate unchanged at its March the 26th policy announcement. The country's benchmark 2025 government bond was flat, with the yield at 9.1%. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. The Confederation of African Football CAF president, Patrice Motsepe, has defended the organization's decision to strip Senegal of the African Cup of Nations title and award it to Morocco. This follows Senegal government's call for an international investigation into alleged corruption within CAF. Senegal had initially won the final 1-0 in extra time, but CAF's appeal board ruled that the team forfeited the match due to players working off the pitch in protest of a late penalty awarded to Morocco. The decision has sparked outrage among Senegalese players and fans, with the country's football federation condemning it as unfair, unprecedented, and unacceptable. Motsepe emphasized CAF's commitment to integrity and fair play, stating that no country in Africa will receive preferential treatment. Senegal plans to appeal the decision to the Court of Arbitration for Sports, and that's CAS. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Sowore people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a major stop for people traveling through Lagos. Today, Oshodi is a lively and busy place full of people, market stalls, and activities from morning to night. It is known for being the energetic heart of Lagos and a challenging area due to the crowd and traffic. Despite the chaos, Oshodi shows the strength and determination of the people who live and work there. In recent years, Oshodi underwent one of the most ambitious urban transformations in Lagos history, the birth of Oshodi Transport Interchange. This multi-terminal megastructure was designed to tame the chaos, bringing the modern transport system to one of Africa's busiest cities. Beneath the modern facade, the original Oshodi hustle lives on. Traders still line the side streets, food vendors still serve steaming plates of jollof rice, and thousands still rely on this place as the start or end of their daily journey. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know its streets, it is an ecosystem, a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight, Oshodi is a reminder of Lagos' unyielding energy, a place where the city's past, present, and future collide all in 1 square mile of unstoppable motion. Oshodi isn't just a place on the map, it is a testament to the Nigerian will to thrive no matter the odds. Welcome to Oshodi, the hustle capital of Lagos.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping, they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi guys, it's your boy Chelle. It's your boy Chelle.
Your boy Chelle. You get the vibe. You Chelle, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Okay, so Chelle, we like to meet you. You know, a lot of people are still yet to know. So let's meet you.
I'm Chelle. I do music. I do sweet melody. Nothing is less than sweet melody.
If you don't know, no. All right. So tell us, who styled you? Because I've been asking this question a lot of times. Your dressing is top notch. I'd like to know who styled you.
Okay. His name is Osabigi. Osabigi on Instagram. Yeah, that's his name. He styles me, inspired by me. I inspire him and he styles me. That's it.
All right. So Chelle, we are here at the Afrima, the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Yes, good vibes. Expectations, I expect the good ones. I also expect to get one home. It's not bad, but yeah, I thank God for being nominated and yeah.
So tell me, as an artist, what can you say about African music?
Oof. We're doing good, we're going wide. People are loving it, everybody, every part of the world, they're loving Nigeria, African sound for real, yeah. So, and it's good, it's nice, and we feel good to be able to reach out to them, to be able to make them love our sound. And it's not even easy to make people love what they don't know, and to make them know it and also love it. So it's a nice thing, and Africans, our sound is sweet, and we know that, so it's natural, raw.
You get the vibe.
Sweet melody. I love you guys so much. I don't know what to say. This is my first time of collecting, So I'm gonna say thank you to my fans. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my family, for their prayers. Thank you, my team. Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, G-Sticks is my producer, and all my teams. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, my dear.
How do you feel?
Feeling great, feeling good. 2026,
You got it. So you know that song? I feel good.
Da 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 da.
So good.
Pam pam.
So tell me, would like to know your name for you, please?
My name is Stoneboy, STONEBWOY from Ghana, representing Afro dancehall reggae music. You don't know.
If you don't know, you don't know. All right. Please, by the way, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Please, who styled you? Tell us.
This is from Kenneth Tete, one of the very amazing designers and fashion designers. He makes these clothes. You feel me? We don't just put them together. And I co-put them together. Co-stylist. But the maker is Kenneth Tete from Ghana. Shout out to Kenneth. Yeah.
And yes, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. Another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. Shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a, let's say like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Our Best African Music is just like blessings, you know, to still be here and doing it and contributing to the to this effect.
So as a musical artist, tell me, how do you see music in the whole? African music.
Music is a spiritual tool. It's a gift first and foremost. You know, it's a gift first and foremost that comes from the Most High. You can't force to buy that gift. You have to be gifted with it. Others may learn, others may get influenced, but we can see the differences with those who are purported with a gift to share. Basically, you're just speaking the heart and mind and emotions of people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the duty of musicians. Then African music definitely carries African soul, African spirit, African power, African stories, African energy, African vibes, African sound, African melodies. The list goes on and on and on. So that's what it is. To the world we go, Africa.
So tell me, what is Stonebwoy after Afrima? Because we'd like to know what's your next move.
Stonebwoy after Afrima, it's going to be songs, it's going to be visuals, it's going to be appearances, it's going to be continuous representation of African music in its diversified aspect. And as long as I'm concerned, I represent for Afro beats, reggae, and dancehall. I still keep blending it, Afro dancehall. So we're going to give more and more and more of such and such. I'm just going to continue to contribute my quota to the whole, you know, ecosystem of African music. So that's going to be it for Stonebwoy.
All right, I would like to ask this last question, and it has to be, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
I'll be contributing to humanity same way, to the service of humanity, either ways.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
I'm so excited to see you. I can never turn back. You get the vibe? All right, so please, can we meet you?
It's Gaze Baba, Afro Gospel, Cultural Architects. Never forget the name.
Yes! So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Victory.
Victory is sure. So tell us, we've had a lot of music, gospel music especially. So how do you see, this event has a lot, you know, to pull out. So how do you see music generally? Is it evolving in the future? How do you see music right now?
I mean, music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
So I would like to ask this question. What really inspired, because I listened to your songs and they are really thrilling. Like I know that these songs, we are old songs we do bring back those days, we sing those days. So what really inspired you bringing those kind of songs into this generation?
Well, it wasn't like, it's not like a strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just, I sang the song, a producer friend of mine was beside me, heard it, was like, let's do this. I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it. We get into the studio and God makes a miracle happen.
Right. All right, thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
They're fine, I'm in Lagos, I enjoy.
So Lagos is giving you the vibes?
Lagos is the best. Foods, music, women, Nigeria is the best.
So tell me, you know the song, I feel good. So good.
Bam, bam.
Oh, that's the vibe.
James Brown.
Yes. So please tell me, can we meet you? We'd like to know your name.
My name is Suspect 95. I come from Ivory Coast. It's my first nomination tonight to Afrima, and I hope I win.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's the luck. He hopes he wins. And yes, so we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to link up with other artists from all this country, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania. I enjoy, and I'm very proud to be there. I don't have any expectation. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I don't win.
So tell me, how do you see Nigerian African music on the large?
Nigerian music is
African music.
African music is, for me, is the best kind of music because our culture is in our music. Our language, our dialects, our dances. For me, African music is the best music in the world.
So you've been to Lagos right now. How has Lagos been treating you?
Again?
How has Lagos been treating you? Like, how do you feel around Lagos?
People in Lagos, people in Nigeria are very fine with Ivorians. We are AFCON winners, so you treat us well. Yes.
So how do you see the African music in the future? How do you see African music in the future? How do you see it like revolving over and over again?
Upgrade, and upgrade. African music is the way the things go. African music in 28, 29, all over the world, we will be the bosses.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
You look amazing. Please tell me who styled you. Thank you. So tell me who styled you.
I'm dressed by Esther's today.
Ooh, she did a really good one.
She did.
Okay, so please can we meet you?
I am Sabrina Love, all the way from Cameroon.
Ooh, so we have some clock it. All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel great. I hope there are drinks inside because I just don't want to watch music.
Oh wow, that's so interesting. So you're not here about the fun. You just want.
No, it's the music. I watch the.
I would love to sit near you because I love people like this. You know, we are always realistic.
We need drinks.
Please.
Thank you.
The heat in Nigeria is too much.
The economy is too much.
All right. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and what are your expectations? Though you're not nominated or anything, but how do you feel about it?
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video. But Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
So tell me, what kind of genre of song do you like listening to?
Eclectic. So I listen to all kinds and everything. I can listen to 28 Grams by Burna Boy. Then I switch to Lahore. From Lahore, I go way back to Lighter. Then I go to Olamide. I know new Olamide songs, old Olamide songs. I just jump around and then suddenly I'll just nuke everything and go back to
So
something.
tell me, the way you've narrated everything now, can you sing?
No, I can't sing, but I can rap.
Ooh, you get that? But don't rap yet, so just calm down.
No, I rap for money, not free.
Wow, I get it. So tell me.
African music is a phenomenon. It's a culture now. It started, naysayers were saying, what are these Africans doing? Now they want to collaborate with us. I recently heard a song by Burna Boy and Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones. I'm like, can you imagine that? And that song, what was that song? It's Empty Chairs. That's the name of the song. I was like,
Burna Boy's lyrics are so,
Empty chairs. He says his enemies that used to be on the internet and on the streets, his enemies are now going to his sold out shows looking for empty chairs.
Lines they cry. Oh my God! So actually, I know you're only here. You've already said you're not only here for the the songs,
for the drinks.
You're also here for the drinks.
Yes.
So do have a beautiful evening.
And if I see you, I'll throw a drink your way.
Oh my God! Thank you so. Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How you feeling?
I'm fine. I'm feeling good.
All right, you know the song. I feel good.
Yes, all the time. I take you to Fuji level.
Okay.
You started from America. Most landing in Africa.
All right, please, would like to meet you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Adewale Ayuba, a Fuji musician. Born in Nigeria, loaded. Yes, sir.
All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards evening, and it's the 9th, So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect this evening?
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs. You give it to them fully. That's it.
So we're talking about African music. How do you see African music in general?
Are you still even calling it African music? It's already gone. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, if you see 10 producers, they want to, 9 out of them want to work for African singer.
That's true.
Because that is where the door, that's the new door that God just opened now
Yes.
for African music. I'm telling you. And we are gifted. When you are talking about good rhythm, nice, melodious song, it's from Africa. I won't lie to you. Even the African singer, the American in America, they are the best. Am I lying? How come Africa is part of them?
Yes. So, I'd love to ask this question. A lot of people, the genre of songs we've heard, generally a lot. A lot of people love the Fuji. A lot of people love the kind of songs we do here. So, how do you see this in the future? How do you see music, African music? I know you've talked about African music and how do you see it evolving? Because there's a lot right now after Afrima. How do we see African music in the future?
You see, this is like 10 years or how long Afrima? This is 9. Can you imagine? You can see that they are growing.
Yes.
And you know that even in all over the world, you can see that a lot of producers, a lot of DJs, they will be blasting African music like no before. Yeah. So it shows that the doors is already open. You understand? So, and I know that we just need to, we African singers, we have to be very careful. At least be original. You understand? You have to compose a song that will be there for life, not just like a candle that burns and come down. And that is my own. We should seize this opportunity to make it better.
Right. So if you're not doing, I would love to ask this question. If you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
That would be teaching. Teacher.
So why do you choose teaching?
Jesus Christ is a teacher now.
So you want to follow his ways. That's nice. All right. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Nigeria. I'm coming from Ivory Coast. So you know Nigeria, Ivory Coast is the same country.
So tell me, before going into what I want to ask you, how has Nigeria been treating you so good?
No, Nigeria is incredible. I like the place, I like the people, and Afrima is very excellent. Meeting people, having some fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me, can we meet you please? Your name?
My name is Milo. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire. I'm a gospel singer. I sing for Jesus.
Oh, yes. we repping Jesus, actually. We rep Jesus. All right, so we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards evening. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Oh, I think it will be a great moment.
Oh.
Great moment for Africa. People coming from everywhere.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see everybody. And we will praise the Lord. I will sing Jesus tonight. So I think it will be a good time.
So how do you see African music, gospel music in the aspect? How do you see gospel music in the future? Right now with this event going on, how do you see gospel music moving forward?
Yeah, me, I really know French gospel music.
Yeah.
And it's like we are going upper and upper and upper.
Yeah.
And this kind of event is to show what we can do. So I'm really happy to be nominated. And we know that next year, we will have a lot of gospel francophone people who will come in Lagos to sing the gospel.
Okay, so thank you so much and do have a lovely and beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel excited.
I feel good. So good. So tell me, can we meet you please?
Yeah, my name is El Nayan. I'm an artist and I'm out for one of the biggest awards in Africa. Yes, I'm excited.
Of course. And so it's the 9th edition of this Afrima.
Yes, consistently.
You could imagine.
Shout out to you, Afrima.
So what are your expectations this evening?
I want to see that tension where they're saying, and the award goes to, the tension. I want to just see, I want to experience that.
Oh my God. So what would you say about African music on the whole?
African music?
Yeah.
Man, like for the people that have been doing it before us and all of that, it has been so encouraging. And we that are coming, I'm sure them Wiz, OBO, everybody, they've told you that there are people coming. We are coming. Because they did 1, we are doing 10. So you guys just chill. African music, you've not even seen the best of it yet.
Of course.
It's just starting.
All right, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling
Please, we need the
normal.
vibes, yo.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
So you know the song, I feel good,
Ta-da-da-da-da-da.
so good.
I know that I will.
So please, can we meet you?
Hi, my name is Angel.
So who is Angel? We like to know who Angel is because all this spice is not.
Okay, Angel is the stylist. The stylist for tonight, the host. Fow's the bad guy. So yeah, stylist to the host.
So tell me, you styling the host, how has it been for you?
I think this is my third time on Afrima as a stylist, and it's a great feeling to be called back again. And also the host tonight is also a long-time client. You know, so it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So what are your expectations for this evening? Like it's the night Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So what are your expectations this evening?
I think I am expecting to see a lot of surprise right tonight because in the African space in the last 1 year, there's been a lot of surprises, a lot of surprising features. There's been a lot of people you don't even expect to see doing some certain kind of music. So I'm expecting to see a lot of surprises tonight and new great talents as well.
All right. Yeah. I forgot actually to tell you that you look amazing, by the way. All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hello, what's happening?
How do you feel?
Ecstatic.
Ooh. You know the song, I feel good. So good. All right, so please, I would like to know you.
Yo, my name is Embrayo, aka The Pen. Singer, songwriter, producer.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. Yeah. What are your expectations for this evening? Because it's all buzzing already. So what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, just enjoy the show. I don't know if you know, I was nominated for the Songwriter of the Year.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hopefully we take that home.
All right, and that's why I asked, how do you feel about this? Your expectations for this exactly?
I just want to have fun. There are not really any crazy expectations so far.
You don't want to have the victory?
Definitely, everybody wants to win. I want to win, though. Yeah.
All right. So, can you tell us about music? How do you see music generally right now? African music, basically.
Okay. We're at a place where the world is not watching us right now, and it's the best time to be alive. Being, a musician and a songwriter, a creative in this space, coming from this part of the world. Yeah. So I'm just really happy, and I'm optimistic to what the future holds.
All right, okay, thank you so much, and do have a blast.
Thank you so much.
This evening. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and don't forget to follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to GT Fashion Weekend, and we are live here at the Landmark Center, where we'll be bringing you everything sweet and trending and people looking gorgeous. And today is day one, and people are ready, coming out in their beautiful attire and looking so elegant. So stay tuned.
Good evening, beautiful lady.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine. As you
Please,
can
that's not the
see.
energy I expected. You are in GC Fashion Weekend. It's the avenue for you to express yourself.
I'm good, as you can see now. I'm so fine.
Obviously, you have. For me to call you,
Yeah.
I can tell you 100%. You're looking so pretty, natural.
Thank you.
And all ensemble together. Classic. So let's meet you.
Same here.
Can we meet you?
My name is Bidemi. I'm a fashion designer. I made this dress.
Come on, can you do a 360 for us? Whoa. Okay, so that's amazing. It actually looks off the rack. We never could have thought that it's made. And that's what GT is about. It's trying to make us understand that Nigerians are doing well.
Yeah,
not just Nigeria,
we're good.
Africa, and the world at large.
Yes.
So, how's it been so far?
Well, amazing. It's my choice. So I love what I do. I love it a lot. So it's been good.
Okay, so you're the one at GT Fashion Weekend. How's the experience been like for you?
Actually, I don't know. I just got here, but it's been. I like what I'm saying.
Did you register for any of the masterclass?
No.
Okay, so are you looking forward to have a one-on-one in any of the masterclass today?
Yeah. I look forward to that.
Okay, so enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hi, my name is Ifnaya. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm also one of the radio hosts right here at the GTCO Fashion Weekend.
So how's it been so far? It's the one, and everyone is coming out in their colors and attire.
Yeah, I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive on day one, I can't wait to see what day two has.
Okay, so looking at the fact that the way GT started, and this program has always been like, okay, come out, express yourself. People have been doing that before now. And what's that one thing highlight you're looking for this year?
I'm looking forward to the master classes because one thing I love about the GTCO brand is they ensure that they're giving you premium quality. They are looking through the beauty fashion industry within Nigeria and then Africa and then globally. You know, the current masterclass, Melissa, I believe, all the way from Detroit. So I love that they're bringing quality to ensure that they're impacting knowledge as well.
Okay, thank you very much. To enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, you look breathtaking. This is actually
Thank you.
well put together. So can we meet you?
Thank you.
Can we meet you?
Mature.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a fashion stylist and a designer.
You represent what?
Thank you.
So how's the experience of GT Fashion Weekend for you?
I mean, this is GT Fashion Week. We always expect the best and they always come with the best, you know. You can look around and I feel good about it though. I always feel good about fashion. So this one is not different.
Okay, so as a fashion stylist, what has it been so far? Looking at the aesthetics that people are putting together, excluding yourself, because it seems you came to win the whole Grammy Award here.
No, to me, I feel like there are no rules to fashion and certain people have different things they represent. Okay, so I feel like fashion is a platform where you come and explore yourself. To me, it's more like art. You get it? So I see certain people, they dress simple, but I would say this is not cool because that person now has something that he's trying to show, he or she's trying to show. So looking at the whole environment, I think people just do their thing and it really makes sense because we're not here to look alike.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so we're here to come with our own personalities, you feel me?
And you could tell that people's personalities are shining through what they're wearing.
Sure.
And yours is giving hold money vibe.
Something like that, yeah.
So like,
I like the boomers generation. So I love to transition to the old school and vintage kind of lifestyle, you know.
And it's actually very amazing.
I'm Faith, our fashion designer from Liberia.
Oh my God. So you came all the way from Liberia for this program?
No, actually not, but I have been witnessing GTCO Fashion Week for years back in Liberia, and this is my first GTCO Fashion Week. It feels like a dream because I've always wished to be on GTCO Fashion Week.
And you did well, amazingly.
Thank
Your
you.
aesthetics are superb.
Thank you.
So I assumed this is designed by you?
Yeah, this is designed by me.
Did you style yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so this is a representation of who you are.
Yeah, this is a representation of who I am, my brand, and where I come from. If you look at the back of my outfit, there's a Max description on the back of my outfit. Where I come from, we have different types of traps in Liberia. So most of my outfits, I want for people to know who I am, where I come from, and my identity. So almost all of my outfits, I usually have a Max description there, so that when people ask me, I'll be like, yeah, I'm from Liberia, and this is my culture.
Oh, that's really amazing. Yeah, that's sweet to know that you put that together. So, as a designer, what has your experience been for looking at the aesthetics that people are pulling together here today?
Can you come again? I didn't.
Like the aesthetics people are pulling together today, like what they're wearing.
Yeah.
Everyone is identifying who they are.
Yeah.
Some are simply dressed, some are glamorously dressed, some are dressing retro, some are doing old vibe money and the likes. So, what's your own take on what they're wearing?
So whether simple, classic, Gucci, or whatever people dressing, I feel like everybody have their own aesthetic. So it can be simple, it can be too high or not too high, but everybody looks good in their own way, and they are so beautiful. Yeah.
Okay. So looking at the fact that you have the semblance of gems, stones on you, are you saying that Liberia is full of riches and gems?
Yes.
She just confirmed to us that Liberia is full of riches and gems, and I'm going to go dig my hand fortune from there.
You should come to Liberia.
Is that an invite?
Yes, you are invited.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and the day 2 of GC Fashion Weekend. Okay. So have an amazing and a blast time.
My name is Taiwo Olatunji or Layomi. I'm a model and a 3D artist. And yeah, I just came here to have fun, look around, see fashionable people, like-minded people, and yeah, that's basically what I'm here.
That's good to know. What inspired your outfit?
My teachers. It's honestly like an office siren look, and I just like pinstripes. I really love the patterns. There isn't really much that inspired the jewelry. I just like this because it's really cool.
It's giving Halloween vibe.
Yeah, it's like a Halloween vibe. Yeah, so that's basically what inspired it. It's just nice and clean.
Very clean. I must agree with you. You know, looking at a lot of people wearing a lot of things today, I could see some having confused fusion in their outfits. But for you, I give you that clean check because this is well assembled and it's giving classic. So thank you very much for representing well. So where are you from?
Like
are you Nigerian?
Yes, I am. Okay. I'm a Nigerian.
So is this your first experience with GC Fashion Week?
Yes, this is my first time here.
So how does it feel?
It feels great. I think what I like the most is that I'm seeing a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram. I'm seeing them. Okay, you people actually dress well in real life, like him. They're everywhere. So yeah, that's just nice.
Okay, so thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy probably your day too if you're still gonna be here at JIT. And we might still catch up with you.
Yeah.
My name is John Ikechukwu Agoha.
I love that. The way you sound. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a gospel artist. That's what I do.
That's interesting.
Then I'm a fashion consultant.
Okay, that speaks on your outfit.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what's your experience been so like in GC Fashion Weekend?
It has been good, fun, seeing people, different class of people, categories, crazy people, normal people.
And all the people assemble together in one spot.
Yeah, in one spot. And GTB has been able to manage everyone, every Dick and Harry. It's all good.
I agree with that. Okay, so is this your first time?
This is my first time. I've never been here.
Okay, and you agree that this experience is amazing or not?
I think it's for the young ones. For the young ones.
Well,
yeah.
not bad. Because
for the young ones.
By tomorrow, I could tell you it's for the whole money because tomorrow we will never see on TV.
Yeah.
Because this is my 5th year and I could tell for free. Day 1 is always, the youngsters always come out and they always come and flex. Day 2, the whole money is then come. And at that time, even though the young ones, they know they get space like this. So today is a day to shine.
Yeah.
So let them shine. Okay, so for someone like you that is a fashion consultant, so you've seen a lot of people's aesthetics so far, what's your take on it?
I think fashion is taking over. Fashion is taking over. It's taking over fast. But I think the only problem I have is the cast. They are not being paid what they ought to be paid. Because models, how many models make a living from modeling? I was a model when I was in school. I was a pinup modeling, model I mean. So I could tell you when I was in school, we made more money from modeling. right now it's just a lot of things is happening in the modeling industry, a lot of sexuality issues and all that is happening in the modeling industry. In our time was not like that. I don't know if they have it, but in our time was not like that. But right, I just feel that models should make money from out of what they're doing.
Okay, hopefully the models got to make more money out of what they make. I could tell you for free that this is a crazy industry, and now people don't only pay for you because you have the physique, you have to have something good to offer.
Yes.
So thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your evening at this fashion.
My name is Anmol. I'm a content creator and I'm also a chef and a student.
So in case you want to eat, you got the right plot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your take on the GT Fashion Weekend?
Honestly, I'm just coming now, but I'm expecting colorful outfits and creativity and beauty and excellence too. So I mean, there's a lot to actually witness.
Okay, so are you, is this your first year or?
Oh, this is my second time here.
Okay, so if you're going to make a compare and contrast with this, the previous year and this year, what's your take?
Okay, I came on the Sunday, like the last day. So this is my first time of like coming for the first day actually. So I'm not expecting I know the last is always very crowded. So it's still it's beautiful. I love the aesthetics and all.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope that you get to enjoy the rest of
Oh
it.
yeah, sure. Thank you.
So what inspires your outfit?
Basically, my shoe was the main thing, and I used the shoe to be inspired.
Oh, that's actually very amazing. So did you have anyone who designed your aesthetics, or you did it yourself?
I did it myself. It's all me.
Whoa. This is massive, guys. It's not easy. Okay, so today is day one of GT Fashion Weekend and you're here. How's the experience been so far?
I just came. I can't say much, but I have been, this is like my 4th year here, and it's always been so good, so I'm expecting better this year.
Okay, sorry that I'm going back to this, because looking at your aesthetics, it shows one thing. Which profession are you?
I'm a model. And I'm a general creative, to be honest.
You can see what I'm saying, right? You agree
I'm
with
a general creative.
Okay, so as a model, what's your take on GT Fashion Weekend?
I feel like it's the best thing since sliced bread for us models and creatives. I can't even lie, because you don't get to showcase your style that much in this country, and a place where you are allowed to do that. Anybody can be anything today, and the days where we have the GT Fashion Model Week, it's like one of the best things ever.
Okay, so let's kindly introduce yourself.
I am bee, like the insect, and I do bite.
That's really amazing. Thank you for the wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
My name is Liz Fashion.
Oh, so what inspired your outfit?
I inspired it, and this is actually my brand that I'm wearing. Liz Fashion World.
And it's the fact that you're representing the color of GT.
Right, like I literally just planned this outfit, but when I was about to leave the house, I said, oh, it's GT's color.
This deserves an award.
Right.
Honestly.
GT should give me an award.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
And looking at your aesthetics, it's well put together. It's actually bold and it's pretty and classy. So if you would say, rate yourself on a 1 to 10.
I would rate myself 100, of course. 100 out of 10.
I agree with you, because this trust me, when I saw you from my phone, I'm like, oh my goodness, who is that beautiful, gorgeous lady? And your hair, your aesthetics, your lip especially is quite popping, and it makes it stand out, and it makes me feel like this person understands fashion.
Yeah.
And I could see from afar. I didn't have to ask you what you do for a living.
Right.
I could see from what you're wearing that, oh, this is who this person is, and you represented well. So looking at GT Fashion Weekend, how do you feel about it?
I feel good. I feel really good, and the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
I feel good. Don't mind me. This is not me. The Scott.
This is the fun part of her.
Okay, so for someone like you, would you say you have anything you expect from GT Fashion? What to this particular season?
I've not even gone inside to see what's happening, but obviously
because
I expect the best.
Is bubbling and it's already
really.
100.
Yeah. So Of course, I expect the best.
The best is gonna be sad. So we're gonna say enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy the rest of your day at GT Fashion Weekend. Hello, Your Royal Majesty.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm the modeling king. I project fitness, culture, and royalty. I mean, as an African, I represent all the kings in Africa, and in fact, all over the world. You know.
Oh, so we have king of all kings in flesh. I agree with that. Okay, so what inspired your outfit?
Yeah, you know, it's just the African masculinity. The goal was to project, you know, every African young person or African man are warriors. So it's to project that warriorness, you know, in the public, you know. So and then mixing it with the culture and then with the royalty and all, you know, to just make the vibe more interesting. And that's why they call me the modeling king. So this is like the modeling king brand. Yeah.
Okay, that's very nice. Okay, so what do you do for a living?
What I do?
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, I'm a king, so I represent all the kings. And aside from that, I mean, I'm into the entertainment, fashion, models, and I mean, I do a couple of things on the side, like business, you know.
In case you don't know, it smells rich. It's not just looking rich, it smells rich. So I'm confirming that for my audience.
I feel
for them to
I feel you.
Okay, so is this your first time in GT Fashion Weekend?
No, it's not the first time. I was here the last time and it was all crazy. So, I mean, unfortunately, I couldn't make it up here on time, but still, I just wanted to come to show them that the vibe is still actually there, you know.
And the vibe is very much accepted by we, the pretty ladies on the red carpet. So thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with discourse.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Fruits such as bananas, mangoes, and plantain are commonly consumed for their nutritional value. However, in a bid to meet market demand that speed up the ripening process, some traders resort to artificial ripening methods. Many consumers have raised concerns that chemicals may be used to force fruits to ripen faster before reaching the market.
The reason why allow it to ripe on time, no need of putting any chemical, just cover it for some days. The heat will make it to get ripe, no need of putting any chemical. The chemical is not good for our health like that.
Some traders say the practice helps them prevent spoilage and financial loss, especially when fruits arrive from farms unripe and must be sold quickly. However, others insist they rely on natural methods to ensure the fruits remain safe for consumption.
And this one is very simple because I could remember when we were growing up in the village, we don't know what is called carbad or other thing they are using. We plug our plantain, use water, sprinkle water on it, cover it with bag. After like 3 days after, the thing will ripe and we will eat it. So this one they are using chemical to cover it. They are killing us slowly. In the name of we are eating fruit and we are using money to buy our debt. So they should go back to those olden days and leave this model. I want to do it sharp, killing others because of they want to make money quick.
Medical experts warn that certain chemicals used in artificial ripening may have harmful effects on human health if not properly regulated. They say some substances may affect the digestive system and in extreme cases pose long-term health risk.
There's this new thing going on about artificial ripening of fruits that people consume, and it comes with a lot of detrimental effects on the health of people that consume them. Basically, these chemicals are used to hasten ripening, to make it look attractive, to make it look bright to people and appealing to the consumers. But they come with a lot of detrimental consequences, which can range from gastrointestinal problems because of the chemicals they use. Certain chemicals like calcium carbide, ethylene are used commonly, but when they are introduced into these fruits, they bring about gastrointestinal problems like abdominal pain, stooling, or diarrhea, even increase the chances of ulceration in the gastrointestinal tract. And then the regulatory agencies in charge of food control, pay attention to this. And even the Department of Agriculture should pay attention to how foods are stored, produced, and distributed.
Health professionals are therefore advising consumers to properly wash fruits before eating them and remain cautious about unusually bright or overly soft fruit. They also call on regulatory authorities to strengthen monitoring in market to ensure the fruits sold to the public are safe. Experts emphasize that while fruits remain an essential part of healthy diets, safe handling and proper ripening methods are critical to protecting public health. Oidamola Olokuta for Voice of the People TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chelle, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Bim Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen.
Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Questions story shape the narrative, and today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the airline and sparking conversation across the nation. I'm not sure of getting ADC presidential ticket, says Peter Obi. This is quite a very serious one there, but we'll be talking about that shortly. Join the conversation with experts inside the perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udon. Let's look into other news stories with details. Lawan urged opposition to back Tinubu's reforms. Former Senate President Hamad Lawan has called on opposition parties to set aside partisan interests and credit President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's courageous reforms. This is quite a very serious one, with everyone talking about reforms, and Nigerians are actually saying that we've not actually seen, so much, of this particular reform, reflecting the life of a common Nigerian. He actually said that the president's reform, citing the DICON bill, security changes and, of course, troops pay rise as critics focus on hardship. He praised Yobe's education drive and pledged support to a Tinubu youth movement, stressing bipartisan backing for national progress. Anyway, from that particular one, Shettima vowed decisive response after Maiduguri blast. Vice President Kashim Shettima visited Maiduguri on Wednesday, vowing decisive action after Monday's bombing killed more than 20 people as agencies received fresh gear and NEMA-led support. Amid the fallout, ADC's Kenneth Okonkwo blasts President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for proceeding with a UK state visit alongside the defense minister, calling it a disrespected and, of course, a slap on the victims and, of course, the troops, while service chiefs move to Borno under presidential orders. We'll be talking about this and more, shortly. And, of course, even from that particular on Bala Muhammad's defection stole over on court deal. Bauchi governor, remains in PDP as talks to join APC go nowhere. According to party insiders, APC officials say no consultation have occurred so far. And Bauchi APC says it's waiting on Abuja or the governor, to actually get through to them. A source says is weighing loyalty to allies and, of course, a secession plan that APC may not accept. As the lone PDP governor left in northern Nigeria, Mohammed faces pressure amid his party's internal split. And, of course, we're talking about the ADC now. ADC warns Tinubu over El-Rufai's month-long detention. The African Democratic Congress says former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has been held more than 30 days without charge since ICPC picked him up after EFCC questioning. ADC calls it a grave violation of rights, alleges as that pressure to drop his political affiliation and threatened to petition Amnesty International. It demanded El-Rufai's immediate release or arraignment, warning that silence today could mean anyone tomorrow. So join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOB TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOB TV. And of course on YouTube, we're Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're talking about a conversation here. Of course, I will touch all other news stories, but the major here, I'm not sure of getting ADC's presidential ticket. Says, Obi, this is quite a very serious one. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned, I'll be right back.
every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports, and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of.
Welcome back to the program. Let us take People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Peter Obi told supporters he cannot guarantee the African Democratic Congress nomination for 2027, saying the broader cause matters more than his personal path. In a video message, he admitted he doesn't know if the ADC will hand him the ticket, and even questioned how loyal today's ally would be tomorrow. He praised supporters for sticking with opposition politics despite a little immediate reward, and acknowledged reported threats, insisting they haven't shaken his commitment. Obi framed the uncertainty as a part of Nigerians' political reality, emphasizing perseverance over promises. Of course, I'll be talking about that and even more on the show this wonderful afternoon. We're now being joined by Dr. Dixon Osagi, International Certified Anti-Terrorism Specialist, and of course, a Global Security Analyst, Nigerian Army veteran. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Savior. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. And of course, we're also being joined by Dr. Mbolaji Ogbamola, a businessman, of course, a political analyst. He will be talking about that of the ADC's conversation. Dr. Mbolaji, good afternoon. Dr. Mbolaji, if you can hear me, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, my brother. Good afternoon, Nigerians. Ramadan Kareem to everyone.
All right. Thank you so much for joining the program. Let me go back to start off with Dr. Dixon. Hello, Dr. Dixon, are you there?
I'm here.
Dr. Dixon, can you hear me? Are you there? All right, I'd like to start.
I'm here. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, I can hear you now. So I'd like to start off with you as regards to your area of specialty, and of course, knowing fully well who you are, both in Nigeria and of course in the diaspora. So much has actually happened in the country, talking about our security situation. But Let's talk about the just serious tragedy that happened in the country on Monday. And of course, the vice president has actually, finally deemed it fit to go there yesterday, because we all talked about it when the president was leaving the country, and the vice president moved to Anambra State to, attend Soludo's second term, program. But we're just asking, why should the vice president move, to such, a party when he was meant to, go to his state immediately, in as much as the president directed all the service chiefs. Now, the vice president said that he vows, and of course, that the federal government has vowed to take decisive response as regards to the Maiduguri blast. But when you look at this situation of security in Nigeria, and with the way they have a proper coordinated, attacks, what's your take as regards to our Nigerian security, a structure in this country as we speak?
Fantastic question, Savior. And I tell you, Nigeria need a savior, and that savior is ourselves, because it's so sad that Nigeria is systematically under invasion. And that is the truth, because the simultaneous attack within the Borno metropolis is a clear indication that there's an absence of intelligence components and mechanism, giving security design as a country. That is a failure on the area of our part, because I tell you that we have not yet realized that intelligence gathering is one of the most components of a country's survival. If you don't have an effective intelligence measures in place to ensure that you go before the criminals strike, you go before the criminals, kill our people, or you forestall their criminal enterprise and their criminal plan, I tell you that these guys will continue to succeed in the area of their attack against our people. They've also capitalized on the vulnerable state of our effective intelligence. And I tell you that in an advanced world, the way these guys move around in numbers, Savior, I tell you, to be a journey of no return. But yeah, they move freely, go around, kill that wheel, then go back to their enclave and relax. And also after that, you see our political leaders, like you talked about the former governor of Borno State, Shetima, attended some pet party in other states, also neglecting the blood that is flowing in the state. I tell you, that is an absence of political will in the area of security and intelligence management from our political leaders. They are saying it as a norm, and they don't care anymore, because it's becoming a normal. When I say normal, is that people die every day. What the hell? Let me go for a party, And in an advanced world, we've seen how some presidents of nations, cut off their, engagement just to respect human lives, to respect the lives of the people that are being cut short by terrorists or whatever the case may be. But let's be clear that Nigeria is systematically under invasion, and when you look at the geographical design of this country, these guys have messed up the Northwest. They've messed up the Northeast, they've messed up the North Central, and I think they're in the Southwest, one or two, three states in the Southwest where they are trying to carry out their criminal enterprise. That tells you there's an agenda to either invade this country or put the country in a state of mess. And if we don't stop this mess now, we are, treading on the path of a failed state. As it stands, Nigeria is not yet a failed state. We are in a fragile state situation. And anything goes wrong now, Nigeria will, migrate into a failed state situation.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Dixon. But I'll stay on you for now as regards to the security situation before we go to the politics. Now, you touched every major point, Dr. Dixon Osage. You touched every major point as regards to, intelligence. But this brings me to my major question for you. When we talk about intelligence in this country, I was thinking that the office of the NSA should have a proper intelligence when it comes to any security situation at all in the country. And of course, the military. You being a Nigerian Army veteran, is it that difficult for the Nigerian Army or the Nigerian armed forces to get intelligence on how these guys move? Now, don't forget that till date as we speak, Sheikh Gumi made some claims that it doesn't even go in to negotiate a loan, that it goes in with with the Nigerian army and every other forces, and not only that, that the Nigerian government are aware of its movement, of its negotiation, talking to these terrorists. Until date, they've not actually, argued that or denied that particular fact. And he also mentioned that the Nigerian government are aware of their locations, their identity. So are we going to say that the Nigerian government is complicit? Are they aware or are they in support of this whole situation? Don't forget that we just witnessed our U.S., or of course our U.S., the United States of America's, a special team land in Nigeria, and we're thinking, oh, just like what we saw on the 25th of December, a new one is about to happen, or their presence alone would shake, these guys. But it is looking like nothing has happened. Instead, the Minister of Defense only made some assertions saying that, oh, these terrorists love to die during this Ramadan season because they feel they will go to heaven, so they commit more mayhem. So it's looking like we're glorifying them. So are we saying that our Nigerian government is part of this systemic attack on this nation? Are they complicit? I'd like clarity. And is it that difficult for intelligence to be gathered from the NSA? Or who is at fault? Who should we owe to ransom? Who should we actually, look to and say, oh, this particular table, this point or this dot, drops on your table?
Oh, fantastic presentation, Savior. I think that is an absence of political will from our political leader. And I'll also tell you for free that the Nigerian army can eliminate these criminal gangs within 6 months if they are ready to do that. But I think the Nigerian military has been over-politicized, and that is one of the major challenges we're having. And I think also that the northern region, the northern allies, they are not doing anything about this issue happening from their people. And also the Supreme Military Muslim Council, the SMC, the Supreme Muslim Council, also the SMC, are not doing a lot, because most of these guys, when they go to kill, they praise God before they kill, and they call on the name of God of their God or Allah before they kill. And I don't see reason why you shout Allahu Akbar and you take a human life. That same Allahu Akbar you are shouting to or upon is the one that created that same life you are eliminating. So there's an issue, there's a connect or disconnect from our religious, leaders, because I don't know what they are preaching or what they are telling their people. But I tell you the truth, I was born and bred in the north. Coincidentally, I was born in Borno State, and Borno State, Maiduguri, was one of the finest states in Nigeria as then in the 70s, 80s. My father served in the military. Then Maiduguri, Borno State, and that place is a go-to in any part of the country. Most people from Lagos go to the state just to go and enjoy their life, because it's a very beautiful city and a lovely town. But now it has been messed up, and also one of the most dangerous places on earth. So for me, I think the major problem we're having is that we don't want to end these terrorist activities, because if we want to end it, then we'll start going after terrorism financiers. Who are the financiers? What's the objective? Objective, first of all, when Boko Haram sprang up, they claimed that Western education is clean, and they roll on that objective and carry out a lot of assault against the Christians. And later on, they discovered that it's looking at a Christian thing. They started hitting at the mosque and killing their people. But I was born in the north, and with due respect to my Muslim friends, the Muslims are very beautiful guys, lovely people. These guys that are carrying out this act, I think they're not Muslim. I was coming from Military Kings to Hammersmith in London last month, and I booked an Uber, and the person who carried me happened to be an ex-Taliban, and I was engaging him. He told me that those people killing your country, they are not true Muslims. A true Muslim does not kill his brother. And I was shocked for a Taliban to be telling me this. So what I'm saying in a nutshell, Savior, is this: we are not ready as a country to eliminate the spirit of insecurity bedeviling our country, Nigeria, and they don't have value for human life. Last week, in Michigan, United States, a motivated offender went to a school or somewhere and started shooting and killed some people. That city was shut down because of that. Now in our country, you see most of these criminal elements, they will move over 200, 300 Nigerians and go away with them without being pursued, overtaken, and bring back our people. So I think we're not ready. The police know what to do. The government knows what to do. And they should remember that time is running out for the survival of Nigeria. If we want to get it right, we need to start taking out terrorism sponsors. And Gumi, he has made a lot of statements that I think are not necessary, because I just strongly believe that maybe the Nigerian government is scared of him because he has already, taken stance with these criminal gangs. There's no justification to crime, savior, but he has justified the killings of these terrorists in a guise that they are not educated, they are not well taken care of. No justification to crime. There's no justification to killings of any persons, wherever the case may be. But I strongly believe that the Nigerian government is ready. First of all, they should hold Gumi responsible as well, and also those that are going with him for negotiation, they should hold them responsible. But if the government is not ready to, take out these guys, well, the message they are sending to us as Nigerians is that it's not okay to be a good guy, because being a good guy is looking at see if it doesn't pay off in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Asa. So quickly, I'd just like you to give us your concluding thoughts. Of course, you are an anti-terrorism specialist. Can you at least, provide some solutions? What do you think can actually, help us as regards to steps? If Nigerian governments are truly ready, what steps do you think we should embark on, or they should do, to actually, apprehend these terrorists and end this security situation in the country?
Fantastic question, Xavier. And I also think that each time we come on interview, I think it should be solution-based, which I really appreciate your last question. For me, I think we're suffering from multidimensional security threat, and we also need a multifaceted approach to ensure that we take them out. First of all, we have a porous borders, and that is where most of these guys are taking shelter from. When you look at the belt of the Niger or the Middle Belt, most of these guys migrating from the Middle Belt down to Kwara State, commit their crime, go scot-free. I tell you, it's due to the vulnerable state of our national borders. And the federal government needs to declare a state of emergency on our national borders so that they'll be able to, take charge of this, most of these irregular routes these criminal elements are taking. In 1999, when I was in the Bakassi Peninsula, then when we have an issue with Cameroon, the Bakassi conflict, I think somebody met us in the front line, a citizen there in Cross River State, and told us, gave us an information where these guys are moving arms and a lot of stuff from smugglers are moving arms through an ungovernable area. So we discovered that most of these criminal guys, they capitalize on the ungovernable space. And that is why I also called the Nigerian immigration to carry out an assessment of our national borders. Go and meet the president or national security advisor and say, hey, these are the the illegal routes most of these guys are taking. Because the stand stadium, we have about 1,300 illegal routes most of these criminal guys are taking. Take care of the national security borders. That's one. Then secondly, when it comes to security, it's not about military-centric. Military approach will not end this terrorism state of insecurity we have. We need the political will as well. Then also, I will tell you that security component, consists of the people, the technology and processes. So here in my country, I think we solely rely on this personnel, the soldiers, the officers, the policemen. We have not integrated effective technological tools to ensure that we go before criminals strike. Because when criminals strike, the time to prepare has passed. So we need to start preparing how we have some, satellite image to monitor the territorial space of our country so that, because one thing about CCTV or technology is that it sends a form of psychological deterrence to would-be criminals or criminal elements to let them know that they are being watched. So when our satellite images, so we need to work on our satellite imagery so that we'll be able to capture their movement from this criminal enclave and ensure that we take charge of those areas in the area of technology. And also our Nigerian army needs an aviation base. We don't have aviation base. They need more attack helicopters. It's so sad that each time there's an attack, the Nigerian army is calling on the Air Force. And these people that are attacking the Nigerian army, they don't even have Air Force wing. If they have Air Force wing, that means they would have, finished all our troops. So for me, I think we need to have an aviation base so that we'll get more attack helicopters for our soldiers. So that whenever an attack comes, the people from the sky will be shielding these guys and the people from ground will be shielding these guys. Then finally, we need to start looking at how we motivate our guys. And also, finally, Xavier, we need to look at deployment strategy. One of the dangerous areas of this war is, operational strategy. Sometimes they leave our soldiers in the front line for about 4, 5, 6 years. Someone who gained admission at University of Lagos would have been a graduate. Then a soldier is still in the front line facing an enemy he never created. So we need to start looking at the lifespan in the battlefield, because the battle begins from the mind. And when you don't know when you are going back home, then you are faced with battle fatigue. So they must spend maximum of 11 months or 1 year, then come back home, reunite with their family. That's one of the major challenges. That's why whenever attack comes, they don't have the fighting spirit to fight these guys because they don't know when they are going back. Or then motivation, they start also look at motivation so that those who put their life on the line to protect a great country, Nigeria, should be well paid and well taken care of. The lead soldier in the Nigerian army in the battlefield, Xavier, every 30 days after engaging these terrorists, is not going home with more than 50,000. I'm talking about the risk allowance. So let's look at giving them more risk allowance, minimum of 500,000 as a risk allowance for their life. They put it on the line. So a lot of issues and a lot of problems we have on the ground, but first of all, we need to look at the enemy within. What we are suffering from is enemy within. That is the major problem of Nigeria. Not external threat. We are suffering from internal threat. We need to start looking at the Army, Navy, Air Force, where the bad, X are. Take them out, flush them out, and also ensure that we modify and also solidify our defense to ensure that these guys don't kill our military, who are our last line of defense, and kill our people. Nigeria is bleeding, and we must stop the bleed now.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Dixon Osage, for that wonderful, security insight there. Thank you so much. Of course, he is an international certified anti-terrorism specialist, global security analyst, and of course, Nigerian Army veteran. Thank you so much for being part of the show today. I know your area of specialization is just security. We're moving from there to politics now. Dr. Mubolaji Ogbamola, a businessman, and of course, a political analyst. Hello, doctor, are you there?
Yes, Savior.
All right, so we are here now. You heard what Mr. Peter Obi said, and with all his troops, I'm talking about the obedient, movement. He actually, told them that he is not sure that he can actually get the ADC's presidential ticket, and this is coming amid, noise from the ADC's supporters, from the obedience groups, all friends and family telling him, oh, if they don't give you this ticket, we're not voting for any other person, we're not supporting any other person. But if Mr. Peter Obi can actually, come out to say this, I think it's quite a very serious tone there. We know that the major oppositions, or rather, I would say the major opponents are just Mr. Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and Rotimi Amechi. But Rotimi Amechi can still take a ministerial position. He's not hell-bent. I'm not saying the two other, heavyweights are also hell-bent, but because of their followers. And now you've actually heard this from Mr. Peter Obi. Does Obi's open doubt, weaken his bargaining power with the ADC or strengthen his anti-politics brand? I'd like you to give me your take on this.
Okay, good evening, viewers. Basically, I think the way you have done is the right thing. You don't go into a contest with a do or die thing. Yes, it's good to be ambitious, it's good to aspire, but you don't go and say, if it's me, no one else. You don't do it. That's not democracy. You're going into primaries, you have other contenders who are equally as capable as you are. Some are even more experienced than you are. So you don't go with, because if you go into this new coalition with that mindset and you win, and the other parties take such positions, how do you get to win an election? So basically, what he has done is the right thing by calming nerves down. You don't go with that kind of mindset. And the logical thing to do is the North and the South to come together and oust or remove this present party from government. I'm not even particular about a certain government. This party has been disastrous to the development of this nation. We've gone, and the funny thing is, this thing was said during the run-up to 2015 election, when Jonathan said, if you vote this party in, it will take you steps back, to take us years back. Now, what are the gains of Nigeria since 2015, since APC got into government? What are the gains? We virtually lost everything. This insecurity as at then is worse off. The economy is on a downward spiral. Look at the naira to the dollar. Look at purchasing power of the naira is so weak. Look at what's it called? Look at the price of fuel. Look at the price of day-to-day things in the country.
Doctor.
So ramifications. Yes, ramifications. Nigeria has been the losing party in all of this. Nigeria. We Nigerians are the one losing.
But doctor, the APC actually said that their reforms are actually yielding results. And of course, you heard the former president of the Senate, Ahmad Lawa, also mentioning, that all opposition should, support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu because, its reforms are actually, are yielding results. And don't forget that another statesman also, Gowon, visited the president over the weekend, and he also came out to say, oh, the president has actually done his best and is doing his best. And he said in every structure, in every area, that there is nothing the president needs to improve on. We should just, keep supporting him because he's doing his best. If everyone is actually saying the reforms are, better, that they are yielding results, why is it still looking like some people like you and some Nigerians are still saying that his reforms are not yielding results, or just like you mentioned that the APC and the administration is a disaster? Okay, I think we're having a network glitch there, but we don't know what actually happened. We would hope to rejoin Dr. shortly. But of course, I will be talking about, this particular conversation because we realize that it is looking like a divided house now. So many supporters of this administration and of course the party are actually saying, that the reforms are yielding results and they are, really better. But in the life of a common Nigerian, we're asking questions. How? There's still hunger in the land. Of course, they are telling us that the reforms will take time, but it is already yielding results. But we don't know when the hunger would actually end. I don't know if Doctor is connected back. Doctor, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, so Doctor, just like you said that APC and this administration is a disaster, but, the APC, supporters, their loyalists, and of course, the chieftain that we all know, Gowon, went in to visit the president over the weekend, and he said, the president is doing really well, and he has really done his best, and is still doing his best. What can you say as regards to this statement?
General Gowon, people like General Obasanjo and co have outshined his relevance in the political space of Nigeria. I mean, he's old. He can say whatever he feels. I mean, with all due respect, I have enormous respect for him, keeping the unity of Nigeria during the Civil War. Well, you can see there's a pattern with this present government, and I call them, they're more showbiz. I call them showbiz government, because basically it's an elitist government. Their approach to everything they've been doing is elitist. It is not a popular government. It's not a government for, I say it's a government for the rich, government of the rich, for the rich, by the masses, by the poor. So you have the poor, put them into government, but everything they do is for the rich, basically. Because you can see there's a lot of hardship in the land, and all we've been getting is more hardship induced by the present government. If it's not tax, it is levies. Recently, people were calling me in Lagos over a new, you just go and you register your vehicle and you'll find out that there's a levy or a fine attached to your registration, to your car registration. And all the pictures we were getting were basically cars, probably, someone parked a vehicle in front of his house on their street, and before they come out, someone else starts. So it's just more hardship, more hardship, more hardship. You cannot compare Nigeria to the West, where the welfare system, for their citizens, and even those that are not their citizens. Why do people seek asylum in the West? The moment they do that, they give them, and their asylum is being attended to. They give them residence, they put them on stipends and everything, And here you have a country which we all call ours, and you don't have a sense of belonging. It's like there's a motive to just chase everybody out of the country so they can have it to themselves. Because you wonder, how can you make things so tough and yet, you're just attending to the needs of the rich? How can you take subsidy from fuel and you say you're adding money to the allocation to the states? Well, governors are jumping to your party. There was an allegation by the governor of Zamfara before we heard he was going to the APC too, alleging that each state that joined the APC were getting 500 billion. As this money is trickled down to the people, are we feeling it?
Doctor?
With the kind of revenue Lagos is generating, with the kind of revenue Lagos State is generating, we shouldn't have untarred roads in the state.
Doctor,
things shouldn't be this hard in the state.
Doctor,
Basically,
yeah.
I don't any big man or big shot that comes to support this government. It's a pattern. I want the people go to the streets of Nigeria and sample their opinion. So I don't all these big man game, big names coming to support this government. To me, this is a Nigerian problem. This is the masses problem. What is going on right now? And that is what ADC stands for. They stand for the people, a matter of choice. When the people have a choice to say, oh, because they said they're doing their best to get things into shape. Yes, but obviously your best is not good enough. You've championed this your intellect and your genius. We expect to feel the impact of this as of now, but yet you don't. Things are even getting worse. So obviously your best is not good enough. And when you excuse yourself, and they shot themselves in the foot. We got footage that led the campaign before 2023 elections, where they were saying, no, if there's no power, please don't vote us back in. If you don't do this, they said we will increase fuel. But yet it happened. So it's a case of Nigeria, the masses against the rich. And I hope they don't, with the way they're going, I hope there's no confrontation. Sincerely, I hope there's no confrontation. You can't muscle people and oppress people to the point of, they would react. It's certain. So it will be talking to these people, tell them to calm down. It's not the right thing. We all need to unite against the common enemy, which is this government. This government is not the government of the people. So everybody has to come together. If Obi doesn't let the best man get the ticket, let the best man lead. And the logical thing is we need a arrowhead from the north, to gather the votes from the north. And we need someone, because if we get any candidate from the south, nobody can muscle Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu from the south. Nobody can. It's just going to be a wasted effort like what happened in 2023.
Wait, Doctor.
Peter Obi's emergence in the presidential race.
Doctor, I'd like you to hold
for
you to say that there is nobody in the South that can actually, win the president. That's quite a controversial. Are you saying that Mr. Peter Obi cannot? And aside from that, if ADC denies Mr. Peter Obi, does he still have a viable fallback, or is boxed in? And that's not only the conversation here. Now, you've actually said so much about the ADC, and I would like this to be our concluding thought, as we round off for Press for Time. You've said so much about the ADC, but when we look at the ADC, the members in the ADC, some of them have been in the corridors of power over time. And not only that, some of them actually supported these same governments from the beginning of the administration. Some of them were in the same party. So suddenly, are we actually saying that they've now, they became saints overnight, or they are now, repented? Or why do you now think that these are the same people that can actually, take the country forward? I'd like you to give clarity on all of this as we round off, please.
That is why I said it is good when the people have a choice. You do not force your mandate on people. Allow people to choose. This government, as we speak, is probably the most experienced when it comes to governance and being around power. You have a cabinet that has over 3 or 4 governors on it, former governors, you know. You have the former governor of Ebonyi, you have the former governor of Rivers, you have the former governor of Jigawa that resigned, you have the former governor of Zamfara, you have former governor. The Senate is probably filled with them as well. Close to, if not more than 8 governors, you know, serving in the Senate, former governors rather, you know. So what is it? Now we have another group of people who are saying you're not doing things right. And they're talking from a position of experience. They're talking from a position of being in the know. You know, these are not rookies in politics. These are not rookies in governance. You know, one of the leading opposition figures is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the Waziri of Adamawa. He was a vice president for 8 years. And I tell you, whether we like it or not, that administration, that Obasanjo Atiku administration, remains, if not probably the most successful since this dispensation. You know, they were able to do a lot of things that we're seeing. All those things, the infrastructure they put down are the things we're benefiting today. I mean, for example, this telecoms revolution.
Okay, Doctor, because of our time, we're pressed for time. Okay, Doctor, we're pressed for time, and sincerely, I would like us to adjourn.
Let me just round off my thoughts, please. Let me round off my thoughts this a minute.
Okay,
So,
I would like us to round off now, please.
They say the people you have were supporting. Yes, you have the right to choose. They were there. They see that the things you are doing is wrong. They cannot talk because it's a dictatorial kind of monarchical arrangement that the ruler cannot say wrong, you know. And if you're someone that speaks truth to power, you can be in that kind of system. So now we have people who have come together and say, no, what these guys are doing is wrong, you know. And they have a lot of people on their side too. People who are disgruntled, people who are not comfortable, people who are suffering.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor.
Who are suffering.
Thank you so much.
So it is a party for the people, and that is why you see it is handshake across the nation.
Okay.
Let us all come together and move this nation forward.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mbolaji Ogbamola, for being part of the program today. Hopefully, we'll get to see more of you again some other time. You know, our time did not permit us, you know, to actually, you know, move further from here. This is how far we can actually go on the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough would last whatsoever you face on soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Junior Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chelle. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Last night, the UEFA Champions League reminded us that we can still enjoy football and games can still be won on the pitch, yes, on the field of play, because we saw a lot of goals. Barcelona, wow, doing the business up against the Newcastle United, 7-2. That one ended. I mean, I don't know how that second half played out. It was just so bad from Newcastle. Let's just say Barcelona were just too good. Lamine Yamal, Rafinha, and of course, the veteran himself, Robert Lewandowski, showing that they still have a lot to offer at Barcelona as serious contenders. I know a lot of people have been saying Arsenal might go on to win the Champions League, but Barcelona reminded that they are still serious contenders for this year's competition. It was a solid performance. And of course, other teams also performed. And now the quarterfinals are set. Liverpool as well, they will be facing Paris against the Paris Saint-Germain side that, look, it does serve us to be a fantastic quarterfinal fixture. Good evening and welcome to the locker room. I am Mafiz Ogubanjo, and of course, for the next 15 minutes thereabouts, we'll be giving you the gist stories from the world of football. Of course, we started with the Champions League, and we are still going to delve into it. Of course, what's going on with the CAF verdicts, the bombshell that dropped yesterday. I mean, a lot has been, it was dropped on Tuesday, and a lot has still been said about it. A lot of people have come out to give their own opinions and their decision. Senegal, are they going to go to CAS? We are going to see how that is going to play out. I won't be doing this show alone. Of course, the man himself, Jerry Apelohai, is with me in the studio. Jerry, we saw games played in the Champions League, and of course, we saw what Senegal did with the CAF decision. I hear that the trophy, the AFCON trophy, is now in the military base of Senegal. They are guiding it jealously. And of course, if CAF wants to take that trophy from them, let's just say they have to just go and mold another one and give it to Morocco. But which of the games in the round of 16, second leg, served you up as the classic already? I know that with the shirt you are putting on, I already know your answer. But of course, English teams, they floundered, but Liverpool and Arsenal are now looking to take it upon themselves in the quarterfinals. But which game really gave you the best, or which one were you not expecting to go the way it turned out to be eventually?
Yeah, it has to be the Tuesday game between Bodo Glimt and Sporting.
And Sporting, 3-0 first leg, 5-0 second leg.
A 3-0 deficit going down the drain, just like that. And I thought Bodo Glimt were going to give Sporting a fight and see a Bodo Glimt Arsenal in the semi and the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
But that is not to be. The story of the underdog ended unceremoniously.
It was always looking like it's going to end sometime. A fairy tale run,
but at least they gave us a good account of themselves in the first leg.
Yeah.
So we're expecting them to just go and solidify that performance.
Yeah.
But somehow, I don't know, maybe crowd pressure and the pressure of playing at the highest level.
Yeah.
You must give it to Sporting Lisbon, give a good account of themselves. Then for Bayern Munich, putting the distance between quality of Bayern and Atlanta was more like daylight and darkness.
Daylight.
It was
not 10-2 on aggregates. Daylight.
You know, he 10 aggregates. I don't know. Ivan Hurricane was even called Haridino by his fellow teammates at a point in time. Then that was a really impressive one. And of course, for Newcastle United, Elanga gave them some glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
But I think the Camp Nou boys wouldn't have it.
Of course.
And I think they asked for too much and they got seven replies.
Or 7-0. Barcelona should have had Messi now. Come on.
No. Barcelona had to clear their doubts so that next time
you will not just come and say you want to come and
fear
score
of
goals.
God in them, so that next time they won't come and want to start having hopes. Because when you give enemies like that hope, next time when they come, they say, okay, if we can score 2 this time, let's try it next season. No, when they are coming, don't score 2 first. Wait. You keep your goals till the 9 minutes. I didn't mean they scored those goals maybe in 9 minutes when Barcelona was still running around. It would have been difficult for them to come back. But they still had a lot of time. Lewandowski had to put 2 in. At the beginning of that game, I thought Lewandowski was going to have a bad day.
Yeah, because of chances he was
things just
missing.
turned around for them. And of course, it's sad that we started the round of 16 with 6 Premier League
teams.
We only have 2.
Quarterfinals, we have 2
to show for it.
And those 2, it's not as if they're the best.
Yeah.
When
big shame to Man City.
Yeah.
And no shame for Tottenham and Newcastle United.
But Tottenham were actually decent. I mean, 3-2 winners on the night. But of course, the tie looked over from the first leg.
Was of course not too good. And the Tudor disaster.
Do you think that will help them in their course for survival in the Premier League? Because this win, don't you think they might use it as a yardstick? And
with the way things are going, Tudor can successfully relegate this side if something drastic is not done.
But they won that game and they played well. I think this is Tottenham's best football. Let me say all season.
Maybe the fear of relegating is beginning to creep into them.
Maybe.
I hope this is not just a flash in the pan.
Because I hope not.
If it is, because yes, we saw them against big sides, but when they come to sides in their level and below them, what do? They always falter. Look at now, maybe they are playing Brighton or so. You see that team will just fall apart.
Yeah, their next game I think is up against Nottingham Forest, and that one is like a relegation
Very
6-pointer.
Very difficult game.
Hopefully Tottenham with that win, in the Champions League will want to give them a positive result against Nottingham Forest, and Nottingham Forest themselves will be involved in the second leg of their round of 16 tie in the Europa League, and that will be coming up tonight. But of course, they lost the first leg. Let's see how it's going to all pan out in the second leg. And of course, before we go into the major stories of the day, let's remind you that you can follow us on all our social media handles. On YouTube, we are on Voice of the People TV live, and of course, VOP TV Plus. You can like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and of course, turn on your notification bells so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes on this show, Locker Room, and of course, on our sister programs across those platforms. And yes, let's start with the story that came out as a bombshell on Tuesday night. And of course, from Tuesday, even to this moment, a lot is still being said about it. And we were expecting a particular man of interest to come and speak about this one. And he has, and that's the president of the Confederation of African Football, CAF, Patrice Motsepe. Yes, the South African has defended the organization's decision to award the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations title to Morocco. And the decision was made after Senegal's walk-off in protest of a late penalty in the final match. And Motsepe emphasized that CAF's judicial bodies are independent and that the decision was made based on Articles 82 and 84 of CAF regulations. And Motsepe stated that every CAF member nation has the right to appeal decisions and pursue their interests. And the Senegal's Football Federation has filed an appeal with the Court of Arbitration for Sports, CAS, and the Senegalese government has called for an independent international investigation into alleged corruption within CAF. And the CAF Appeals Board ruled that Senegal's action constituted a forfeiture of the match, overturning the initial decision by the disciplinary board. Jerry, the disciplinary board and even the appeal board is now being claimed to be independent, of CAF. That was claimed by the president, Patrice Motsepe. And now, where a lot of people are actually talking the most now is that the CAF appeal board, right, is supposed to be like a court, is now spearheaded by a Nigerian. A lot of people just found a way to put Nigeria in this conversation. It's spearheaded by a Nigerian. And Jerry, where would you come in now with what Motsepe has said? And of course, I want to touch on the president of the appeal board, which is a Nigerian. It is said that she doesn't even have a lot of football knowledge. So she is just really based on what was brought before her, based on what the law says. Is it important to have somebody spearheading that board? Is it important to have that person knowing at least something about football so it will lead them in making better decisions, Jerry?
Yeah, CAF once again has proven to be
Competent?
Incompetent in terms of making decisions. Because if you look at it, this body already did a very good job.
Yeah, finding both the set of fans and finding the coach and the players as well.
Was clear as daylight. And the whole world backed that decision.
Yeah.
A decision that is popular, because I believe in the saying that the voice of the people is the voice of God. And of course, it coins out from the, was it the Greek word, voi populi, voi dei?
Yeah.
Which means the voice of the people is the voice of God.
Yeah.
You know, this is an unpopular decision. Yeah, there are sometimes unpopular decisions are the right decision. But this is the worst decision I've ever seen since I came to planet Earth.
Wow.
You know, and
2 months after.
And the fact that this decision took a lot of time to be made, it shows that CAF has lost its credibility,
yeah.
its integrity, to be able to manage the affairs of the Confederation of African Football. We are talking about a country, Morocco, who ousted from the African Union and told the whole world that they are not Africans. This is the same country that does not want to recognize itself with Africa. All of a sudden, they woke up and believed that it's now time to conquer Africa.
At least, even though, like, let's say it's not even official, we can still include them as African team. But them now coming to say they want to host everything, hosting the CAF Awards, hosting the Champions League finals, that's the CAF Champions League now, hosting even the Confederations Cup, hosting everything. And CAF Mosepe is seeing that, and he's not even trying to say anything about it because they are saving him. Are we still doing that in 2026?
The evidence before us is showing that there's complicity on the part of the CAF president and those who are running the Confederation of African Football.
Yeah.
You know, the story of how Esau sold his birthright for a pot of porridge. That is what it's at play here. You know, CAF has involved itself too deep with Morocco. And that is why it looks like Morocco can do anything and get away with it.
Yeah.
And you don't do that as an arbiter, having affiliation with one person over the other. When, for instance, you are the Confederation of African Football, that means you are not the Confederation of Moroccan Football. Because what CAF is trying to tell us now, they are now the Confederation of Moroccan Football on behalf of Africa.
Yeah.
That is, Morocco is now in charge of African football. They can do and undo and get away with it. It's already in the burner that Morocco disappointed the whole of Africa by deciding not to host the WAFCON without any tenable excuse.
Any reason.
Till now, our CAF has not been able to tell us the reason why there was a postponement of the WAFCON.
Well, the only thing we heard was that they were appealing for Senegal's, winning of the AFCON. They were appealing that, look, why is CAF, consistently throwing out, their appeal? And CAF has actually been doing that ever since the final.
These are two different competitions for crying out loud. We are talking about the...
I think they're doing that because they're the hosts.
We're talking about the African Cup of Nations for the men. That's a different case. Now, we are also talking about the Women African Cup of Nations, which is a different case. The Women African Cup of Nations has no business with the AFCON. They should go ahead to host the competition. Now you have slapped Africa on the face.
Yeah.
Now you now ask CAF again to turn the second face for another dirty slap. I don't know, the last person who said when they slap you, your cheek, you turn the next one.
What is the slap boats?
Was Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And I think even Jesus will not be happy with this decision.
Because right now it's like they slap both sides. What's that the next thing?
I know. The thing is that for Mosepe to come out about this decision, I expect nothing less, because as the CAF president, from a committee appointed by you, you have to accept their decision.
All right, Jerry. Speaking about Patrice Mosepe, I think producers will be so kind. Let's hear what the man himself, has actually had to say. Then we are going to take some reactions about that one.
Standards that we set for ourselves. It is important for us that ordinary football supporters and spectators in every one of the 54 countries in Africa, in their judgment, not in CAF's judgment, not in my judgment, regard the decisions of our judicial bodies as fair, with integrity and impartiality, and what is equally important, that they regard our referees, our VAR operators, and our match commissioners as people who are fair and just, and those decisions that are taken reflects the impartiality and independence. We have very high standards that we set for ourselves.
Did he say high standard?
Jerry,
this is the lowest standard CAF has ever put itself. Because he has made mention of a judicial. I don't know when they started having a judicial body who made decisions as much as serious as this.
Yeah.
I think making decisions as far as a sport or a field is concerned, it has to do with those who specialize in that field.
Yeah.
You can't call lawyers who understand civil law to come and start interpreting football laws or start making reference or looking at precedents of football laws. This is a different ballgame entirely. That's why they even tell people, even as a lawyer, you are even told to go and study sport law to be able to have anything to say as far as sport is concerned. We're talking about football, for instance. Football has to do with a lot of emotions.
Yeah.
It has to do with a lot of set rules that are already there. Anything that happens in 90 minutes, to my understanding, as far as the referee is concerned, we've seen recently that even the English FA has come out to say that they made an error in the game between Arsenal
and Brighton.
That would say there was supposed to be a penalty.
Yeah, but that was it.
Does that mean
they will go back and play that
penalty?
penalty?
No, they will not play penalty. The judicial body in England, are they telling me that they know law more than the England law courts? At least they would have, okay, the FA should have set a judicial body too.
Yeah.
That will say, okay, and since that penalty was not given, that match automatically is now 1-1.
Jerry, he made mention about the referee. Now, what I try to tell us here is the question now. Is it that the referee's decision is also independent of your judicial body, because the referee's decision on that night was that the game should be played on? And the question is this: which one are we following? The rule in the Article 82 that if a team walks off, there's forfeiture, or the IFAB rule generally that says a referee's decision is final?
I have to point out a fault in the judicial body that made this verdict.
Yeah.
Did they give fair hearing to the Senegalese FA?
Exactly.
Before coming up with this decision?
They did not. They just
the
followed
judicial
the
body
rule.
is supposed to give fair hearing to all the parties involved before coming out with the verdict. If they just sat down, read the verdict of the disciplinary committee, and decided to pass a verdict, that means what they did, as far as I'm concerned, is null and void. It's null and void. It shouldn't be applicable. We should just... I think I'm in support of what Senegal is doing. I'm even hearing that some club sides are already boycotting CAF competitions. I think I need to see more. I think
it's going to spark a lot more than what we are seeing
West African football bodies should rally around Senegal and say, okay, let's pull out of CAF. If CAF wants to now be operating on the terms of Morocco, now we are going to see a situation where the next CAF player of the year is going to be given to Morocco. Then, yes, that's what they are planning to do.
What do you think is going to be done?
We will now, if they want to now host the next WAFCON, if, for instance, I am the FA president of the Nigerian Football Federation, if Morocco participates in that competition without hosting, I will boycott the competition. There's no point. There's no point.
Because
anytime Morocco hosts a competition now, as a country, I'm going there knowing that I'm going to be intimidated. Morocco will get away with it, and they will go to the final. If they lose, they will go to the boardroom and collect the trophy back.
With the way things are at the moment, Jerry, what do you think is going to host the WAFCON eventually?
I think CAF has not told us anything.
Okay.
Which is pretty disappointing.
But is this, with the recent happenings and developments, is this a sign that it might still be given to Morocco?
He's trying to tell us that Morocco is the only country in Africa. Morocco is the only country that can host competitions now. If Morocco doesn't host, Africa is in trouble. Which I feel Motsepe has proven that he's a coward. He's lily-livered. He cannot take the bulls by the horn. You can't try this under Isaiah too. God bless him. Isaiah too was firm, in spite of the fact that even during his time, things were even more difficult than this period.
These were difficult,
in
yes.
terms of facilities.
Yeah.
But he was still able to
Something
manage
like this will not happen under
yes,
Isaiah.
Morocco cannot come and even
2 months after, you're now saying your judicial body, your appeal board is now throwing away what the disciplinary board
it's clearly obvious,
has already said.
What it means now is that it's clearly obvious that the memo from the start of the competition was that Morocco must win the AFCON.
Exactly.
And now it did not happen. They are now going to
It's
plan
looking like
B.
it.
They've gone to plan B. Now they are at plan C.
But they have been throwing out the appeal, Jerry. Now my question to you is this. They've been throwing out this appeal ever since Morocco. You can appeal against decisions, of course. That you feel like decision did not go your way. You can appeal against it. But they've been throwing out their appeal up until 12 days before the postponement of that WAFCON. Before the start of the WAFCON, before WAFCON was supposed to start.
If CAF
12 days after, 12 days before, I mean, they're now attending to Morocco.
If CAF is not complicit,
yeah,
why are they hell bent on listening to all the claims by Morocco that they deserve to win the AFCON? That means there's a gentleman agreement or a written document where they say that the AFCON belongs to Morocco, whether anybody likes it or not. That is what it means. Because if you take a look at the trajectory of Morocco down from the group stage, yes, no doubt they had the quality side.
Yes.
They had this
controversies that been marring their games
from the beginning, from the first game.
From the first game against Comoros.
Until the final. And the way they treated Senegal so as to morally demoralize them. That is the worst entertainment you can give to a finalist as a host nation. Because you are in the final.
Yeah.
You treated the other finalists unfairly, made life difficult for them.
From the accommodation
so
to the
you
pitch,
expect that team
stealing their towels,
to still have same mind,
assaulting their players. That was player assault on the goalkeeper. And you are still reducing the fine given on the player that committed that assault. And the ball boys as well.
What does it say? And Mosepe is talking about fairness. He's talking about standard. Mosepe should cover his face in shame.
Yeah,
I think I'm ashamed of him. He's a billionaire. He should, at least he has traveled, he is exposed.
Yeah.
He should know better. He should know what is and what is not. But I think he has sold himself short. He has proven to be the worst CAF president that we've ever had on the continent.
Jerry, Mosepe was not the only one in this. Let me say, he has made a decision. Of course, he has come out to speak, but he's not the only one, trying to defend CAF and their decision. I mean, he also mentioned something, in that video that we watched, that when he said that, he mentioned something about a member of, the 54 African countries, a footballing member, and now we know this is about somebody that he knows his way in and around African football and, of course, Nigerian football as well. Former NFF President Amaju Pinnick has defended CAF and his leadership under Patrice Motsepe after the organization stripped Senegal of the 2025 African Cup of Nations title. And Pinnick admitted that the reactions have been negative, but people didn't understand the work CAF is doing for African football. He praised Motsepe for increasing AFCON prize money and pushing CAF towards profitability. And the CAF appeal board overruled the initial judgment and awarded Morocco a 3-0 walkover victory, stripping Senegal of the title. And the decision followed Morocco's appeal of the initial verdict on the incidents at the AFCON 2025 final. And of course, the Senegalese Football Federation has since rejected the decision and headed to the Court of Arbitration for Sports. And Pinnick emphasized that CAF's judicial bodies are independent, with members elected on the floor of the Congress. And he described Motsepe as someone who prioritizes independence and doesn't interfere with the Commission's work. He has said a lot about Motsepe, but he's also trying to praise Motsepe for delaying a judgment that could have been given on that day, delaying it for 2 months and stripping a side that has put in their blood, sweat, and tears over 120 minutes. And he thinks that stripping them of the title after 2 months is the right way. Are you seeing some sense in what Amaju Pinnick has said?
The thing is that there are some times when you shut up and there are some times when you speak. And this is one of those times I expect Amaju Pinnick to have kept quiet. You
should think deeply before speaking.
He has been involved in a lot of controversial statements of late.
This looks like the latest one.
And it seems like when the tap is on, until when you put it up, that's when the water will stop running. And I think maybe the tap is faulty now. And Amaju Pinnick is running his mouth. Anyhow, because it didn't make any sense. So, as far as what he said is concerned, As far as I'm concerned, it didn't make any sense. You're talking about profitability.
Yeah.
You're talking about praising Mosepe.
Is that
the bone of contention? Is that what we're talking about? We're talking about a verdict. Does it make sense to you, Amaju Pinnick? Now you came about, you want to now politicize.
He said he doesn't want to talk about the decisions and the system of the game.
Then keep quiet.
He said he only wants to praise Mosepe of what he has done, increasing AFCON prize money.
So this is the time
what we are talking about.
This is the time to praise Mosepe. He wants to now. The thing is that Amaju Pinnick loves attention. He's an attention seeker. I didn't think he was a woman. I would have said maybe it's understandable. Women love attention. But Amaju Pinnick has proven to be a woman. Because he doesn't know when to seek attention. Because now this is the best time for him to have kept quiet, go under, and okay, you can praise him inside your bedroom or try and call him and have a private call with him and tell him that, oh, you are doing well, I encourage you, keep it up, and so on and so forth. But coming on air, the thing is that Amaju Pinnick, one time NFF president, he has served his time, he's on this, was at the point in time in the FIFA seat, and so on and so forth. Yes, Patrick Mosepe might be his friend, but there are times, even the Bible says there's time for everything. This is a wrong time for Amaju Pinnick to come out and start praising Mosepe.
Is it not an embarrassing comment?
I pray he doesn't find himself in Dakar or he doesn't have a plan to go to Senegal. because they
will hold this against him.
If I'm a Senegalese and I catch him in Dakar, it will take
no violence.
It will take the grace of God to let him go without getting some few touches. Some few reshaping.
But that's not really a good statement.
I think I'm ashamed that I'm
coming out from somebody that has been at the helm of Nigerian football for 8 years.
If he doesn't have
8 years, and we saw the recent developments that came under him during his 8-year tenure.
He almost put FIFA in trouble.
And he said he's proud of it.
With that KB stadium, KB.
I think a man that can say that he's proud of that stadium, the way that stadium looks now.
No, let's not call it stadium. That's
a pitch.
That a pitch. That's cool.
It's a field.
No, that's grass. Let's say an organized grass pitch.
Yeah.
Or let's.
You know the funny thing? Since he made that statement, nothing has been done to improve that place.
Even before and after.
Nothing has been done to improve that place.
Before and
so
after.
It's just like that place just gained publicity for nothing.
Anybody who aligns,
and he's coming out to make these statements.
Anybody who aligns with the character like Amaju Pinnick.
He might come back as an
with all the question marks around him.
Do what?
Showing support to Patrice Mosepe. It shows that these are birds of a feather. It's a birds of a feather flock together. Embarrassing set of friends and set of people who have been given the responsibility of running African football. And of course, it buttresses the point of those who have been saying that African football doesn't have class, doesn't have level. Because, okay, I think Karaga has said a lot of things about the African Cup of Nations. And this will now buttress the point they've been trying to make. Exactly. That the African Cup of Nations shouldn't be given the credibility or the attention people are asking that it deserves.
Yeah, speaking of Karaga, in fact, it has already led to a lot of stains.
I think all those who attacked him should send him apologies now.
It has actually come with a lot of stains on African football. Manchester United legend Wayne Rooney coming out to say South Africa 2010 might just actually one of the worst World Cups. That's not even a World Cup. Jerry, with the way we saw South Africa host that World Cup, look at the likes of Diego Forlan with the excitement it all gave us. When Rooney is now coming out to say that South Africa 2010 might actually be the worst World Cup ever. What do you think about that? Is this due to what is happening with African football? Is this what Patrice Mosepe and his CAF organization, is what they have done to make us be receiving at this point?
Yeah, the thing is that I always believe that certain circumstances lead to people having a perspective about you. And the circumstances that African football has found itself, whatever backlash it's getting, whatever bad publicity it's getting, it's rightly deserved. So it's not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched. At least we're all praising the quality of the competition until Morocco decided to mar the organization of the final. It's just like building a house. When it was time to put finishing touches, you put something to destroy it. To take the shine off all the effort you've put in to build up the house. You bring in mediocres to come and do finishing touches. You've already raised the foundation. You've got it to a certain level. Then you brought in mediocres to manage that building. That means you made rubbish of all the effort. Do you know what it means to set up a building? Do you know what it means to build how many stadiums? About more than 6 quality stadiums?
Stadiums, yeah.
to host the African Cup of Nations, with the efforts, the money, and
A lot of
everything.
people were already celebrating them before the tournament
Yes.
started.
Now everything is down the drain.
Come on.
I think Morocco is not a country a lot of people want to visit now due to the, at least the image they've already created about themselves, the win at all cost mentality and so on. No matter what anybody says about Morocco now, people have
No, but
a
Jerry,
different
our friends
perspective.
they said they enjoyed, the
They
warm,
enjoyed,
the
but
warm
that is what
welcome,
they
the
said.
hospitality of the people.
That's what they say. You that have not visited, will you feel comfortable going to Morocco now?
No, maybe the people that were, hospitable to those our friends are different from those that were in the stadium.
Even as at last time, the Senegalese government was trying to release their citizens that the court detained and said they should serve prison sentence because they supported their country.
And the CAF approved board is not even saying anything about
Why
that.
did the judicial body not say anything about that?
Exactly.
Why did the judicial body not say anything about that?
There's a lot
Those
that
who
we
have been
don't know.
sentenced, that was supposed to be a decision left to that judicial body. Why are they not saying
do
anything
you think
about it?
Patrice Motsepe made those statements under pressure?
Patrice Motsepe is
He just have to say something.
Patrice Motsepe has fed fat of the money and whatever they gave to him. So now he has to cough it
But
out.
he didn't even look comfortable.
He doesn't look comfortable.
He doesn't
He
look
was
comfortable.
looking tense. He was looking like somebody who's out of touch, who's afraid.
I just have to say it.
Who's
I have to come and tell
afraid?
you.
You know, the things that when you have eaten the wrong thing, it chokes.
It choke you.
It has choked him now. I wish him all the best.
Okay, another person, another player has actually come out to come and criticize the decision of the verdict. Super Falcons striker assistant Chelle, has criticized the Confederation of African Football (CAF) and the verdict to award the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations title to Morocco. And the unprecedented decision came somewhat out of the blue, with African soccer's governing body CAF releasing a statement on Tuesday night amidst the UEFA Champions League action. Jerry, we were enjoying the UEFA Champions League, and it looked like Chelsea fans just sort of they like escaped some backlash, from that game against Paris Saint-Germain with this news and CAF, and it's been ugly ever since. And they announced that they had awarded Morocco a 3-0 win in the final, essentially making them AFCON champions instead. Jerry, who wins the trophy by announcement online?
Okay.
And are they going to mold another trophy for them?
Let me read the comments of an ESCO member of CAF, talking about Samuel Soba.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when the decision was made, he said that we cannot correct a mistake by making another mistake.
Exactly.
He said,
don't you think this mistake was made under pressure?
Yes. He said the decision to designate a winner based on Articles 82, 83, and 84 of the competition regulations has generated deep incomprehension and a genuine sense of injustice. Correcting one injustice with another cannot be considered an acceptable response, either from a sporting or an ethical standpoint.
Right.
While these regulatory provisions are intended to address exceptional situations, their application must remain consistent with the spirit of the game. A strictly administrative decision, however legally justified, cannot erase the harm felt by those involved nor convince those who uphold the principles of sporting fairness. And it goes on and on. The man has just hit the nail on the head. This is somebody who is an insider. He is saying this. Talk more of an outsider who is seeing what CAF is doing. And Patrice Motsepe is talking about fairness. He's talking about standard, raising his hands like an ostrich that has lost
and he's still gaining support from somebody that's supposed to see
and gaining support from somebody who cannot even handle his own national body as much as handling the NFF, who cannot even qualify for the World Cup.
He's trying to set up a chance.
He said he's even interested in coming back to
the
NFF.
Maybe he might come and right the wrongs that he did for the past 2 terms.
He'll come and wrong the wrongs that he has wronged.
Okay. All right, Jerry. I don't know what Jerry is having against the man Amaju Pinnick. He can come for third term if he wants.
The facts are there. The man has failed woefully. And he has continued to talk and talk and talk. Too much cho. When you are talking too much, you become a rabble-rouser. You become irrelevant. People now see you as somebody who always want to make comments about everything without making any point, because they say empty barrel makes more loud noise.
Anyway, the case has gotten to CAS. And Jerry, what do you think? At least maybe from early days, CAS has not said anything. What do you think might come out of that?
I've seen the Senegal president post a picture of
I saw the AFCON
trophy.
I saw the AFCON trophy
behind him in his office. I said,
come and take it.
I said, he wants to see anybody that has two heads.
Come and take this
come
one.
and collect the trophy from
even
his
the
office.
players. A lot of people call them petty, but I would do the same. They were posting it. I saw Ilman Ndiaye's post. He said, come and take it if you can.
I think I will even take the trophy.
They worked for it. You can't come and announce
over the trophy to Madrid.
They worked for it.
And ask for Brahim Diaz and officially want to see him. I say, come, look at this trophy. You can never have it.
Papi Gay. Maybe when Villarreal plays Real Madrid, Papi Gay should take it and go and show him that, look, I scored the winning goal. This is my trophy. I worked for it. They cannot announce you online and just come and give you the... How did they even want to do another parade for Morocco after the old bus parade in Dakar? Anyway, let's move on from that and let's still talk about Nigerian football and the Super Eagles this time around. Yesterday, we saw the squad announced for the friendlies, the matches against Jordan and Iran. And the 3 new players have received their first Super Eagles call-ups for Nigeria's upcoming friendlies against Jordan and Iran. And they are Scotland-based defender Emmanuel Fernandez, who's 24, Germany-based forward Philip Otele, and KRC Genk winger Yira So. And Otele, who's 26, joined Hamburger SV in January and has started 5 of 7 possible Bundesliga matches, providing 1 assist. And Fernandez, who's 24, is a rising star in European football, joining Rangers FC from Peterborough United in a £2.9 million pound deal. And he's made 26 appearances and scored 6 goals this season. Wow, that's a good return for a defender, and is expected to strengthen Nigeria's defense. And Saw, who's 25, was part of Nigeria's Flying Eagles squad at the 2019 FIFA Under-20 World Cup and has recorded 4 goals and 1 assist in 23 league appearances for Genk. Jerry, out of these 3 new players that were called up, for the Super Eagles in their friendlies in Jordan, which of these players are you seeing to make a good impact, or do you think all 3 players might not even get a taste of football at all?
Yeah, I've seen Otele's stats, and I'm not really impressed.
Wow.
He couldn't score a goal while he was in.
He just joined in January. He just joined Hamburg.
Yes, he just joined Hamburg.
And the team they are struggling in the Bundesliga.
They are struggling in Bundesliga.
Yeah.
How many goals has he scored already this season? I think it's not even up to 5 goals.
Just 1 assist in 5 games.
1 assist in 5 games.
Yeah.
And he's the striker. They decided
in 5 starts actually.
They decided to invite him. I think that slot should have been left blank, because there are a lot of other players who want to play for the Super Eagles, because it's a waste of slots as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, there are other players who are showing promises that should have been invited. If they are not available, keep the slot vacant.
So do you think this is an selection? Is that an Eritrean selection?
I think, yes. When Akko Adams' name came up, we went to his stats and see that he was currently on form.
Yeah.
And he was doing well. Yeah. That is well deserved.
Yeah.
Hotel is still trying to find his bearing with a club that is struggling in the German Bundesliga. Okay. And he came from a club side where he failed to score a goal throughout the season, and he's a striker. And then what does a striker do? Striker is supposed to score goals.
Yeah.
And when he fails to do that, he doesn't deserve to be in the national team. Unless there's an agent somewhere talking to Chelle and maybe somehow buttered him up to invite him. Then for the other players,
Manuel Fernandez, 6 goals in 25 appearances as a central defender.
For his position, that's a remarkable performance.
Yeah.
It's a remarkable start. Yeah. It's enough to give him an invite. Yes, that one, I say it's a goal. But for the rest, let's see what they're able to do. I think we have 2 or 3 games to play.
Yeah, Jordan and Iran. 2 games.
So maybe they'll give them some cameo appearances. Because I know the likes of Paul Onachu and Akko Adams, Chidera Ejuke will all be getting first looking ahead of these other boys.
Yeah, but I think there should be at least
5 or 10 minutes given to them to really show the stuff they are made of. Maybe a first half or a second half appearance. Then if they are able to convince the coach, maybe future opportunities will be given to them. We've seen players who struggle at their club side and do well for their national team, but there are very few of them.
All right,
but if Otele proves to be one of those players eventually, who says, let's wait and see.
Based on this, on the statistics that you've read out and you've said, do you think these selections are Eric Sekuchel's selections for the national team?
Yeah, it looks like it, except for Otele, who I feel maybe an undue influence is coming as far as the selection of Otele is concerned.
Yeah.
And the fact that there's no MPFL player, though I support because the MPFL
says
has
a lot
not-
about the league.
Yeah, but there should be one or two because this is a friendly tournament. We've been talking about giving the league some bit of face.
Yeah.
If some of those players knows that if from the league they can pick them, they will not be in a hurry to go and play in Malta or play in Austral leagues just because they want to get good foreign exchange. Because of course, playing in these friendlies will also make some few bits of dollars, but it gives them a sense of belonging, knowing that they are not being discredited. I didn't know Chelle was playing in the MPFL.
Yeah.
Nobody will invite him.
All right. So if the
That's
selections,
unfair. That's injustice.
if according to you the selections are Eric Chelle's selections, do you now think that at least some points in the 19-point agenda are being followed now?
Yeah, the 19 points, yes, a message has been sent to the NFL. And I think the NFL will not be worried about who is invited for friendlies, especially when they know that the names there are the ones who persecuted the last AFCON. Let's wait when the AFCON qualifier starts, when they are very critical, when we know the whole world is watching, then if they allow Eric Chelle to still go ahead to select his players, then I would say the 19-point agenda is being followed. The friendlies might not matter to them now. My slot is not really important right now until when the games are really important.
Exactly. I mean, no one is saying anything about the absence of Victor Osimhen. So we should know that maybe they're not considering it this serious at this point. And maybe when FIFA decides to favor Nigeria and the Intercontinental Playoffs swings their way.
We still have that dream. I will still dreaming.
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I still have that
I'm
dream.
asking you.
No,
Because
that
at
is-
least
that
for
is-
this one, they had that confidence to
2030.
leave out Victor Osimhen.
That's 2030, not 2020.
We should be looking at 2030.
Yes.
Well, Jerry Apello finally is saying that we should be looking
Finally,
at
I've always said it.
2030.
I always say they don't deserve. I always say this. They don't deserve to be there.
We should be looking
It's
at
not a miracle
2030 this
happens.
time around.
Yeah.
It's not looking. 2026 is not
There's no
looking.
2026.
It's not looking likely.
It's not an election year.
Jerry, there's still time. 8 days to the start of the competition.
Time was
There's still some time.
Accurate timekeeper. panel
FIFA
of
can come
judges.
out with anything.
At least we are doing accurate timekeeper panel of judges. Which one?
We have gone to CAS, so the NFF has gone to CAS. So there should be something CAS should give us
They
before
should
the start
send
of
a
the
good
tournament.
debater to do accurate
Anyway, we're still talking Nigerian football, and this one is a rather concerning one. Former Nigerian internationals are calling for urgent action on the welfare of retired footballers following the deaths of the coach himself, Adegboyega Onigbinde, and Henry Nwosu. Yes, we lost Henry Nwosu last week. And Segun Odegbami, Etimesi, and Friday Ekpo, who are still very much with us, lamented that Nigeria continues to abandon its football heroes, with Odegbami stating that the situation is a recurring reminder of retired athletes' vulnerability. And Essen expressed her frustration, saying Nwosu's treatment is symptomatic of a broader failure by the country to honor its football legends. And Ekpo highlighted the structural gap without post-service support available to other public servants. And the calls echoed Taribo West's sentiment at Peter Rufai's burial, where he berated the NFF, Nigeria Football Federation, and Lagos State government for abandoning Rufai's family. And the National Sports Commission is being urged to extend its pension and welfare framework to cover athletes who brought honor to the country before our current initiatives. And also, 62, died after a brief illness, leaving many to question the treatment of retired footballers. I mean, this topic has been coming up for a very long time. And with this recent one, the recent losses of Onigbinde and Nwosu, it seems like they just left everything to the family. NFF, NSC, you've served your best. Whenever you decide to leave, whenever you leave the earth, it's still none of their business. You've done what you want to do within that time frame that you did it. It seems like it's none of their business. Shouldn't they be paying more attention to all these former heroes that gave all their blood, sweat, and tears for Nigeria?
It's quite easy. This is it's high time. I saw Henry Nwosu on pictures of him on the hospital bed. Shows that he went through terminal illness before he passed on. And if that's the case, this is an advice to those who are running football in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And it's high time that they involve insurance bodies and bodies like the National Health Insurance Scheme to come in, have a meeting with the Players Union in Nigeria and the footballers themselves, both playing for the national team, playing for club level, whichever level as far as a recognized football body is concerned. Maybe not academy anyway. When you upgrade to a full team from the NNL down to the main NPFL side,
Yeah.
as well as the women football as well.
Yes.
Once you've passed the academy stage, as above 18, you should be under insurance. That insurance
Very
means
important.
that whatever you are paid, a certain percentage should be put aside. So that when
Until
you
the end of your
retire,
playing career,
when you retire from
you have
football,
something to fall back on.
that money
Yeah.
should be what the players will fall back on.
Exactly.
Where they'll be paid pension for the rest of their lives.
Exactly.
If they can do that, all of these stories about players not being taken care of, at least even if it doesn't cover the health care of that player
You know you have
for
done
serious
your part.
surgeries.
Yes.
At least you know that each time you have malaria, you have sicknesses,
back on something.
you can fall back on that to reduce the tension of the payment. They are doing it for federal staff and so on. The government is doing that already.
Yeah.
They can liaise with the federal government, cry about it. The NFF, the LMC, the National Sport Commission, it shouldn't be about footballers alone. All athletes, as far as Nigeria is concerned, should be under insurance. So that whenever they retire, it will be easy for them to have a platform where they will fall back on. And even everybody will make money as well. Everybody will smile. Even those who are handling those accounts will be happy. And at the end of the day, the athletes, all the athletes will contribute to help themselves when they are even old. Even the current footballers will also be helping those who have retired. So the circle will continue. At the end of the day, all of this will not be an issue.
Fully, but this one, I don't know. It's just a call to the NFF and of course the bodies guiding Nigerian football that this should not continue to happen. And of course, just like Jerry rightfully said, let's have some money set aside, even if it's not going to cover the whole thing. Let them just know that as they are playing, something is being left behind for them.
And when they are gone, that insurance, life insurance will be packaged to their families to settle them.
To settle them. You will know you've done your part.
Yes.
You remember John Fashanu when he said, why didn't he get to play for Nigeria, even when he tried to? He said eventually he did regret his decision because even till today, he's still receiving some funding from the English FA. He has played a long time. He has retired a long time ago, but he's still getting something. That shows that they recognize what he has done. You understand? And he can't just fade away like that. Even if you didn't get to win the World Cup with them, but they still recognize what you have done. A lot of players, Nigerian-born players, are still enjoying that today. So what's now going on with where they actually came from? This might actually stop people from coming to come and play for Nigeria.
Yeah.
At least, do you remember what Taibo West said?
Welcome to the third world country called Nigeria.
For how long are we going to continue to be third world, Jerry? I mean, as we go on the show,
people think like third world countries. They think like third world countries. They don't think like countries who want to move to the next level. Who want to remain in a level
in the Stone Age.
Archaic way of reasoning.
It has happened with those people. It should still continue to happen. I mean, look at the Alex Iwobi situation as well.
Let me not change it. I'm not a sense.
Yes.
Let's
as long as the money is rolling for me.
Let's do it the way it's been done. Let's not change anything.
Jerry, some people in the NFF, 30-35 years, they were there when the coaches were eating rice. They are still there.
Nothing to show.
Nothing to show. Nothing to show. And these guys, if they go, there is something for them.
Sure, they were taken care of. Dollars are flying left.
So why are they treating it as just the top alone? The final consumers of the whole thing, you are not giving it to them. You are collecting the brands, what they are getting from different brands that are supporting you. You are collecting all the gifts and all of that. The money is promised by even some third parties that want to pay privately to the players. Okay, I see what you've done during the AFCON. Let me pay. They don't even know where to pay now.
They will still go and rag the players.
You still go and meet the players.
Say, where's my
on the pitch, you'll be dragging jersey with them. What is going on?
Yes.
What is going on?
God will help us.
That's why some certain ex-internationals are saying that they won't let their children play.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
And they were dragging the ex-international when he said so.
And when he said so. Anyway. we can only pray because that's what they've left us in Nigeria. We can only pray. Anyway, time as we fast spent, we would love to talk about the Champions League and all of that, but time is not really our friend on the show. But before we go, let's just mention a certain a legend of the game. He's still playing, and of course, that's talking about one man, Lionel Messi. He scored the 900th goal of his illustrious career, but it wasn't enough to save Inter Miami from a 1-1 draw with Nashville SC, which saw them crash out of the CONCACAF Champions Cup on away goals. And of course, Messi's early strike puts Miami ahead, but Nashville's Christian Espinosa equalized in the 74th minute, securing their place in the quarterfinals. And Messi's milestone goal is a testament to his incredible career with 672 goals for Barcelona, 32 for PSG, and of course, 115 international goals for Argentina. Jerry, quickly, as we wrap up on the show, do you think Messi is going to get to 1,000?
Phenomenal. Definitely. 100.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult.
He can't do it. He's 38. Ronaldo has 965 at 41.
He can't.
Do you think when Messi gets to 41, he should have 1,000?
If he's going to play 41, I doubt.
But,
let's see.
But Ronaldo gets to 1,000.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Ronaldo looks more.
Those two, they are still playing. They are still going to the World Cup. What is going on? They should leave now.
As well.
Anyway, thank you so much, Jerry Apello, for coming on the show at Locker Room this evening. And as well, I want to say a very big thank you to the guys in the back. I remember the likes of Paul, Alex, of course, Ikechukwu is there, and Victor. Of course, thank you so much, guys, for making this show a successful one. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. This has been Locker Room. I'm Afizo Gubanjo, and I'm saying stay tuned and bye for now.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Nutrition experts are emphasizing the importance of healthy eating in preventing disease and improving overall well-being. At an event marking World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day in Lagos, stakeholders highlighted the role of balanced diets, proper portion control, and reduced consumption of processed foods in tackling rising cases of lifestyle-related illnesses. They say nutrition also plays a key role in energy levels, cognitive development, and productivity.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also stress the need for greater awareness and the integration of dietitians in healthcare institutions across the country.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1. 2, during the policy for nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
They add that promoting healthier food choices remains essential to building a healthier population.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
With the growing concerns of lifestyle-related illnesses in Nigeria, the conversation is drawn towards the role of nutrition in our everyday lives and everyday habits as well. For many, the conversation is really about awareness and better living. I'm Praise Peters from Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Check It Back movement. Indigenous people of Biafra protest against Tinubu in London. I'm not sure I'll secure ADC ticket. That is coming from the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi. Tinubu is committed to improving lives of Abuja residents. Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, tells Nigerians. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, in case you didn't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. You can also go to YouTube comment section and let us know your views about the topics of discussion. Now, let's bring in our guest. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we're broadcasting from by Mr. Darlington Agomo. Mr. Agomo is a lawyer and a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Mr. Agomo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Okoro. My pleasure being here.
Big time, good to have you, sir. Now, let's quickly run into it. Members of the Take It Back movement, TIB, staged protests outside Windsor Castle in the United Kingdom on March 18, that's yesterday, 2027, during the visit of Nigeria's president to the United Kingdom, condemning President Bola Tinubu's visit and his administration's policies. Well, the demonstrators accused the UK government of endorsing a disputed mandate and a corrupt and illegitimate regime. That's according to the Take It Back movement. Similarly, members of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB staged protests in London during the president's state visit demanding the release of their leader, Nnamdi Kanu. Demonstrations took place at prominent locations including Parliament Square, Downing Street, the Commonwealth Office, and the Nigerian High Commission. Protesters carried placards reading "Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu," wore red caps, and waved Biafra flags. In a circulating video, one protester stated that Tinubu did not deserve a royal salute, emphasizing the group's message for Nnamdi Kanu's immediate release. Mr. Agomo, what's the significance of IPOB protests in the UK? What would be the impact? I mean, the other day we saw Omoyele Sowore lead protesters, the 1 million man march for the release of Nnamdi Kanu in Abia State. And for the period that the protest lasted, up until this moment, we didn't get any comment or any response from the presidency. What Redera did was to unleash soldiers on innocent protesters. So what do you think will be the impact and significance of this protest in the United Kingdom?
It has sent a message to the international community. In fact, I have said it time without number that no matter what Tinubu does, the baggages he's carrying will be following him like his shadow, either in or out of office. There is no place Tinubu will go on earth today that the baggages on him will not speak out. And that is a fact. So the jamboree he went in London cannot stop people from talking. And I thank God that the free society that is UK has made it possible for these people to express their views. And these things are not rumor. These things are not embarrassment. There are facts. It's just that under diplomatic courtesy, you cannot embarrass your guests. If not, the royal family would have excused themselves from Tinubu's visit, because that kind of person and character does not deserve Windsor Castle treatment. He does not. And that is a fact. He does not, seriously. I'm sure the founding fathers of UK, they will frown at that visit and the jamboree that is going on there. I'm telling you, what Tinubu represents and what he is well known to the whole world. So on what ground will he be receiving such a royal accolade? As the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Why can't he visit America? Okoro, why can't Tinubu visit America? After all, he grew up in America. In fact, he spent the greater years of his life in America. So that place should have been his second home. It's his choice. No, it's not a choice. He goes where he chooses to go. No, it's not a choice. He has polluted that place. That's why he cannot go there. No, but in 2023, he was at Onga. Yes. Onga, but not on a state visit. No, but Onga took place in America. Not on a state visit. Okay. Have you heard that the Tinubu visited America on a state visit? Will you have a problem with that? I mean, state visit. This is the first time in 37 years that a Nigerian president is paying state visit to the United Kingdom. Look, as far as I'm concerned, I am beginning to think that Nigeria sponsored that thing. Tinubu must have paid money for them to validate him. But Charles invited him. The king invited him. Leave who invited who. That pump and pack getray. I don't think the royal family will spend their money on such a character. I don't think so. Why would they send their money? Did they pay flight ticket for him? It's the Nigerian government money that is being spent. What they are doing the Nigerian people's money. Even what they are doing there in the UK. Okay. I don't. The hosting, you mean? Yes. Okay. Let us investigate and interrogate it. Nigeria must have paid money for all those things. It is very, very possible, because the traditional British society that I know. I don't think they will be so quick. They're willing to entertain such a character in a royal pump and pageantry. I don't think so. So to what end would that be? Is it to seek validation or what? I mean, does he need their revalidation or validation? Yes. Because he's already Nigeria's president, by the way. That's what I'm telling you. He needs it. Yes, he needs it. Yeah, exactly my point. So he's already Nigeria's president. Does he need validation anymore? No matter how long you stay in an office, you can become an outcast to the international community if they discover that you are not what you claim to you are. You are not what you claim to be. The international community will distance you. Look at Donald Trump. Even with him coming to bomb some places in Nigeria and all that, even with soldiers coming into Nigeria, have you seen Donald Trump talking with Tinubu? Mr. Okoro, what does that tell you? That is a very bold statement that nobody is interrogating. Have you ever had a statement?
The last time I checked, Mr. Gomo, there are about 187 countries globally. So how often does Donald Trump speak to all the presidents? Why should it concern you? Why should it bother you that he's not speaking to
Nigeria is
president?
a country of particular concern for him.
There are about 37 countries of particular concern to United States of America.
But in this case now, his soldiers are here and they are bombed some places in Nigeria. Yet the Tinubu have not uttered a word to Donald Trump. Tinubu have not said a single word. Or have you heard? What does that tell you?
The fact that I have not heard does not mean that maybe they have not communicated.
There is none. There is none. Such, I mean, you can't make a statement with Donald Trump and the whole world will not hear it.
When he speaks to Emmanuel Macron of France, does he tell you?
Why not? Everybody will hear. Everybody heard. That is the place he visited frequently.
Okay.
The question is, why is Tinubu avoiding America?
I just told you that he was at Onga in 2023.
You have started again.
Started what? Wasn't he at Onga?
Did he visit America?
Where is Onga? In New York. In New York.
Onga is a world institution, not an American institution.
Okay. Domiciled where?
Forget where it was. Actually,
no, I can't forget that because it is an American soil.
It must be domiciled somewhere. But it belongs to the world.
Mr.
It's like going to Geneva, where the headquarters of all UN agencies are. If you go there, does it mean that you visited Switzerland?
Mr. Gomo, Mr. Gomo, let me ask you. United Nations building, does it have a helipad or an airport on top at the rooftop where Bola Ahmed Tinubu landed and quickly went into the Onga meeting? He landed in the soil of the United States of America.
He came in like every other person. He didn't visit America.
So you admit now that he visited America. He landed somewhere.
He came for a mission.
Okay.
He didn't visit America like he visited UK now. That is the difference. Okay, since that time, what happened? He has visited other countries.
Okay.
I mean, important
countries. When you say that, when you say that,
have you forgotten that we copied the democracy from America? That is the place the distribution should have been going.
But America is not the only democracy in the world.
Where we copied it.
We didn't copy democracy from America.
We copied it from them. Presidential democracy.
We copied presidential system of government. So we didn't copy democracy from America.
We copied presidential democracy from America.
Presidential system of government.
We copied it from America.
We copied presidential system of government.
We copied it from America.
Barrister. Okay. The British people bequeathed democracy to us when they handed over. Hold on, Mr.
Democracy.
Hold on, let me educate you here. This is not law, this is political science. The United Kingdom, Britain bequeathed democracy to us when they handed over independence to us. At that time, we practiced parliamentary system of government. In 1979,
they bequeathed the parliamentary democracy.
No, parliamentary system of government. They didn't bequeath democracy to us. It was UK that bequeathed democracy to us. I want us to move away from that. This is an argument you cannot win.
I will win it.
It's my area.
This is parliamentary.
Now, Barrister, when you say that Tinubu could become an international outcast, I just told you that there are about 807 countries globally. I mean, if he doesn't go to UK, he's been going to France. He's been going to UAE.
We are different.
He's going to other parts of the world.
We are different because you are the most popular black nation in the whole world, the hope of the black race.
Okay.
You cannot equate yourself with all these smaller countries all over the place.
He's been to China.
That's the difference.
Barrister, he's been to China.
Look,
going global power.
What did we copy from China? What did we copy from China? Are you a communist state? Mr. Okoro, are you a communist state? You've been to China. You've been to
He's been to China. Because you said Nigeria will be an outcast. I'm telling you places that
has he been to Russia?
Must he go to Russia? Has Putin come here? The Trump that you are talking about, has Trump come here? Yes.
You visit according
to... There is what is called reciprocity in international relations.
Good.
Beautiful.
Please. Now, with what America has done for Nigeria so far, please, are you telling me that...
What have they done for us?
This terrorist that you people bred here, this terrorist that you people grew here, These terrorists that you
Barrister,
people
let's not digress. Let's not digress.
America is helping you
Barrister, let's not
to
digress.
stop killing yourself.
Let us not digress. America is helping us, but since they came here, the terrorists, the bandits, the attackers have doubled down, and yet we don't have the value of their presence here. Now let's move on. I want you to know, that Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen. But the British have looked the other way since his travels started. Will this protest in the UK make any difference? I mean, this is a British citizen.
Yeah, they are
he was renditioned, kidnapped in one part of the world in Kenya, brought back to Nigeria, tried and sentenced. And all through this period, we never heard the British government say, hey, this is our citizen, you have to be careful, and all of that. So do you think that this protest is going to make any difference?
It will make a difference in the life of a Tinubu. And it will raise international awareness for Nnamdi Kanu. These are the two things that are there. And so, when things are going on between countries, behind closed doors, you don't get to see or hear it until it begins to manifest. You cannot tell me that the British government have not offered a word or two in favor of Nnamdi Kanu. It's just that the British government is a conservative society. They are not like America. That is the truth. Besides, Nnamdi Kanu can be said to have properly, taken to court, properly prosecuted. That under the law, he was alleged to have committed an offense for which he was prosecuted.
And properly kidnapped from Kenya. A British citizen, properly kidnapped from Kenya.
You have forgotten what happened in Kenya. You have forgotten.
What happened in Kenya?
The whole world came down on Kenya for that thing that happened.
Okay, so what did the UK do?
And of course, they offered a word or two against it. Now,
They
did, yes. That was why they got in Kenya. Ruled in favor of Nnamdi Kanu.
To what
you remember
end?
that
So what is the impact of that ruling?
They offered Nnamdi Kanu.
Why didn't Britain insist that they return their citizens to Kenya where they
have said it.
You know the meaning of rendition?
Hold on. They have said it. Just that the Nigerian government is too stubborn.
Okay.
Even the United Nations wrote 3 letters in favor of Nnamdi Kanu, asking the Nigerian government.
So where do you get your information from?
Look at you. I said 3 letters. UN have written. UN wrote 3 letters.
To who?
To government of Nigeria. Where were you? 3 letters. Three letters.
Asking for what?
Asking for the Nigerian government to explain why Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped and to explain why he was unduly detained.
Well, was that enough? Who wrote that letter? Did it come in form of
United Nations?
Did it come in form of a resolution or what? In what capacity did who signed
the
off the letter?
human rights arm of United Nations.
Okay.
3 letters.
Okay.
They wrote it. This Malami, who is now having an issue with federal government.
Specifically, what did the letter say?
I told you here that they asked for the federal government on that to explain to them why Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya.
Did the federal government explain?
They did not answer. They did not even talk.
So what else did the UN do? What else did the UN do?
Of course.
Is it enforceable?
What are you saying?
Okay.
When the UN does not have an army barracks or police barracks. So whenever you have committed infraction, they will put it somewhere for you, waiting for the day of reckoning. They will not bring it up. That's what they do.
Okay, so what apparently you are telling Nigerians is that the UN is a toothless bulldog.
Yes and no. After all, what is going on in Iran today? America have been asked to rein in, even Israel. But are they listening? How many resolutions against Israel? Did they listen?
Okay.
Did they listen? The thing is that all these rogue governments all over the world that are now threatening UN and all that, the UN is keeping their record for the day of reckoning.
When will that day come?
A day must come when your book of remembrance will be opened. And that is it. It must be opened one day.
Okay, Barrister, let's move on. Let's come back and dwell on the protest in the United Kingdom. Now, this protest looks like an affront and an embarrassment to Tinubu. Wouldn't this move harden his stance and close out, any opportunity for the resolution of this Nnamdi Kanu's issue through the political track? I mean, his ego might have been bruised and he will react negatively. What do you think?
There is nothing. He who has fallen need no fall. He who is down need no fall. He cannot do more than he has done so far. And I thank God for the spirit of Nnamdi Kanu, who is very resilient, who is very determined. Yes, Nnamdi Kanu, I don't think anybody can break his spirit. That is a true Igbo son. I am proud of him.
Okay.
So whatever Tinubu is doing now, he's wasting his time.
Okay, now I want to reframe the question, because it looks like you don't understand what I mean.
Go ahead.
Let me reframe the question. Now, this thing that happened in the United Kingdom, the protest, more like an embarrassment to him, asking him, to release Nnamdi Kanu because he didn't commit any crime and that he doesn't deserve to be in prison. If you consider this as an embarrassment, do you think that Tinubu will say, oh, okay, because I don't want to be embarrassed again in probably when I go to Germany or when I travel to another country in Europe, let me just let this man go? Or do you think that he will say, okay, you people have left the shores of Nigeria and you want to come and square up with me here? What do you think it will do to him? Do you think that he will now say, oh, we were even looking for a political solution, to this problem. Now, let me see what you guys do. Is it going to harden him or is it going to soften his mind?
If Tinubu want to make a deal with Nnamdi Kanu, the same deal he made with Sunday Igboho, Nnamdi Kanu will never agree. He's an Igbo man.
Okay.
He will never agree. Quote me. That is what is keeping him there.
Barrister, you are not answering my question.
The question is that he may not.
Okay.
He may not, because the man, he doesn't have any shame. All this scandal is going on. Have you seen Tinubu feel it? Has he ever felt it?
Yes, he does. He does feel it.
Oh, no.
You know why I say he feels it?
If he felt it, he wouldn't have been traveling all over the place.
Okay, let me also tell you why I think that he feels it, or why Nigerians think that he feels it. The president at one point said, well, I don't go to social media because I don't like to listen to the way Nigerians insult me. So don't you think that he's feeling the heat somehow? If he doesn't go to social media.
Okoro, he just said it. It's not true. He visits social media every other day.
Okay.
Tinubu listens to social media. That's where he gets the pulse and the buzz of Nigerians. The thing is that he has no shame. He has developed his skin. Yes. The way he behaved and the way he thought will tell you that this man does not care. If not, for somebody with such baggages, it would have made him to be more circumspect, more remorseful. But the way Tinubu is acting and behaving is even making it worse for himself. The way Tinubu is doing, does he show that this man is remorseful? No, tell me. Does he show that he's even aware of the baggages he's carrying? He doesn't. That is the irony in here. He doesn't think, in fact, he doesn't know what he's even doing. Whatever happened, he doesn't think is a problem. That is why he went with INEC to go and put those clauses in our Electoral Act about certificate forgery. So he's making it worse for himself. That means he's not remorseful. Quote me, he's not remorseful.
So it appears that he doesn't even care.
He does not care because he knows the Nigerian society that he is in. With a few cup of rice, a few whatever, the Nigerians will even be dancing behind him. Is that not what is going on? Look at how the governors are jumping into his party. Look at how they are worshiping him like a god. With all these things, do you think the man will bother with your scandal? He doesn't. Seriously, he doesn't. And no thanks to Nigerian society. We celebrate evil more than good.
So if you say no thanks to Nigerian society, we celebrate evil and not good. So who should take responsibility for that? Is it the leadership or the followership?
It is you and I. In fact, it is you. It is you, not me. It is you. Yes, people like you who keep asking questions. People like you who keep interviewing people. People like you who claim to be journalists.
Okay.
Yet you cannot measure up with that Mehdi Hassan.
Okay. You want all the journalists to turn to Mehdi Hassan?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so what's keeping you? There is a Nigerian Institute of Journalism in Oba, close to where you live. So why don't you go get a job and turn to a journalist so that you can do all the job that we are unable to do?
I have my calling. I cannot do this you people are doing.
Okay.
And if I've been a journalist, I will.
You are supposed to be ashamed of yourself as a lawyer. How many times have you gone to court to challenge? No, not we. You as an individual.
We have been doing our bit.
How many times have you gone to court to challenge what?
Are we not the conscience of this country?
Which conscience? When you people have been captured. How many times have you gone to court to say, Tinubu, what you are doing is not right? You belong to MBA. You belong to MBA. Simfobara bribed you people with how much? 300 million naira. You people declared only 100 million naira.
It
was a gift. It was not a gift. It was graft. It was graft.
Bribe for what?
Barrister, next time, next time you try to drag journalists, I'm going to shred you. Now, the president, in UK said he was grateful to the king and people of Britain for offering him a safe haven, when he was undergoing political persecution in Nigeria. I said he was grateful. So how much free space has he, offered the opposition in Nigeria since he became president?
Look,
I'd like for you to...
These are diplomatic causes. You say such things, nice things and all that. Behind closed door, they know the truth.
Who knows the truth?
Both of them, where he said it and the person saying it. He is in a diplomatic environment, so he need to...
No, I understand all of that, but my question is, the president that is thanking UK for offering him safe haven, when he was being politically persecuted, relying on that Nigerian government, during the Abacha regime and all of that, as a Democrat that he claims to be, how much free space has he offered to the opposition in Nigeria?
These are the things the government would have asked him, but they cannot ask him because he's their guest. That is the truth. They know the truth.
I'm asking you now. I'm asking you, how much of that space have you enjoyed as an activist, as an analyst in Nigeria? Are you being hounded? Is the space free here in Nigeria democratically?
Even the time he claimed to be fighting for democracy, he was not actually. He was doing whatever he did was for his own selfish interest. He was not doing it for the society.
Sorry, sir,
the question is that Tinubu is not acting like a Democrat.
Okay.
What he enjoyed.
So that free space that UK offered him, he is not offering it to other people. Here.
And who's supposed to even interrogate him on that? Is it not the UK government? Okay. But they cannot because of the diplomatic circle they are. They cannot. He's their guest. Yes, they will not ask him. That's why they shielded him from the press. It is the press that would have taken him on these issues. But they have avoided, in fact, they didn't want the press to talk to him in that visit. So that will tell you that the man is enjoying diplomatic immunity. That is why nobody wants to embarrass him. That's the truth. So all those things he say, he knows the truth. But his conscience will judge him, whether he's doing the right thing or not.
Okay, so to you now, in your assessment, what is the truth?
The truth is that Tinubu is not doing right.
Okay, so that space he enjoyed is not here.
Yes, he cannot give it to others. In fact, it is even worse now than the so-called persecution he was claiming. It is even worse now. He is not even persecuting people. He is strangulating them. In fact, he is squeezing them. And I know very well that if they have taken Tinubu on, based on his character and everything, he would have been in jail long ago. Long ago.
For what reason?
For the things he had done in Nigeria.
As a president?
Especially as the Lagos State governor. Is it not obvious?
I don't know. What did he do?
Is it not obvious? How come of all the governors that are ruled Lagos State, he became the richest among them? Mr. Okoro.
Where do you get that information from? Who told you that he's the richest?
When he went to Osun State and was asking you, do you know that I'm richer than your state? Where did he get the money from? The family background, did he come from a rich family? No, answer me now. Since you're asking questions.
No, I shouldn't ask questions. I'm the anchor here.
The question you're asking is not that of Fendi Hassan.
Mehdi Hassan.
You should have, it's not like that.
Unfortunately,
you should have gone to Tinubu.
Unfortunately, Mehdi Hassan is not Chukwuma Okoro, so I cannot be him. Now, let's return to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. How do you think that the Igbo nation can rally and galvanize other groups, to appeal to the president, for the release of Nnamdi Kanu? We are still looking for the political solution.
We are waiting for 2027 to express our anger, because that's the only way we can tell Tinubu that we don't like him. There's no other way. Whatever happens, Nnamdi Kanu will come out. Mr. Okoro, Nnamdi Kanu will come out because Al-Mustafa, Abacha CFO, he endured Obasanjo's 8 years in detention. Is that not true? Dasuki, former NSA, he endured Buhari, even Bawa, and so many others. So Nnamdi Kanu case will not be different. He will endure all of them and he will come out. My only happiness is that he has an excellent spirit, a spirit of resilience. Yes. He's a true son of Igbo.
So your position now is that the Igbo nation shouldn't just do anything.
We are doing what we can. Why not? Like they did in London. Yes, why not? I said we here, we in Nigeria. It is the election that will tell Tinubu how much we love him. For what
Okay, now if you think that, because at some point he said that the London protest is not going to amount to anything. So apart from protest, what other track do you think that the people should use? Like rally other groups, Southerners, Northerners, and say, well, if you are preaching unity, like you say, and you are a Nigerian president, you're a nationalist, why don't you just let this young man go so that, there will be peace in Nigeria?
The shame is on him and the federal government of Nigeria for detaining Nnamdi Kanu or for jailing him. Because Sunday Igboho is off the hook. Sowore is off the hook. And if you check, they were on the same pedestal. Even Sowore called for revolution now. Revolution, direct. Yet, he has called him a criminal. He has said all sorts of things. Yet, the guy is moving around.
For Sunday Igboho, I understand that prominent Yoruba people, did underground work, and appealed to whoever was in office then, Tinubu or who, to get him released. But in the case of the Nnamdi Kanu case, we hear that some Igbo politicians, Southeast politicians, who visit the presidency in the morning, in the day, in broad daylight, take the spotlight. We have gone to the president to plead for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. And at night, they will come out and say, hey, Oga, please don't let this young man come out.
Leave that propaganda.
Okay, you don't believe that.
It's a propaganda. Who pleaded on behalf of Sowore before the Attorney General entered the nolly prosecute?
Okay. I just told you that we understand you don't believe it happened.
Leave that propaganda.
Okay.
If Tinubu wants to release Nnamdi Kanu today, nobody will talk to him about it. All the other actions.
So why do you think he has not released him up until this moment?
It is the wickedness against Nnamdi Kanu and the Igbo people.
Okay.
The wickedness. So that is why when they come to claim that he wants a united Nigeria, are you treating them like one of your own? Are you treating them as a member of this tripod called Nigeria? Are you treating the Igbo man? Is he getting a fair share of his own deal in Nigeria? Look at the appointment. Mr. Okoro, look at the appointment Tinubu have made so far. Does it show that this man wants the unity or progress of Nigeria? Do we need to go and lobby and talk and do it? When he was giving other appointment to the north and to the southwest, did anybody lobby for it?
Okay, now that's one of the reasons why the Igbo nation, through the IPOB, descended into agitation.
Of course, yes.
Now, a lot of people have said and believe that it was as a result of leadership vacuum in the southeast. They didn't have a rallying point, a rallying figure like you have in some other parts of the country. That was what eventually led to the huge marginalization and eventually snowballed into the agitation that culminated to the arrest, incarceration, trial, and sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu. How much of that leadership vacuum have we tried to fill? The Igbo nation have tried to fill?
They know that Nnamdi Kanu is a charismatic young man that has a lot of following.
Okay.
And the Tinubu know that within Nnamdi Kanu, he cannot have his way. All these governors that are jumping, he will not have them. Because the fear of Nnamdi Kanu would have been the beginning of wisdom.
Tell me more. You think that if Nnamdi wasn't sentenced, that these governors wouldn't shift?
They would. They are not, because of the backlash.
Really?
They would. In fact, they will not try it. They will not try it, and the Tinubu will not be doing what he's doing to the Southeasterners, because the fear of Nnamdi Kanu would have been the beginning of wisdom. Yes, when he was gallivanting all over the place in the Southwest, didn't PDP allow him? They gave him that leverage, that privilege, and he used it to dominate the Southwest.
Okay.
Is that not what happened? Okay. But he now sees somebody who is coming up in the Southeast, who want to represent and replicate what he represents in the Southwest, and he said he doesn't want it. That was why he made sure that Nnamdi Kanu is silenced in the cooler.
Okay, Mr. Gomo, how much of Nnamdi's effort, during the agitation, changed Buhari's mind in the 8 years that he was in government? In terms of redistribution of resources, national resources, how much of that, put pressure on him to say, oh, the Igbo people, well, let's listen to this young man and give you this and this and that. How much of that?
The worst enemy of Buhari is Nnamdi Kanu.
Exactly my point. So if he was his worst enemy, what was the impact of Nnamdi's agitation on Buhari's government? Did he at some point say, because of what this young man is doing, let's get some kind of redistribution of resources and position to the Igbo nation?
It was Nnamdi Kanu that stopped Buhari for what he wanted to do in the Southeast.
Okay.
Nnamdi Kanu stopped Buhari. That was where the enmity started. The evil plan of Buhari for the first.
How did he stop him?
Yes. If he did not form IPOB and ESN, by now the Southeast would have been taken over.
Well, you are from Imo State. Do you like what ESN did in Imo State? And do you like what is currently going on in Imo State now?
Look, let me tell you. I said if not for IPOB and ESN.
I asked you a question. I heard that. I heard that part.
So,
now, my question is, you are from Imo State. How much of what ESN did or is doing in Imo State do you approve of?
Who told you that is ESN and IPOB? Who told you?
Okay.
No, tell me, who told you? They are protecting that region, whether you like it or not.
Protecting that region.
They are protecting that region from becoming Benue and Jos. That is a fact. Any other person, you can carry out your propaganda.
Are you aware of what is going on in Osu, where the governor comes from?
Who is behind it?
Whoever is behind it. So why can't the government or the governor stop all of that?
Because listen, they are now in bed with the federal government.
Okay.
You know the man in Imo
So
State.
and when did all of that start?
It started when Hope Uzodinma became the governor.
And when did Hope become the governor?
Under Buhari.
Because you say that, well, if not for Nnamdi Kanu, that Buhari would have done what?
They failed to come directly. Now they are doing whatever with a proxy. That was why number 4 became number 1 in Imo State. You know what they did there. So they are now acting through proxies so that you not say, we are the one doing it. No, they are using us to deal with us.
All right then. But Mr. Gomo, let's move on. Let's remain in the south. In fact, let's come back from London and go to the southeast where, well, not necessarily to the southeast. Peter Obi has said he's uncertain about securing the presidential ticket of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, ahead of the 2027 elections. In a message to supporters, he emphasized that while the ticket is not guaranteed, his focus remains on a broader national cause rather than a personal ambition. The former Anambra State governor stressed the need for consistency, sacrifice and commitment within the opposition, noting that Nigeria's current situation demands sustained effort to build a credible political alternative. He also reflected on the country's challenges and warned against abandoning ongoing reform efforts. Obi reaffirmed his dedication despite political pressure and uncertainties, with alliances highlighting concerns about trust and loyalty among partners. He expressed gratitude to his supporters, acknowledging the difficulties of opposition politics and their continued backing despite limited immediate rewards. Now, is the journey ended for Obi? If he's coming out to say, I'm sure you listened to him, when he addressed his supporters. He said, well, I am not sure, of clinching the ticket, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try my best. Some people asked me, at some point, one person asked me, has he come to the realization that he's not going to get the ADC ticket? Or do you think that he is merely trying to deflect, and take away the attention of APC and other contestants from the ticket? What do you think? What will it be for you?
The Bobby trap, the minefield led by APC for the opposition is too much for them to overcome.
For who? The ADC?
The opposition.
Okay.
I'm not just saying one particular party or one particular person. Because apart from what they are doing in the court by using some rebels among the opposition, the Electoral Act and the clauses they inserted there is clearly against the opposition. The political space has been narrowed now.